Hello to all my dear followers and welcome to a new fanfic from the channel. Welcome to the first season of What if Naruto discovered his lineage as Namikaze and Uchiha from childhood? As always, watch the full video and let me know in the comments if you want a second season of this fanfic and give me your like and no more, just enjoy.
Chapter 01. It is the dead of night. A bright full moon lights the forest with a shower of pure moonlight. The rays streamed through openings in the leaves, leaving thousands of beams of light to shine on the forest floor. The slight night breeze blows through the leaves and the grass. The trees stood tall, the canopy covering sea of grass illuminated below. Within a clearing of the forest, there was an altar surrounded by candles. Surrounding the candles were black glyphs that looked like some sort of ritual, forming a circular shape with symmetrical and methodical separations corresponding with the candles. Atop the altar was a cushion, and on the cushion was a baby. This baby had silver hair, bright blue eyes, 3 cat-like whiskers on either side of his cheeks, and a black mark on his stomach. The mark was a circular spiral, surrounded by a sun-like pattern. Unlike a sun, the points were not mere points, but rather complex characters, almost like a formula or an equation. The child was crying. Around the altar are 2 corpses, one of them was a woman, and the other a man. The woman had long black hair and wore a black shirt with a collar that did not rest on her neck, but rather surrounded it. She wore long, skin-tight black pants with a pouch strapped on her upper thigh, along with matching open-toe tabi shoes. On the back of her shirt was the insignia of the Uchiha clan, a fan-shaped white emblem with the upper half of the fan being red. Atop of her forehead was a black headband, with a metal forehead protector plate marked with a symbol that represented the village hidden in the leaves, or Konoha. The symbol looked to be a leaf that spirals inward upon itself. The man had silver hair, almost exactly like the infant's. He wore the same headband, along with the same style of pouch on his leg. He wore a leaf green flak jacket with a navy blue undershirt. He wore a matching navy blue pair of pants and a black pair of tabi shoes. He also wore a white cloak. The cloak had red accents that imitated the look of fire, outlining the cloak. The back of the cloak read Yondame Hokage, otherwise translated as the 4th Hokage. The clearing is filled with only the sound of the wind and the soft whimper of a child. However, 4 silhouetted figures can be seen heading at incredible speeds towards the child, and these 2 unknown fallen. As the group of shadows reach their destination, they are halted at the sight of the scene. 2 of the figures seemed to be middle-aged men. They wore the same uniform as the deceased man, only missing the white cloak that adorned his body. The third was a young man with gray hair. The man wore the same headband as the others, however, instead of the seemingly uniform outfits, he wore a sleeveless skin-tight black undersuit, a light lavender-colored chest piece, and a mask that covered his lower face. His headband was also lowered onto one side so it could cover his left eye. The 4th figure was an older man who wore a black outfit with visible netting on his forearms and ankles. Along with his clothing was a samurai-style helmet with the forehead protector integrated onto it. While the 4 men scanned the scene, the youngest of the group was the first to speak. "Sun-sensei?" he began, as he walked forward towards the fallen man. "Lady Kushina?" he exclaimed with a shaky voice as he looked towards the woman now identified as Kushina by the boy. "Lord Third," one of the men reported whilst he was checking on the bodies, "Lord Fourth and his wife. They're dead." The old man then, with his head held low, ordered the 2 older men. "What a tragedy. Take their bodies back to Konoha so they may be buried at home, where they belong," the older man said. As the men left with the bodies, the old man said to the younger, "Kakashi, what are you looking at?" he asked, as he looked over to the young man now known as Kakashi investigating the altar. "Lord Hiruzen, there is a child over here," Kakashi stated. "He has the same hair as Sensei and I. You don't think he's—" Kakashi paused as the man known as Hiruzen makes his way to the altar. "Could this be their child?" he exclaimed. As Hiruzen observed the boy, he was dumbstruck. This is the 8 trigram seal technique that only Minato could perform. If the boy has this seal, it can only mean one thing. "Kakashi, I need you to get to the Hokage Tower and call the Elder Council. I will bring the boy." There is much the council needs to discuss, and I need to inform my friends of this great loss. Hiruzen finished. Following the order, Kakashi nodded and vanished into the night. Hiruzen was left to himself and his thoughts. I know he is putting on a strong face, but that boy is hurting inside. Not only has he lost all that he has, but now he has lost his master. I don't know how I am going to tell Kagami, at least he has you, he thought, looking down at the distraught child. If I recall, your name was Naruto. It's time to get you back to the village. There are many people that you need to meet. With that final thought, Hiruzen gently grabbed the child and ferried him back the Konoha. 30 minutes later, in the Hokage mansion. Within a room in the Hokage mansion, 4 older figures are seated facing the door. Guarding the door is Kakashi, waiting for their final attendee to arrive. The room was small, with wooden planked walls, a blue carpet, a small circular wood table surrounded by 6 chairs. Occupying 4 of the chairs are the elders of Konoha. Of the 4, there is only one woman, named Koharu Udatain. Koharu seemed unnerved due to the sudden meeting request by their fellow member Hiruzen Sarutobi, the former Hokage, especially considering the attack that just happened. However, she nonetheless was prepared for tragic news. Next to Koharu was Kagami Uchiha. Kagami was, unlike the rest of his clan, was compassionate. Kagami was very apprehensive of this elder council meeting as he was noticeably nervous. Beside Kagami was Danzo Shimura. Danzo was very calm and collected with half of his body and face covered in bandages. Danzo seemed indifferent to the proceeding due to the expected reasoning for the meeting. Finally, there was Hamura Mitokado. Hamura was sitting in thought as to why this meeting was so urgent. After a few minutes of silence, Hiruzen walks into the room with a bundle of blankets. Danzo spoke first. I presume that due to the urgency of this meeting that it isn't a mere damage report? Hamura continued, yes, especially because the rest of the council is not here. There weren't any major casualties, were there? Hiruzen answered, I have a lot of news and almost none of it is good, Kagami. I must offer my condolences. One of your kin did not survive the attack. Kagami looked shocked. He was stunned in his seat. He knew that Hiruzen would not bring up the matter if it was just another clan member. This had to be family. Koharu spoke, who have we lost? Weren't the Uchiha aiding the villagers to safety away from the main battle? Hiruzen spoke, many of the Uchiha were indeed requested to stay back and help the citizens back in Konoha. However, we found someone on the front lines. She did not make it. As Kagami winced with emotional pain, he continued, your daughter, Kushina, has passed. Looks of shock adorned the faces of the council. Kagami himself broke down, and as tears slowly streamed down his eyes, he trembled. Normally, I would never bring up such personal matters like this, but I thought it better to tell you now as the elders would need to know regardless due to what happened, and I had no opportunity to pull you aside prior. Kushina's cause of death is unknown. However, she did not die alone. The 4th Hokage, Minato NAMIKAZE, is dead. With this revelation, Kagami snapped out of his stupor. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, he mentally decided that his grief for his now fallen daughter and now his son-in-law had to wait. How, when, what happened? Hamura exclaimed. This, along with what I am about to show you, is the reason for this meeting. As he began, he walked forward and laid the blankets on the table. The elders observed as a sleeping child was unwrapped. Kagami, this is their son, Naruto. He was laid atop of an altar at the scene of their death. He is your great-grandson. Kagami was stunned again as he was experiencing emotional whiplash. However, if you would look closely, the seal that was placed on him is so complicated. The only person who could have placed it on him was Lord Forth himself. Wait, Koharu began, if Lady Kushina has fallen, and the Nine Tails is subdued, you cannot mean. I'm afraid it is the truth. The Kyuubi has been sealed into the boy. He is now its Jinchuriki. Hiruzen finished. Danzo spoke up, we must discuss what we should do with the boy. I suggest he be left in my care. Not only is it safer than an orphanage, I can train the boy. It is obvious he will live with me and his remaining family at the Uchiha compound. Kagami stated. How could you even suggest we put him into an orphanage? That is not wise, Danzo replied. He is not only a Jinchuriki, but also the son of the Hokage. That boy will be into much danger if anyone knows his lineage. Imagine if IWA were to find out that the Hokage is not only dead, but he had a son. Or if Kumo decided they wanted another Jinchuriki, and on top of that, he's also one of the hated Uchiha clan. This is ridiculous, Danzo. He is my family. I will not allow him to be abandoned to the streets. Kagami started. Kagami! Hamura shouted, we need to think rationally. We need to protect him from notoriety. I suggest that we place him in the orphanage where we can keep tabs on him. If you would like, you could have your son Shursui check up on him now and again to make sure he is all right, but we need to think of a proper surname for him while he is being hidden. Once he graduates from the academy, we can tell him about some of his lineage, but until then we should be cautious. I don't like it, Kagami stated, not at all, but so long as I can still be a part of his life in some way, I can accept your logic. We cannot allow the citizens know of his status either, Koharu said, meaning that he wouldn't be able to stay in the orphanage forever. We need to treat him like everyone else. If anyone were to find out his lineage or burden, he would be ostracized or targeted. Hiruzen spoke, I propose we give him the surname Uzumaki, because not only are they a scattered clan, but like the NAMIKAZE, they are seal masters, and they have a typical water chakra nature. If he begins to show these tendencies, it will be easier to explain. Hiruzen turned to Danzo. I want you to make sure that nobody learns of his lineage, nor his burden. As you have some control of the Umbu, you may be able to do this the easiest. A good idea, Danzo stated, but would it not be even better if I raised and trained him with the training many of the Umbu receive? That is not on the table, Kagami exclaimed. Very well, Danzo stated with a calm demeanor. However, I do think that this is a waste of opportunity and potential. Now that the Hokage has passed, I will return to my role until the 5th Hokage is named. Hiruzen began. If there are no more questions, you are dismissed. Kakashi, please deliver this boy to the orphanage under the name Naruto Uzumaki, and then report back. As the elders left and Kakashi went to grab the boy, Hiruzen continued. I want you to watch over him personally. He is both mine and your sensei's legacy. Once his lineage is revealed, I want you to treat him as a little brother and make sure no harm comes to him. But for now, observe from the shadows, and only step in if it is a matter of his life. Hi was all Kakashi could say as he left. 5 years later, walking down the streets of Konoha was a young boy around the age of 5. The boy had striking silver hair, dark gray shorts, and a black shirt with a red, circular swirl in the middle. The whiskered boy, looking saddened, walked aimlessly through the streets. This boy is Naruto. As he walked down the street, he was in thought. Why did they just kick me out? How could they? The nice lady told me that I would be able to stay there until I was old enough to join the academy. Why did she lie? As the boy continued his journey, he was struck in the back of the head by a metal can. As he turned around holding his bruised head, he saw several kids he had seen around the village but did not know. While he was staring down these kids, one of them threw another can that Naruto was just barely able to dodge. As the kids ran away, they were shouting various things that both hurt and didn't make any sense to the boy. You monster! Why are you even here? No wonder they kicked you out of the orphanage. As Naruto turned to continue his aimless journey, he noticed the adults surrounding him. Many of them simply ignored him like any other homeless kid, but some gave him a venomous glare. There were even some who were audibly saying similar things that the kids said. Naruto did not understand what was going on. One minute he was living a somewhat normal childhood, albeit as an orphan, but now he was an outcast and had no idea why. As he was walking, he spotted someone else looking at him. She was about the same age as him, bright light blue eyes, shorter blonde hair, a pink shirt, a purple skirt, and a blue clip in the left side of her hair. The girl looked really saddened and concerned. Before Naruto could do anything else, she started running toward him, followed by another girl who shouted behind her, "Wait!" as she attempted to catch up. This girl had pink hair, green eyes, and wore a red and white outfit. She looked both concerned and even angry. Are you okay? You look hurt, the blonde girl said with a concerned tone. Ino, what are you doing? The pink-haired girl said, exasperated. We shouldn't be talking to him. The last words stung as they reached Naruto, but he did not let it show. My mom said, but that's all she could say before the blonde-haired girl, now known as Ino, cut her off. It doesn't matter what your mom said. He is hurt, and he needs help. But our par, the girl tried to start. Stop, Sakura, you're not supposed to talk about it. She interrupted, your name is Naruto, right? Naruto was confused why this girl knew his name, but more importantly why she wasn't acting the way the adults, the kids, and even the Sakura girl is acting. Seeing the visible confusion on his face, Ino continued. Sorry, I should introduce myself. My name is Ino Yamanaka, and this is Sakura Haruno. As Ino said Sakura's name, the pink-haired girl pouted and looked away. We were walking down the street when we saw those jerks throwing things at you, but we got scared and… well, never mind. Let me take you to my house and see if my mom can bandage up that nasty cut on the back of your head. As if on cue, Naruto patted the back of his head. When he brought his hand in front of him, it had blood on it, nothing major, but still a cut. Naruto had an over-exaggerated expression of concern on his face, as if he had just been told he was dying. Naruto then looked at Ino and stated a little cautiously, all right, but how do you know who I am? And why are you being so nice? I'll tell you more later. We need to hurry before you lose more blood. Ino responded, making Naruto's look of fear return. Come on, Sakura, let's go. I'm not helping him, she screamed. I'm going home, I'll see you tomorrow. Whatever, Ino replied sadly. I'll see you tomorrow. As Sakura ran back to her home angrily, Ino started towards her home. Come on, it's not that far away. Why is everybody treating so bad? Naruto asked. What do you mean? Ino asked. Everyone treats me like some kind of monster, but I haven't done anything. I don't know. But I don't understand it much either. Maybe we could ask my parents. But first we need to fix that head. All right, Naruto put on an energetic face and exclaimed, it doesn't hurt that much, you know. And as Naruto said this defiantly, Ino smirked. As both kids walked towards the Yamanaka household, a shadowy figure is watching them from above. This figure was Kakashi. While Kakashi watched Naruto leave the scene, he followed the two kids from the rooftops. Oh, as Kakashi moved, he was deep in thought. I can't believe he has to go through this. I don't know how, but someone within the Elder Council or Shinobi Council. The only reason the Civilian Council knows now is because of the leak. At least Lord Third made my mission officially sanctioned. Since his lineage wasn't revealed, I still have to keep my distance. However, the only people who know that is the Elder Council. If it were up to me, the kids would be hanging upside down in a tree, or even tied to a log. They are far more trouble than they are worth, and are probably going to hurt somebody. Oh, as Ino and Naruto arrived at Ino's house, she opened the door and shouted, Moom, I need your help, in a calm and nonchalant tone. A few moments passed as shuffling could be heard in the room next door as a middle-aged woman that looked very similar to Ino, only with longer hair, came to the door. Initially she seemed concerned, but this melted into fear as she saw the boy, but then sadness as she saw the clear pain the child was in. Bring him inside, she stated with a concerned, What's wrong, Ino? Some jerks were throwing cans at him for no reason and he got hurt in the back of his head. Sakura went home, so I brought him here because he had nowhere to go and is hurt. Ino said, Come here, Naruto, let me see, Ino's mother said caringly. As Naruto moved forward and turned around, the woman began to use medical ninjutsu to heal the wound. Your wound is healing fast. Actually really fast, you should be better in no time. As Ino's mom finished up, she began to ask Naruto some questions. Ino, could you go set the dining room for dinner, please? Also set a spot for Naruto. You wouldn't mind joining us? Would you? No problem, Mrs. Yamanaka, he replied as Ino went off to get dinner ready. How do you know my name, Mrs. Yamanaka? Why are you being so nice? And, do you know what's going on? Naruto asked with a childlike nativity. I cannot answer all of those questions, but I can answer a few. My name is Kiku Yamanaka, so it's fine if you just call me what you like. I'm being so nice because you were a little boy who needed help. Unfortunately, I don't know what you're talking about, she said, but she was also thinking about something else. This boy looks very familiar. I know what he is, but I can't explain why I'm able to put that aside, let alone allow my daughter to talk to him. I feel awful for lying to the boy, but ever since word got out, we aren't allowed to talk about it, specifically to him. This is too cruel, but it makes sense. Mom, dinner is set. We just need to wait for Dad to get home. Ino returned. Thank you, dear. Could you go upstairs and get your father so we can eat? No problem, Mom, Ino said as she pranced upstairs. Oh, as she went to get her dad, she entered his office where he was surrounded by books, and his desk was housing some paperwork. Hey, Dad. Mom said it's time for dinner. Also, we have a guest joining us. Ino's father, Inoichi, had the same Yamanaka features that his family has, with a long blonde ponytail that went to the base of his green flak jacket. Oh, who will be joining us for dinner? He asked. That boy, Naruto, Ino said hesitantly, as if bracing for a scolding. Wait, that boy, the one I told you to stay away from? What happened? He was getting attacked by a couple of kids and he got hurt, so I brought him to Mom so she could help him with her healing. I see, Inoichi said, bringing his hand to his chin. I know I told you to stay away from him, and I wish you would, but you did the right thing. I know you don't understand why this has to be, but I cannot tell you. After he finishes dinner with us, he will have to leave. Boo, no buts. We can discuss this further later, but for now let's not keep your mother waiting. Yes, Dad, Ino said, defeated. Oh, as Ino and her father came downstairs, they saw Naruto and Kiku talking about flowers down below. So, some flowers have medicine in them, Naruto said while looking at Kiku with awe. Not exactly, but they can be used to make medicine that can help people, Kiku responded. Whoa, I didn't know flowers were so cool, the young boy said. Inoichi observed the child. Normally he would have sent the boy out, however, due to the unique circumstance, he decided it would be beneficial to allow him to stay. After all, this could prove useful in understanding his mind. Not only that, but the rest of his family would probably not let him hear the end of it if he just kicked the boy out. As the family and their guests sat down for dinner, Inoichi asked, so Naruto, I thought that children in the orphanage were to stay there until the age of 8. What happened? This is highly irregular. Inoichi knew why it was irregular, but he wanted to know how the boy viewed it. Wait, he was kicked out of the orphanage? Ino exclaimed. That would mean that he didn't have. She stopped as she saw Naruto noticeably cringe. That's awful, she continued. Naruto, on the behest of the family, explained what had happened to him. About 2 months ago, on my birthday, the orphanage just kicked me out. It was as if the adults were scared of me, but I don't know why. And then Lord Third gave me a small apartment, but I have no idea why. He told me that it would be better for me to live there alone, but almost every night it's like someone is either watching me or throwing rocks through my window. Living alone is so lonely, I don't like it. I tried to make friends with the kids, but either they ran away, beat me up, or were pulled back by their parents. You are the first people to show me kindness in the village. As Naruto ended his brief story about what happened, Kiku and Ino were on the verge of tears, as in the past they had seen the boy, and how others treated him but did nothing. Inoichi had a look of sadness, but he was conflicted. It was nice having you join us, Naruto, because it is so late. If you would like, you can stay in the living room until tomorrow. However, it would be a good idea if you headed back home first thing tomorrow morning. Inoichi said, That's all right, Mr. Yamanaka. I don't live too far from here, I should be fine to head home. Naruto said in a joking manner, Since you were nice enough to treat me to dinner, maybe you guys could come over to eat sometime. However, as Naruto said this, the table was still silent due to the weight of what was just discussed. Mom, if it's all right, could I walk Naruto home since it's still not dark out? Ino asked. Before Kiku could deny the request because of the time, Ino had already ran out the door with Naruto. Surprisingly to Inoichi, Kiku didn't stop their daughter like normal. Inoichi, you should follow them to make sure he gets home safe, and so Ino gets home safe. She's clearly not coming back until he is. Don't worry, I'm on it. He rose as he went to leave. But I want you and her to be careful around that boy. I know you are sympathetic to his situation, but we need to think of Ino's safety first. Be safe, Kiku replied. After his wife's declaration, Inoichi left to follow the pair. Oh, as the kids walked up the road to Naruto's house chatting, both Kakashi and Shisui tailed them. Kakashi noticed Inoichi's presence while they were traveling and signaled to Shisui to go towards him. As the shinobi caught up with the father, no words were spoken but rather glares. As the three stood there for about 5 minutes staring each other down, they lowered their guard. As Inoichi knew of Kakashi's mission, and Kakashi understood Inoichi's reasoning for tailing the two. As the two stood there silently, Kakashi was about to speak. Why are you following my daughter?" Inoichi said. "I understand your mission. However, you must certainly understand that I am concerned with you stalking my child. That is not our intention, Shursui." Son Takagami Uchiha, wearing a standard uniform but with the Uchiha clan emblem on the back, spoke. "If you knew our assignment, then you should understand that we are tailing Naruto for protection. If you wish to join us, then come on." "Very well. But if you so much as lay a finger on her, I'll..." Ino screamed, both cutting of and alerting the team of Jonin. As the men rushed towards the direction of the scream, the only thing that they could think about was protecting their families. 5 minutes prior, as Naruto and Ino walked towards Naruto's house, they were talking about various topics, but eventually settled on their goals. "When I grow up, I'm gonna be the Hokage, you know," Naruto exclaimed as he pumped his fist in the air with a giant grin. Ino chuckled at the display and said, "All right, knucklehead, calm down. My goal is to become a strong kunoichi and an amazing florist like my mom. It's no Hokage, but I still think it's a good goal. I mean, if your goal was to be Hokage too, then we would have to compete for it, and I really don't want to compete with you since you're so nice." Naruto punctuated with another smile. "So," Ino began, "Mr. Hokage, I heard you and my mom talking about flowers. Are you interested in becoming a florist too? What does handling flowers have to do with becoming a ninja? Sure, flowers are cool and all, but I don't think I'll be specializing in medical ninjutsu. I don't know, but it is a really fun, and my mom says it is important not to focus all of your energy into one place. Could be a great hobby for you. And it would have him come to the flower shop so my mom could be there for him like she is for me. Maybe you guys could teach me more later? That sounds like fun." "Perfect. Well, this is my house. It's already dark too, so you should probably start heading home. I don't want your parents to worry." As he said this, outwardly he looked fine, but inside he was still sad. Unlike his new friend, he himself did not have that same luxury. He knew that it would be just another lonely night. "All right, Naruto, have a good night," Ino said. "And if you ever need help, just let us know." As Ino turned to leave, she was struck in the back by a metal rod. As Ino fell to her hands and knees in pain, Naruto was struck similarly and fell on top of her. Instinctually, Ino screamed as loud as she could before her mouth was covered by her unknown assailant, who then picked her up and used her like some sort of shield. "You're the girl who helped out this monster earlier, weren't you?" a child's voice said angrily. Ino recognized the voice as the one she heard earlier. It was the boy who attacked Naruto, and behind him were two others. As Naruto stood up across from her, the boy continued, "You better not move a muscle, or the girl gets hit again." And with that, the two other boys approached Naruto. "We're gonna beat you so bad we won't need to worry about you ever again." What happened next was a flash. Naruto was staring down three people who had not only just attacked him but attacked his new friend for the sole reason of helping him with his head. Naruto was beyond pissed. He wasn't just angry, he was also scared, not of the boys, but of what they would do to Ino. As the first two boys came to him, one of them started a backswing, but something was different. The boy seemed to be moving in slow motion. Naruto was confused, but he didn't care. As the boy slowly came toward him, Naruto simply dodged the strike and gave the boy a sucker punch to the jaw. Naruto found that his newfound power was just that, a power. He didn't know why, how, or when he got it, but it didn't matter. As he moved to disarm the second boy, he effortlessly wrenched the pipe out of his hand and whacked him in the back of the head before the boy could react. As the boy fell, the third stared at Naruto in both shock and fear. As the boy trembled, he nearly let go of Ino, who was staring directly into Naruto's eyes. The third boy, and likely leader, wasn't even covering Ino's mouth anymore. But Ino wasn't yelling either, which was confusing to Naruto. Ino seemed surprised and fixated about something, but he didn't know what. As Naruto continued forward, the boy dropped his rod and pulled out a kunai. The boy, in a threatening gesture, raised the blade above his head, pointing towards Ino. If I try to attack him, he could kill Ino. Naruto thought frantically. You bastard! Naruto exclaimed. I finally find somebody that I could call friend, and you use her as a shield. You're not only a coward, but scum. And with those words, Naruto charged the boy, hoping that these new abilities would be enough. Stay away from me, monster! The child shouted as he threw Ino to the side to defend himself. As the boy clumsily swung at Naruto, the fight was over. Naruto quickly disarmed the boy and punched him so hard in the face that a tooth was sent flying. As Naruto made his way to Ino, who was still looking at his eyes, he frantically asked, Are you okay? How bad are you hurt? Should I take you home? Will? He tried to continue, but Naruto passed out before he could say any more. Oh, as Naruto fell, Kakashi was dumbstruck. Those eyes, Inoichi stated. There's no way, how could? Inoichi exclaimed. Inoichi, snap out of it. We need to get these kids to the hospital. Kakashi said as he began running to the scene, followed closely by Shursui. As they arrived at Ino, who was trying to wake up Naruto, he asked, Are you alright? What happened here? Kakashi knew exactly what happened as he saw Naruto take out the final boy who was comatose on the ground. But he couldn't blow his cover. These boys attacked us, Ino said through her tears, and they grabbed me. And Naruto defended me, but his eyes were different, and then after he got them all, he just fell over. As the girl frantically recalled the tale through her sobs, Inoichi arrived on the scene. We need to get these 5 to the hospital now. But when we get there, you are going to explain everything. Inoichi exclaimed. Ino, can you walk? Ino looked very confused as to why and how her dad was there. Yeah. I wasn't hurt too bad, just bruised, she said through tears. Alright, then I need you to go get your mother and tell her to get Uncle Shikaku and bring him to the hospital. Don't worry, we'll get these boys to safety. Alright, Dad. Ino said. There's my strong little girl, Inoichi said as he patted his daughter's head. As Ino ran to do as she was told, Shursui followed to make sure nothing else happened. Inoichi exclaimed to Kakashi, You better have a good explanation for this. After we get these boys to the hospital, I am going to go get Lord Third, as I feel he has some explaining to do of his own. Chapter 02. Naruto awoke to a variety of sensations. When he tried to move, his arms and legs were as stiff as a board, even the slightest twitch, and it was like pins and needles were jabbed through his body. All he could hear was muffled voices. Some voices were louder than others, and other voices were older. He couldn't make out anything the voices were speaking, but he did understand a thing, although he could tell one of them sounded very angry. As Naruto attempted to open his eyes, they were greeted with a blinding light. While Naruto's eyes adjusted to the white room, he looked around. He saw several figures that looked purple, with one yelling at a red blob. As Naruto's eyesight returned, he finally recognized some of the people in his room. Not only was the Yamanaka family there, but also the third Hokage and Elder Kagami Uchiha. After further analyzing the room, he realized that he was in a hospital bed. What's going on? And why does it hurt so much to move? Naruto asked in a joking manner. The only person that heard him over the shouting was Ino, and as she turned around to see him struggling to get up, she noticeably had tear marks on her face. Oh my God, you're okay! Ino yelled, gaining the attention of the rest of the room. Before Naruto could say anything else, Ino closed the distance and wrapped Naruto in a big hug. While the gesture was nice, Naruto could only feel the return of the pins and needles. As he recoiled, Ino pulled back. Sorry, she began. It's just, you saved me, and you got really hurt. She sputtered nervously. As Ino pulled a chair right next to Naruto, all eyes were on him. I am glad to see you all right, Naruto, Kiku said in a very caring manner. Inoichi, I believe you had something to say? As Inoichi prepared to speak, he stalled. Thank you, Naruto. I have some questions, FO. Are you serious right now? The elder spoke. Give the boy a minute to regain himself. He is still recovering from his awakening. As the elder spoke to Inoichi, Naruto began to feel the pain fade away enough for him to sit upright. Don't worry, elder. I feel perfectly fine, Naruto said, emphasizing it with a fist pump. This would be a mistake as the sharp pain returned to his right arm. Ow, 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 ow. Calm down there, Naruto. The Hokage said, you need to rest for a little while longer. Lord Third, we really should. Inoichi began. I know, Hiruzen responded, holding a hand up towards Inoichi. I wanted to wait for Naruto to awaken before I went any further into detail. This answer seemed to be enough for Inoichi as he backed down. Before the third spoke, another figure entered the room. He was about the same height as Inoichi, only his hair spiked up in black, rather than blonde and flowing down. He had a pointed beard and 2 scars above and below his right eye. Has the boy awoken yet? The man said. As he glanced towards Naruto, he began, I suppose he is. All right, since he is awake now, would you mind telling us what's going on? Who are you? Naruto asked the dark-haired man. My name is Shikaku Nara. I'm a good friend of Inoichi and a member of the Shinobi Council. Inoichi asked me here to try and figure out what happened during your assault and what happened to them. Those boys who attacked us. Naruto screamed in both anger and fear that he may have went too far. Don't worry, the Hokage said. They are in the hospital as well. After they recover, they will be assigned to Shinobi-supervised community service for a few weeks as punishment. Naruto, understanding that everything was settled for the time being, quieted down. Do you know who those boys were? Hiku asked. They are just some young civilians whose parents I need to have a stern talking to. The Hokage responded. However, let's get back to the matter at hand. Naruto, during your encounter, did you notice time slowing down for a minute? Or rather saw things happen before it did? Now that you mention it, when I was fighting them, they did seem to move slower than I expected. It was dark out, so I don't know about seeing anything early. Why do you ask, old man? Naruto said as several faces in the room glanced towards the Hokage in curiosity. Naruto, the elder, said, How much do you understand about chakra? Kagami asked. I know it's our life energy, and I know how to move it around my body a little. Naruto responded. Can you try and move some chakra into your eyes for me? All right, let me try, Naruto said. As Naruto closed his eyes and began to focus his energy into his eyes, he felt as if a switch turned on. When he reopened his eyes and saw the faces around the room staring at him with a variety of emotions, Kagami grabbed a nearby mirror and presented it to Naruto. As he looked into the mirror and saw his blue eyes were no longer blue, but rather a bright red with a black comma-shaped tome in each eye. What is this? That is the Sharingan, Kagami calmly explained. The room grew silent as the revelation confirmed the suspicions of many. How could he be an Uchiha? Not only does he share no features with the clan, but he has gained this ability before any Uchiha in recent memory. Inoichi began. It seems that his father's or grandparents' genes were more dominant than his mother's, or at least in terms of appearance. Shikaka stated, my guess is that you didn't tell the council because you didn't expect him to develop this as early as he has. Inoichi, look at his features. Who does he remind you of? He shares the same hair color as Kakashi, but he has no siblings or children. I doubt Jiraiya had a child based on how he behaves. You can't possibly mean. Who else could it be? Shikaku responded. Really, I'm surprised I didn't figure it out sooner. I'm confused, Naruto said. Did you guys know my parents? What are these eyes the Sharingan mean? I thought I was an Uzumaki. Before I explain, I need to say that what is about to be discussed will not leave this room. Kakashi and Shursui have already secured the area, so we do not need to worry about intruders. As the room began to nod in understanding. As the adults in the room have probably figured out, Naruto's parents were very important to the village. Naruto, I'm sorry to say, but I cannot tell you who your parents were at this time for your pro. What do you mean? Naruto yelled. Why should I live without knowing who my parents were? Naruto, once you have joined the academy, I can tell it to you, but until then, I can only say that your mother was an Uchiha. I was hoping that your Sharingan wouldn't awaken until after you joined the academy, but this is not the case. For the time being, we will have you stay in the apartment we gave you so that your identity remains a secret. To our knowledge, you have no Uzumaki blood in you, so when you become comfortable with taking on the name, you will be given the option of revealing your surname. Kakashi and Shursui have been assigned to protect you for the time being, so if you're ever in trouble, they will be there. Kagami will be able to teach you how your new ability works as well. Speaking of this ability, now that you know how to activate it, I need you to keep it a secret until you are ready to reveal your lineage. Well then, Naruto began. I guess I just have to wait 3 more years. Naruto exclaimed, more energetic than the people around him expected. Naruto was not mad. In fact, he was glad. While he may be sad that he has to wait, but not only did he have a new power, but soon, his parents would be revealed to him. I'm going to head home then if that's the safest plan, unless there's something else. No, that was all really, the Hokage said in a fit of confusion shared by the rest of the room. All right then, see ya, Naruto said as he left the room. I'll see you later then. As Naruto shuts the door behind him, he made his way to his bed. His room isn't very large, but it has everything it needs. He has a bed, a table, a fridge, a stove, and a huge mess. Naruto walked over to his bed and he laid down. I can't believe it. I may not know who, but the Hokage, Mr. Yamanaka, and even the elder knew my parents. Not only that, but my mom was an Uchiha. If only I could go live at their compound. I don't know why I can't really. It seems safer in a compound full of shinobi. Is this the reason that the orphanage abandoned me? No, that can't be it. The Uchiha are like superheroes in the village. I can't think of any other reason. I could answer that. Naruto jumped up as if he had just heard a ghost. Who said that? He said, scanning the room for an intruder. Shut up. You're so damn loud. I know why the village treats you as they have. Wait, really? Well, tell me then. Wait a second. What are you? Naruto said in a loud then cautious tone. Quiet down. I can hear your thoughts. You don't need to speak out loud. So long as you talk through your mind, I can hear you. I do not know every thought you have, just what you want to tell me. Naruto was confused and didn't know whether he should believe this unknown voice, so he decided to test it out. What am I thinking right now? Ramen. You're thinking of ramen, the voice responded rather annoyed. No way. Is there a way for me to see you? Or are you just a voice? There is, but let me explain some things to you first. I am the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed fox. Wait. The one that destroyed the village on my birthday. Yes and no, the voice said rather embarrassed. I wasn't in control of my actions at the time, and while I hate you humans, I had no reason to assault your home. Wait, then what happened? Unfortunately, I do not know much. However, my previous container asked of me one thing on that night, and it was to keep you safe. I chose to reveal myself to you now because of both your recent attack and because of your awakening of the Sharingan. Why should I believe you want to protect me? Not only did you attack the village, but you're making everyone hate me, which is exactly why I decided to tell you, brat. This would be simpler if we could talk face to face. All right, listen, brat. Lay down on your bed and focus your chakra to your mind and your seal at the same time. Why should I? If you're the monster they say you are, what's stopping you from attacking me? Listen here, you little. Never mind. If you don't want to learn how yourself ill, just pull you in. Wait, wah. Was all Naruto could get out as he was left unconscious on his bed. As if he were asleep, Naruto opened his eyes to a void. All he saw around him was darkness, that is until he turned around. Below him was a paper-thin layer of water, as if he were in a sewer. In front of him was what looked to be a large cage, with a paper seal adorning the lock. As he moved forward, the water rippled with every footstep as he moved forward. Naruto was nervous, but he kept moving. As he reached the cage, he saw something in the darkness. It was a bright red eye that had a slit-like pupil. Naruto jumped back as the eye's owner took a few steps forward, revealing a gigantic fox with 9 tails. This is my true form, brat. I brought you here so we could have a talk. You look really scary. Why should I trust you? You still haven't told me. Adults around here tell me that foxes are mischievous liars. I understand that, and frankly they are right to think that. I hate humans. But you have my word as your current guardian. I will protect you as a final promise to my last host. You don't seem very bad at all. You're a jerk, but why are you being nice to me? What is it about this host that makes you want to protect me? These are not questioning I feel like answering now. Just know that if you're in danger and alone, I will be there to give you aid, whether I want to or not. The Kyuubi finished. After his last thought, he puts one of his paws through the metal bars of the cell. Naruto was hesitant to engage with the fox, but instead of refusing the fist, he thought, based on how everyone treats me, I shouldn't trust the fox. But the fox says they treat me like that because of him. And if I'm not supposed to trust the fox, then what is making everyone hate me? He seemed honest about his views on humans. This host must have been important to him somehow. He won't tell me until later, so all I can do guess. Naruto stretched out an open palm to seemingly pet the fur. As he contacted the beast, he returned to his room and back to his silence. After this experience, he was no longer angry, confused, scared, or any other emotion for that matter. The only thing he could think of was it was soft. 2 years later, Naruto, I need you at the front of the shop. A feminine voice called from across what appeared to be a flower shop. As Naruto, now a little older, wore long black pants and a red shirt covered by an apron. I'm coming, Ino, the boy said as he made his way to the front of the shop with a broom. So, what's the problem? Naruto asked to Ino, who had grown her hair out slightly longer, wearing her purple outfit along with a matching apron that she made herself. One of the customers accidentally knocked over one of the displays. Could you clean it up? I know this is your last day, but I may as well get as much use out of you as I can. Ino said with a smirk. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said with a jokingly sarcastic tone which made Ino giggle a bit. Are you sure you don't want to stay a bit longer? We still have a year before we even start the academy. Why start training now? Ino said with a normal tone. My mom really loves how hard a worker you are around the shop. Too bad you basically kill every flower you touch though. Honestly, how am I going to get to be Hokage if I don't get started early? Naruto said, besides, I'm not very good around the plants. You and I both know that, he said with a chuckle. Naruto, Kiku yelled from the back. Before you leave, I have a gift for you. As Kiku finished, a customer came into the shop. You better go. I'll take care of this. I'll see you around though, Ino said to the blonde. As Naruto walked towards the back, Sakura walked into the shop. She gave Naruto a dirty glance like always and walked to the counter to talk to Ino, as the store was about to close. What is it you want to give me, Mrs. Yamanaka? This is a gift for your apartment, the woman said, as she extended her arms to Naruto. In her hands was a medium-sized pot with a small bonsai tree inside it. This is probably the only plant that you haven't killed in your entire time here, and you seem to always be the one to take care of it since no one ever bought it. It seems only fitting that you take care of it. Thank you, Mrs. Yamanaka. I'll make sure to take great care of. How dare you? A cry came out from the front of the store. Don't worry, I'll see what's going on. Naruto reassured Kiku as he made his way to the front of the store. What's going on up here? Shut it, Naruto. It's none of your business, Sakura yelled with distaste. I was just telling her that the way she worships that Uchiha is wrong. He's not a bad kid, but we're still 7. We shouldn't be idolizing a boy that young. Not to mention she has yet to even talk to him, Ino explained, as Sakura was getting visibly heated by the blonde's comments. Shut up, Ino. He doesn't need to know any of this. This is between you and me, Sakura roared. Calm down. It's not like this is a big deal. Sakura, you're my friend. I'm just trying to show you why this isn't going to help you in the future. Ino replied. She's not wrong, Sakura, Naruto said. What would you know? Well, maybe instead of fawning over him from a distance, you should talk to him. Or better yet, befriend him. Get to know him? Frankly, right now, this seems really shallow, Naruto said. As Sakura fumed, she quickly turned around and stormed out. How did you say that so well? It's almost like you were like me, Naruto finished. That's because I just used a bunch of slang you say all the time and hoped it would calm her down. It did not work, Naruto said with a grin on his face. You really are impossible, Ino said. Anyways, good luck with your training. Thanks, Ino, Naruto said as he tossed his apron back into the store while he ran out with his new tree. As Naruto made his way back to his apartment, he placed the bonsai next to the window that illuminated the room with the sunset's glow. So, tomorrow you're going to take me to this new training ground? Naruto asked to the air. It's less of a training ground and more of an old compound, And I told you to stop talking to me out loud, brat. The QB said. All right, then I guess I'll get ready for bed, jerk. Naruto said, before he walked over to the bathroom to take a shower. We are here. This place looks abandoned, Naruto said. As the boy looked at the small compound, overgrown with natural flora, he noticed an insignia on the gate. The emblem was circular. Inside of it were the waves of an ocean, with a lightning bolt down the middle. The entire thing was blue, and darker shades of blue. What is this place? Naruto asked. This is a special place for me. I can't tell you much, but here is where you can learn about some useful sealing techniques. Wait, so I've been exercising and running all this time, so I can learn to seal? What was the point of that? Just go inside. As Naruto went inside the structure, he felt as if he were passing through a barrier. Following the QB's directions, he made his way to what seemed to be a library. Along the walls, not much was there. There was a box that had a seal on it, a ninjutsu scroll that contained basic water jutsu, one that had lightning jutsu, an entire box of sealing scrolls, 5 scrolls labeled kinjutsu, and one final scroll labeled taijutsu. Those 5 were my container's swordsmanship scrolls. She was the best duelist in the village. Each scroll corresponds to a different elemental nature because they often reflect the user's style. She had mastered them all. How do I open them then? The seals and ninjutsu open just fine, but these ones won't budge. I don't see a seal on them either. That's because you need to be able to channel the corresponding chakra nature through the scroll. For now, don't worry about it. Fine. But what about the taijutsu scroll? I could learn from that. From what I understand, you don't even know the basic academy fighting style. But at this point, the training is up to you. If you can figure out how to open it, whatever. I'm gonna take a nap, so good luck. And with that, Naruto was left to collect the scrolls into his own seal scroll that the QB taught him to make. It was crude, but it would have to do for tonight. As Naruto headed back to his house, he decided that if he was going to learn things other than seals, he was going to need to return to the compound without being seen. My real training begins now. Several weeks later. Could I buy that sword? Ino heard from a nearby stall. She was walking back to her house after having lunch with Sakura when she saw Naruto walking down the street. As she observed the conversation, she noticed that Naruto seemed different, almost like he hadn't slept all too well, but at the same time he had the excitement of a boy who had just received a gift. This one? This is expensive. How old are you? The man asked distastefully. Ino could tell by his attitude he didn't like Naruto. 7. So I'm about to start at the academy. I really need it for my training. Naruto said loudly. No, I won't sell you the sword. I don't sell to brats like you. He said as if this were not his first time. But, fine, Naruto said, seemingly defeated. How about you sell me a scroll that would show me how to make one? Naruto said with a grin. What is he up to? Ino thought. You know what, kid, fine. But don't come crying to me when you can't afford the materials or equipment to make it. The shopkeeper said. Thank you. Naruto responded as he paid the man. As Naruto ran off trying to read the scroll, he passed right past Ino without even noticing her. I should follow him. I want to see what's making him so happy right now. Plus, it's probably about time that I started training too anyways. Ino thought, as she followed the boy outside the village using what little skills she already had. She was taken into the forest in which she saw Naruto enter what seemed to be an abandoned compound. Ino decided to climb up a nearby tree and watch the courtyard where she saw dozens of scrolls, papers, small weapons, and books littering the ground. As she observed, she saw Naruto grab a piece of paper that seemed normal, but after a few seconds it just crumpled up. As she continued watching, she saw the paper also began to dampen slowly, as if it were raining on it. Did Naruto learn some new kind of trick? As the day went on, she watched as Naruto began constructing what she assumed was some kind of forge. However, it was not lit, nor was it finished. However, Naruto seemed to be fine with the outcome. Yet she didn't know why until she heard, Ino, if you want to come down here, you can. From Naruto. How did you know I was here? She shouted back. Because you're not hidden very well in that tree, Naruto said. And as Ino looked around her, she noticed that while she was watching, she had gotten lazy and just sat down on a limb. All right, I'm heading down, Ino said. As she made her way to the gate, Naruto walked out to greet her. Before you try and go in, I need to alter the seal. Could you please hold out your hand? He asked. As she did, Naruto pricked one of her fingers. Before Ino could question him, he walked over to the gate, causing a seal to shimmer to life. Place your finger in the middle of this seal. As Ino did just that, the seal glowed to life and then vanished. All right, now only you, and I can enter this compound without getting rocketed into a tree, Naruto said with a grin. You really are something else, Naruto. That has to be at least a mid-tier level seal, she thought as she made her way into the compound. As the Naruto showed Ino around the courtyard, he explained that he had been working on his sealing and chakra control. Naruto was able to use more advanced seals than a genin or even some chunin, but he still had a lot to learn. Naruto was able to master tree climbing, and he began his water walking training, which was simpler for him to achieve due to his water scrolls and nature. After finishing his progress, he explained that he bought chakra paper to see if he could tell what his chakra nature was, and was surprised when he found out that his strongest nature was lightning. Aside from lightning, he has also shown the ability to use the water nature, however not to the same degree. Eventually I should be able to use fire as well because, well, never mind, it's not important, but anyway, do you want to try to see if you can find out your chakra nature? Naruto asked. As Ino contemplated what her nature could be, a thought occurred to her. How do you know that you cold have fire chakra if it doesn't show on the paper? She questioned. After Naruto thought to himself for a while, the Kyuubi began to conversate with him. Are you sure you want to tell her? Yeah, I trust her, and the fact that you don't makes me trust her more, he thought as his signature fox-like grin appeared on his face. All right, Ino, I'll explain, but we need to do two things first. Naruto handed Ino a piece of paper and said, focus your chakra into this paper and it will react based on what nature you will be strong with. All right, let's give it a shot, Ino said. As she focused her chakra into the paper, it began to tear slowly down the middle. However, instead of going all the way through, the paper burst into flames. As Ino looked at the paper, she exclaimed, so my nature is fire. That's super cool. Not only that, Naruto began, but it looks like that you may have some affinity for wind too. Before the paper erupted into flames, it began to tear down the middle, which is what happens for wind. That's pretty useful too, I suppose. But you still have explaining to do, Ino stated. Ino, how good are your mind transfer abilities? Naruto asked, knowing about the Yamanaka clan traditions. Well, I can enter people's minds, but I haven't been able to do anything else with it yet. I still need more practice. Perfect, Naruto stated. Naruto sat down in a lotus meditation position and closed his eyes. All right, I need you to sit across from me and use your abilities to enter my mindscape. Are you sure about this? I thought you were going to tell me. That's exactly what I am doing right now, Naruto said. Reluctantly, Ino sat in front of Naruto and formed her clan's jutsu hand sign. Romanji. Shintenshin no jutsu, Ino exclaimed, as she focused all her energy into the technique. As her body seemingly went limp, she was transferred into Naruto's mindscape. As Ino looked around, all she could see was darkness, water, and a cage. By the cage, she could see Naruto's mental avatar standing in front of it. As she made her way towards him, she grew even more confused. How exactly does this show me how you know you'll have fire nature? I thought you were hiding something important or some. Wow, she's even more annoying in person. Wow, what was that? Ino said in fear and slight anger. Calm down, Ino. You have nothing to worry about, Naruto said as he moved closer towards her. Oi! Come over here so she can actually see you, and stop trying to scare her. Oh, but it's so easy. The voice continued with a tone of mimic defeat. A few moments later, a giant fox appeared at the front of the cage. The sight of this fox was petrifying to Ino, but before she could say anything else, the beast continued. I am the Kyuubi, and this brat is my new host. Seeing as he has a certain fondness for you, I won't harm you. To answer your question, the Jinchuriki of a tailed beast will inevitably gain the chakra nature of their bijou. However, it takes more time than a natural nature. Ino was dumbstruck. Not only was her friend a Jinchuriki, but the one housing the 9 tails, the beast that nearly destroyed her home. Suddenly, she had a moment of clarity. This is why so many people despise him. My parents never told me, but it seems somehow his secret got out. I had no idea. Ino began composing herself, as it took a minute due to the reasonable shock of being told all of this information in a short span of time. She needed it. Ino walked closer towards Naruto. Smack. So how long have you known about this? Ino shouted as Naruto was rubbing his face. Calm down, Ino-chan, he said with his foxy grin. I've only known since about the day of the attack. How long? Smack, don't you Ino-chan me, she said in a mocking tone. While it is very entertaining to see the brat get a deserved beating, now that you know you cannot tell any, I'm not done with you either, the girl said, as the fox's sweat noticeably dropped. You've got some explaining to do yourself. Why did you attack us so long ago? If you hadn't, Naruto would have been fine. I was not in control of my actions at the time, the Kyuubi said nervously. We can discuss this later. For now, I'm taking a nap before you can nag me more, the Kyuubi said with a flustered tone. As the Kyuubi brought his paw-like hands together, the void suddenly disappeared around Ino. As she opened her eyes again, she could see Naruto across from her, visibly recoiling in preparation for another onslaught. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Ino asked, saddened. I was afraid that if you knew, you would treat me like Sakura and the rest of the villagers do. Naruto responded with his head hung in shame. I should have trusted you, but I was scared that you wow. He was cut off by Ino giving him a hug. Don't worry about it. This was probably very hard for you. I am glad that you told me. Ino released Naruto from the hug, noticing tears welling up in his eyes. All right, Naruto, let's head home. We can start the real training tomorrow, Ino said, which gave Naruto that spark that he needed to pick himself back up. You better believe it, Naruto said as he pumped his fist in the air, causing Ino to snicker. As Shisui made his way back to the Uchiha compound after a day of watching his nephew, he was concerned. While he was watching his back at dusk, Kakashi had gave him leave to head home. That Yamanaka girl has become quite close to Naruto. She doesn't seem to have any menacing plans, but I don't trust her father. He still seems to despise the boy because of the incident. As Shisui reached the gate of the Uchiha compound, two young children ran up to him. Uncle Shisui, the black-haired boy said, Itachi and Satsuki's sister wanted to see you. They said it was important. Itachi and Izumi, what could they want? Could only mean one thing. Hey Shisui, the girl named Satsuki said, who is that silver-haired boy that you keep watching? He is a very important person. From what I can tell, you should meet him in the academy next year. Until then, maybe you should introduce yourselves so you know more than just each other heading in. Why? Sasuke questioned. My dad said to stay away fro. I know, Shisui said. But there are things not even he knows about the boy. Anyway, you two should head home. Thanks for telling me about your siblings. No problem, Shisui-san, Satsuki said as the two ran back towards their homes. They may not know it yet, but depending on how this meeting goes, they may be meeting him sooner than they expect, Shisui thought, as he made his way to the training grounds the three of them used as kids. On the way to the grounds, he passed a multitude of men, women, children, young and old, shinobi and civilian, Uchiha. Once Shisui arrived, he looked around to see if he could spot his childhood friends, but he didn't have to as they appeared in front of him. Thank you for making your way here, Shisui, Itachi spoke. Unfortunately, it is worse than we feared. At the meeting today, Fugaku was presented the idea of a coup, and he embraced it, Izumi stated with a saddened tone. Shisui, we need to tell the Elder Council. Your father would know what to do. We cannot yet, Shisui said in a stoic manner, until we have more proof. We couldn't even dream of it. I doubt he even knows of the plot, so it would be better for us to attempt and stop this coup before it happens. Are you suggesting that we kill my father? Itachi said with a hint of sadness. No, but we need to slow down progress, make it so that the concept of revolt isn't as appealing or compelling. Shisui responded. If this doesn't work, we are bringing the matter to the council, Izumi said defiantly. Itachi, let's head home before we are noticed. Shisui, your dad said to meet him in his office at the compound. Wow, it seems I'm very popular today, Shisui said, And here I thought I was going to relax after a long day. Shursui began to make his way toward his father's office from the training grounds to see what Kagami wanted of him, while his friends went their separate ways. When he entered the office, it seemed more lively than normal. Kagami was sitting at his desk signing papers as he noticed Shursui enter his office. "Shursui, glad to see you made it. I'm going to get straight to the point," Kagami said as he packed his papers into a nearby drawer. "The council has decided that we could reveal to Naruto that we are a part of his family. We cannot talk about your older sister, but we can see him. Is this not great news?" Kagami finished joyfully. "This is great, father. Perhaps we should introduce him to the other two families. Mikoto and Hazuki were her best friends in childhood. Perhaps it would be healthy for their children to bond like myself, Itachi, and Izumi. Unfortunately, only we were given this clearance. And even then, we have to keep our meeting secret." Kagami noticed a smile disappear from the man's face as he heard the news. However, Shursui looked back up. "This doesn't mean they can't meet them as just another kid, does it? After we meet with him the first time, maybe you could introduce him to your friends. Say something like, 'Oh, I got it. I give you and Kakashi permission to introduce yourself to the boy as his protectors. When he asks you about yourself, bring him to meet Izumi and Itachi.' Father, have I ever told you I got my brains from you?" Shursui said with a full smile. "No, you don't," Kagami replied in a dismissive manner. "That was all your mother. I've just been getting around the council's rules much longer than you," Kagami said with a jolly laugh. "Anyways, tomorrow morning when you go to take over for Kakashi, tell him you both have that permission. I don't want the whole village to know, just you two and some of your close peers." "Thanks, father. We'll be back tomorrow," Shursui said as he made his way back home with excitement. "Tomorrow is the day I finally reveal myself to my nephew. I hope I'll make you proud, sister." Chapter 03. Snake, Ram's monkey, horse, tiger. Ino thought in her head as she attempted to weave through basic hand signs. Fireball jutsu. Ino roars as she exhaled into the tiger seal. Normally a burst of fire would appear out of the seal. However, all that appeared was a puff of smoke. "Ha ha 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 ha," Naruto bellowed. "You have to weave faster than that," he exclaimed as Ino gave him a stern glare. "Oh? And how well are your jutsu going, huh?" Ino questioned. "It's my first try. Give me a break." "Well," Naruto started as he flew through a multitude of hand signs exclaiming, "Suetun, water bullet jutsu." Following the exclamation, an orb of water soared towards Ino, dousing her in water. "I think I'm doing just fine," he said with a smirk. Ino glared at Naruto with killer intent, which he picked up on quickly. "You have some nerve," Ino yelled. "You're lucky I haven't figured this out yet, or else you'd be a lot more than just wet." "Calm down, Ino. You have the control, the knowledge, and chakra to do this. You just need to concentrate and relax." "I know. You don't seem to get it though," he replied in a snarky tone. "Shut up. All right, let's start this over. Mimic what I do," Naruto requested. As she reluctantly stood in front of him, she composed herself and waited to begin. "All right, let's go through the seals." As the pair ran through the seals initially very slowly, they progressively got faster and faster and faster until finally they were at a decent combat speed. "All right, your muscle memory is set to do this flawlessly. Now just concentrate and relax." Ino exhaled slowly. Her eyes snapped open as she quickly ran through the seals. "Katon, fireball jutsu," she yelled with confidence. As she exhaled through the seal this time, rather than a puff of smoke, a small stream of fire came from the seal. The burst was nowhere near mastered, but this was a start. "Yes, I did it," Ino yelled as she went in to hug Naruto but stopped short as she then punched him straight in the gut. "Now you owe me lunch today after what you did," she scolded, as Naruto was recovering from getting the wind knocked out of him. "No problem," he said, still gasping for air. As he regained his composure, he asked, "All right, that seems like enough for today then. Where do you want to go?" He replied nervously, hoping to avoid any more damage. Did I hear you say Akira?" "No, we are not going to that ramen stand again," Ino roared. "We eat there like every day." "But Ino-kaya," Naruto whined. "Don't you Ino-chan me. We can go to Yakiniku Q. It has a variety of foods, aside from ramen. Fine, but is it just going to be us? Or, I was planning on inviting Sakura, yes. Ino replied, oh, well then we better go get her. Naruto recovered as to not ruin the jovial mood. As the two made their way from the newly cleaned compound, there were two figures having a conversation not too far away, just out of earshot. We have permission to do what? A surprised Kakashi exclaimed. We have permission to introduce ourselves to Naruto. Shursui said calmly. That's great. But what is the extent of our introduction? Kakashi asked hesitantly. We can reveal ourselves as his protectors, but you cannot explain your connection to his parents, being one of Lord Fourth's students, and I cannot explain my exact relation to him until he learns for himself. Shursui affirmed. So, to him we're just shinobi meant to guard him. Kakashi trailed off as he remained silent for a moment. I'm going to wait. Wait, why? Shursui questioned, thinking that was the last thing either of them wanted to do. Because I want him to meet me organically. I don't want to just show up and say that I'm his guardian angel. I understand why you need to, but I'm gonna wait until the right moment. Kakashi explained. All right, if that's what you want. Shursui said, slightly concerned. Let's get going. They're probably near the village by now. With a nod of agreeance, the two shinobi started towards the village. As the two made their way back to the village, Naruto and Ino had separated to get cleaned up and get ready for their lunch. Naruto was weighing his options for someone to bring to lunch. Shikamaru won't go because that lazy bum never wants to do anything. There's Kiba, but then again I've never talked to him, so that's not a good idea. You better not bring that fat one either, especially knowing the girl. She's going to make you pay for everyone too. Hey, Choji is a nice kid. Don't go around making fun of him like that. Whatever, brat. But you really show. The QB paused. Somebody is coming. Act normal. As Naruto was about to question the fox, he heard a knock at the door. Since when could you sense things? He thought with no response. Jerk. As Naruto opened the door, he was greeted to the sight of an older, dark-haired man. He was dressed in the normal Leaf Village uniform, but on the sides of his vest was the emblem of the Uchiha Police Department. Hello? Am I in trouble? Naruto asked, due to the presence of a shinobi and an officer. No, you're not. I have come to introduce myself, the officer said. My name is Shursui Uchiha. May I please come in? Naruto nodded to Shursui and the man walked into the room. What I am about to tell you is confidential. Only a select few people know this information. I will not be able to go in detail about it, but it is something to hold you over until you begin the academy. As Naruto looked at Shursui puzzled, a few gears clicked into place, allowing him to ask, This has something to do with my parents, doesn't it? In a way you could say. Shursui said cryptically, I am one of the two shinobi that have been watching you since your birth. The other has decided it was better for you to not know his identity for the time being for your safety. I mean, if all he does is watch me, then at least he could say hi. Naruto said, surprising Shursui. Naruto, you do know that we still go on missions, correct? We aren't always watching you. We still need to keep up a normal appearance to the village. Shursui corrected, he just wants to meet you more organically. Test you, I suppose. He had a unique relationship with your parents. Now thinking about it, it does make more sense. All right then, Naruto said, defeated. Then who are you? I am related to you, but before you get excited, I cannot tell you how. All I can say is I am more related to you than an average clan member. Shursui said, gaining a smile from the boy. So, you're my family? My real family. Naruto exploded with joy. Yes, there is one another. Any other Uchiha is just another clan member for the time being. While you may have more blood relations, I cannot tell you whether you are related or not. Shursui said with a saddened tone. Who cares? Naruto said, once again surprising Shursui. When can I meet them? Naruto said excitedly. Well, we could head to the compound now, but you may be a little late to lunch if you don't get ready now. Oh crap, I forgot. Naruto exclaimed. I better get ready. I'll meet you at the compound gates. I'll see you then, Shursui responded. We should have time to introduce him to Kagami, maybe even the kids. I should bring them to meet him. Shursui thought as he made his way to the compound. As Naruto arrived at the Uchiha compound in his normal attire, he saw the man named Shursui standing at the gate with two younger Uchiha. He recognized one of them as Sasuke, the boy Sakura is always fawning over. The other was a girl that he didn't know her name, only that she was usually around Sasuke. As Naruto made his way to the group, Sasuke spoke. "So, this is the kid that you've been watching. Does that mean he's K?" He was cut off by the girl jabbing her elbow into his shoulder. "Yes, now shut up before you get us in trouble," the girl exclaimed. "Geez, Satsuki, calm down," the young Uchiha mumbled. Naruto Shursui spoke. "Before we meet with the elder, these are Satsuki and Sasuke Uchiha," he gestured to them. "They will actually be joining you in the academy in a few weeks." "Hi, Naruto," the girl said, seemingly dropping her hostile nature. "I'm Satsuki. I hope that we can get to know you better," she said with a very happy tone. It seemed as if she had been waiting to meet him for a long time. Satsuki then gave Sasuke another glare and another jab to the shoulder. "Ow! Fine. I'm Sasuke. It seems we're going to be in the same class. I look forward to beating you in everything." Another jab to the shoulder. "Ow. Stop that," Sasuke said to Satsuki. "Be nice. We just met him. If you..." Satsuki was cut off. "It's gonna be hard to lose to you when you're not even in my league," Naruto said with a fox-like grin. Both the Uchiha kids were shocked. "Oh." Sasuke broke his confusion. "I guess we'll find out then, huh?" he concluded with a challenging remark. "Of course," Naruto said, meeting his challenge. "Anyways, I'm going out to lunch with some friends after this meeting. Would you guys like to join? We are going to that barbecue restaurant in town," Naruto said as if the previous exchange never happened. "If you really want to get to know me, might as well start now," he finished with another grin. Satsuki wore a face of confusion. However, she decided that this was probably going to become a normal occurrence and she just gave up for the time being. "Sure, that sounds like fun," she replied. "Come on, Sasuke, let's go get ready." "Fine. But if I see that pink-haired siren, I'm leaving," Sasuke replied as they walked into the compound. "Oh, this is just too perfect," Naruto thought as he watched the two walks away. "Are you ready?" Shursui asked in a slightly excited tone, almost as if he expected the previous interaction to happen exactly as it had. "Of course," Naruto exclaimed, as the pair walked through what felt like a town within the village. They made their way to the center where the clan head, the higher-born families, and the elder's office was in the middle of them was a much larger training R than he had. As the two entered the elder's office, Kagami was sitting at his desk reading a document. "Elder Kagami, I have brought the boy," Shursui spoke, as if it were an official meeting. "Ah, young Naruto, it is good to see you again. Tell me how those eyes of yours are feeling," Kagami asked in a grandfatherly manner. "I have been able to reactivate them, but I'm still working on a seal that would let me suppress the look of them when I'm fighting," Naruto responded. "Anyway, Shursui, who am I supposed to meet?" "Naruto, Kagami is the one you are meeting," he said, pointing at the elder. "Wait, you're related to me? Why didn't you tell me back in the hospital?" Naruto asked, not angry, but with desire to understand. "Because if I were to reveal myself to you, you could have been put in danger. However, now that we have reunited, we have a lot of catching up to do," Kagami responded. "However, that can wait till after your lunch. After you're done, please return. I wish to get to know you better." "But you don't want to keep those girls waiting, do you?" Kagami teased as Naruto's cheeks blushed. "I'll see you in a little bit, old man," Naruto said with a tone of familiarity that Kagami recognized. "Just like Kushina, you're lucky you remind me so much of your mother," he said when he knew the boy was out of earshot. "You should follow him," he said to Shursui. "Oh yeah, right?" Shursui exclaimed as he ran after the boy. "I hope those two really bond," Kagami thought as he returned to his reading. As Naruto made his way back to the gate, he saw Satsuki, Sasuke, and two older-looking versions of them. The girl had long black hair and a purple Uchiha-style outfit. However, her hair was straight and even, while Satsuki's seemed to be more natural, maybe even ragged. And the man wore a black Uchiha outfit with a longer hairstyle than Sasuke had. "Oi, Naruto!" Sasuke yelled as Naruto came into view. "Where's Shursui?" he questioned. "Probably right behind me. Why?" Naruto responded as he stopped in front of the group. "My brother and her sister needed to meet with him." Sasuke replied. "So, this is Naruto," the dark-haired woman said with a sisterly appeal. "It's nice to meet you. My name is Izumi. I'm Satsuki's sister." "I am Itachi, Sasuke's brother," the man replied stoically. Before Naruto could introduce himself, Shursui appeared behind him and spoke to the older siblings. "Oh, it seems that I don't need to call you to meet him. Shursui, we have an urgent meeting," Itachi spoke. "I expected as much," Shursui responded. "I'll see you when you get back, Naruto. Have a good time." With this last message, Shursui and the other siblings vanished. "All right then," Naruto said. "That was a fast introduction. I guess it is my fault for rushing over here to meet everyone when I had lunch plans." "All right, you ready to go?" Satsuki asked. "Yeah, let's not keep them waiting," Naruto responded. As the trio made their way into the barbecue, Naruto spotted Ino and Sakura chatting at their own booth. Luckily for him, there was enough space for 5. "I didn't even think about that. This could have gotten really awkward," Naruto thought as they made their way to the table. Sasuke wasn't paying much attention until he heard a familiar, annoying sound. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura yelled from across the luckily mostly empty restaurant. "You didn't say she'd be her," Sasuke angrily whispered to Naruto. "I didn't think there would be a problem for you," Naruto said with a smirk, as Sasuke gave him a matching glare. "Hey Naruto," Ino said, slightly confused. "So, who are these?" she asked in a polite manner. "My name is Satsuki Uchiha, and this is Sasuke. We recently met Naruto and wanted to get to know him before we started the academy." Satsuki responded. "Now we get to meet you as well, although we already know her," Satsuki stated with a forcefully polite voice as she pointed to Sakura. Naruto took a seat next to Ino, catching a glare from Sakura, followed by Satsuki sitting next to him. "Sasuke-kun, there's a seat next to me," Sakura said, causing Sasuke to cringe as he sat down, leaving a seat of space between the two. "Have you already ordered?" Naruto asked. "No, but the waiter is on their way here now. Since Naruto is paying, get whatever you want," Ino told the Uchiha. As the waiter took the orders of the group, Naruto quietly sank into his seat with a nervous smile as the orders piled onto the waiter's notepad. While everyone else seemed to be getting a normal barbecue meal, Sakura only got a salad and Sasuke ordered double while giving Naruto a victorious glare. "I guess I did walk into this one," Naruto thought as he glanced into his wallet, realizing that he would have barely enough of the Hokage's allowance to cover the meal. When the waiter left to place the order, Ino started a conversation. "Well, since the academy is going to start in a few weeks, how is everyone's training going?" Sakura was the first to speak. "I have been studying shinobi history and basic ninjutsu concepts so that I'll be prepared for class." Following this short answer, Sasuke looked at Sakura disappointed. "That's it?" Sasuke questioned. "I mean, I am still exercising and dieting, but it would be safer to wait until I got into the academy before I began training to fight." "Do you really think that a diet of leaves has enough energy to sustain a shinobi?" Sasuke questioned. "Going on runs and reading about the shinobi way should be common practice. What else have you done?" Sasuke pressed, expecting more. "I mean, I'm good at chakra control. I can move the chakra through my body really efficiently," Sakura responded. "I guess that's a start." Sasuke retorted, "I have learned to use basic fire-style jutsu, the basics of the Uchiha form of taijutsu, the interceptor fist, and I have learned the basics in kunai and shuriken combat." As Sasuke finished, Sakura looked shocked on how much the boy had already learned at such a young age. Naruto questioned, "Why is it called the interceptor fist?" "Because like the gentle palm, an Uchiha uses their Sharingan to read their opponent's movements and intercept incoming blows with their own, like countering an attack with an attack or countering before an attack," Satsuki tried to explain. "However, since neither of us have the Sharingan yet, we have to predict based on body movements. That's the reason most Uchiha children are taught so early. So, like a best defense is a perfect defense mentality," Sasuke supplemented. curing Naruto's confusion. Oh, okay. Anyway, Satsuki began. While I am still learning the basics of our taijutsu and ninjutsu, I have actually taken a more unorthodox form of training. Satsuki paused. Unlike many other shinobi, I have begun learning the way of the bow or half bow, that is. I guess it just seemed really appealing to me. Satsuki finished, earning praise from the other ladies at the table. That's super unique, Ino exclaimed, and if you can also learn that taijutsu style to good effect, you could be a real threat at long and close range. Ino finished. Satsuki blushed at the compliments as she was used to the other Uchiha putting her down for choosing such an unorthodox weapon to train with. Ino continued, I've been working on fire style too, but I'm not really good at it just yet. But I am good at using my clan's mind transfer techniques, Ino said, gaining curious glances from the Uchiha. So, you're a Yamanaka? Sasuke questioned. Yes, I am, Ino said with pride. I've been practicing how to enter people's mindscapes and influence or speak with them from within, but I haven't actually learned how to read their minds or control them yet, she said, disappointed. Hey, don't worry about it, Satsuki reassured. We still haven't made it to the academy, and that's further than most people get. She finished with a smile. So, Naruto, what can you do? Sasuke questioned. Well, I can do pretty advanced seals. I have learned the basics of water and lightning chakra natures, of course exercise and diet. Diet? Ino cut off. Your diet is ramen for nearly every meal. But starting today, you're limited to 3 times a week, Ino stated firmly. And me and my big mouth, Naruto mumbled. Anyways, I have also learned the basics of Kenjutsu, but only the muscle memory part because I only have a wooden training blade, and I've begun learning a taijutsu style called. Naruto thought for a moment as the scroll had not had a title. The flowing fist, Naruto decided. Sasuke, a little stunned, said, 2 chakra natures? How? I have no idea, honestly. Naruto responded with a shrug, but my water nature is fairly weak. So of the 2 I can't say I know it completely. So, this flowing fist? Satsuki asked as Sasuke fell silent in his seat, causing Sakura to give Naruto another glare. Why that name? Well, because the goal of the style is to redirect your opponent's momentum into your own strikes, similar to a water flow. On top of that, the fluidity of the motions allows quick and powerful strikes focused in vital areas, like a lightning strike. So, this style really fits with my natures as well. Naruto finished sounding smarter than he usually did. Where did you even learn this? Sakura asked with some curiosity in her voice. Well, actually, Ino, Naruto redirected. Do you mind if they join us for training tomorrow? Not at all, she responded. It would be great to have someone be able to help with my fire style, she said, looked at the 2 Uchiha gaining an excited face and skeptical nod. The food's here, Naruto said as he spotted the server brining several plates worth of raw meat and various vegetables. As the kids ate their share off Naruto's wallet, they conversed about their lives, their childhoods, and their future aspirations. However, Naruto was still thinking about his meeting with the elder and what he wanted to talk to him about after lunch. Excited, Naruto continued to plow through his food with the rest of his friends. He'll be here in a moment. He's saying goodbye to Satsuki and Sasuke, Shursui reported to Kagami as Naruto entered the Uchiha compound. Good, now Shursui, what happens in this office stays in this office. Am I understood? Kagami said with serious tone and a stern glare. Hi, Shursui affirmed as he took his place standing behind the elder, acting as his guard. Moments later, Naruto entered the room rubbing his elbow. He was mumbling something under his breath, but all Kagami could make out was Satsuki and Sasuke. Naruto, glad you came back, Kagami said, returning to his grandfatherly tone. Tell me how your lunch was? It was great. Although while we were there, we were discussing our training. When does an Uchiha usually gain their Sharingan? Naruto asked, piquing Kagami's interest. Around 13 or 14, the typical age a genin that has gained a decent amount of experience. Kagami finished with a downtrodden statement. How do you gain the Sharingan anyway? Naruto responded. Typically, you awaken a Sharingan when you're under intense emotional stress, so fearful, angry, upset, or some other emotion could trigger it, I suppose, as long as it is emotionally stressful. You, for example, awakened yours after you thought your friend's life was in danger. However, being so young, you most likely were feeling some combination. Shursui explained in a professional manner. There are several stages of the Sharingan, but most Uchiha only learn the first 3. There is the first Tomo, which you know now, the second Tomo, and the third Tomo. Shursui then flared his Sharingan to explain. These black markings outside the pupil are the Tomo. You will only gain a new evolution when you surpass the stress of the previous form. There are more past this, however that is not something to be discussed for now. Shursui finished earning a disappointed groan from a previously intrigued Naruto. What's so different from the next steps from the normal ones? Naruto asked. It is not something the Uchiha like to discuss, especially due to the length some members would go if they knew the secret. Kagami shared. Shursui Kagami turned. Would you and your Umbu team take Naruto, Sasuke, and Satsuki to the training grounds tomorrow to show them the capabilities of the Sharingan? We would be honored too. Actually, Naruto interrupted. We are already training at the Ko. He stopped trying not to reveal his secret. At another location with Ino and Sakura, Naruto finished apologetically with a nervous laugh. It's no issue, Shursui explained. We'll be at your compound tomorrow after the others leave, he said, causing Naruto to freak out. However, Shursui continued before the boy could explode. You do remember that I've been watching you for 8 years now, right? You didn't think an Umbu could track you a mile or so out of the village. The revelation hit Naruto, causing him to blush slightly before laughing of the situation with yet another nervous laugh. Naruto, are there any other questions you would like to ask me? Kagami asked, gaining the boy's complete attention. Well, I have a few. As Naruto pulled out a piece of paper, with a symbol Kagami couldn't fully see yet, Naruto continued. 1. Is it possible for me to live in this compound yet? 2. Is it possible for me to obtain a few scrolls that can teach the Interceptor Fist or other fire ninjutsu? 3. Could I get some metal and other materials to make myself a blade? Finally, Naruto paused to unroll the scroll to show the elder the symbol. Can you tell me what this symbol means? This boy is full of surprises. That is the symbol of the NAMIKAZE clan. How on earth did he find that? Kagami thought as Naruto waited slightly impatient for an answer. Unfortunately, the council has barred you from staying at this compound for the time being. I cannot let you stay here or risk revealing your secret. This answer will not change until after you have become ready to pronounce it yourself. As Kagami replied to the boy was slightly saddened. However, the elder could tell that the boy expected as much. To your second and third request. Kagami again turned to Shursui. Tomorrow when you meet to train, could you bring him his requested items? Shursui nodded in affirmation, scoring a smile from the boy. Finally, I cannot tell you what that symbol means. Naruto began to deflate. However, you should know that it is very important to you. I don't want you going out and researching what it means, but it will make much more sense once you have made it to the Akata. Enough with that line. Naruto interrupted angrily. Sorry, Naruto began to cry softly. Every time somebody says that, I know it has something to do with my family, and Naruto began to cry fully as Kagami walked around to comfort the child. As Kagami sat consoling a grandson that he couldn't even reveal himself to, he began to think, damn the council. If I can't give this boy any information, then what kind of a grandfather am I? I couldn't watch over him when he was young because it was too dangerous. I couldn't teach him as he grew up because it was too dangerous. I couldn't be there for him when every villagers abandoned him because it was too dangerous. And now, I can't even tell him about his own father's clan because it's too dangerous. You know what? That symbol is the insignia of your father's clan. Kagami spoke as Shursui's eyes darted toward his father. From Naruto. Naruto, shocked, began to look up toward the elder with his tear-stained eyes. I am Kagami Uchiha, your grandfather, and the father of your mother. Shursui's eyes widened further as Naruto's eyes began to water. Not for tears of sorrow, but tears of happiness. Shursui began to walk forward to embrace Naruto with his father. As he did, he spoke. I am Shursui Uchiha, brother to your late mother and your uncle. Shursui said, as tears filled his eyes as well. As the family embraced, tears were shed. Naruto Kagami spoke, "We have broken the rules the council gave us, but we do not regret it. You know who we are now, but we cannot let you investigate further, not until after the council would no longer be suspicious of these kinds of actions. Please promise your grandpa one thing. Can you promise to wait this out? Just a little longer." Naruto broke the hug and composed himself. As he looked up at his newly discovered family, he smiled through his tears and shouted with a thumbs up, "Believe it." As Naruto and Ino reached the gate of the compound, they walked inside with the three newcomers behind them. However, before Sasuke set foot into the courtyard, he was shot back into a tree positioned parallel to the gate. "Ow! What they?" Sasuke growled with a shaky voice as he recovered from the shockwave. As he did, Naruto was laughing hysterically while Sakura charged at Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you hurt? Do you need help?" Sakura exclaimed. At this point, Satsuki began to chuckle a bit as well. Naruto Ino said, "You had your fun. Now let's add them to the seal," she said with a slight giggle, as Naruto instructed each of the other kids to bite their finger hard enough to make it bleed a little. With minimal resistance from Sakura, they all added their blood to the gate seal Naruto made appear. "So, this is what you mean by slightly advanced seals," Satsuki said, impressed. "I wonder what else you can do with this kind of talent." "Alright then, for today I guess get acquainted with the space. Inside the building there are 3 rooms aside from the main living area and kitchen. To the right is the guest bunks where we sleep if we're pulling all-nighters. There are about 6 beds, and that's also where the bathrooms are. To the left is the storage area with several basic weapons like kunai, shuriken, and other various training supplies. Straight ahead is the library where all the scrolls are kept. Upstairs is locked with a seal, so I don't even know what's up there. So anyways, make yourselves at home." Naruto finished. Following Naruto's speech, the group took a little bit to get acquainted with the space before some basic training commenced. While Satsuki helped Ino improve on her fire style and chakra control, Sasuke attempted to spar with Sakura. Not only did Sakura show no formal training, but she showed no skill in any form of combat. After an hour or so, she decided that she would wait for the academy to begin normal training, as training with clan children was more than she bargained for. Naruto, on the other hand, was finishing up his forge, along with studying a scroll with his Sharingan that contained the instructions of sword craftsmanship. He was being very careful with his use of the Sharingan, as to not show Sakura. He couldn't trust she'd keep it a secret. He'd be lucky if she kept this compound a secret. "Alright guys, I'm gonna bring Sakura home, so make sure you tidy up before you head back, alright? Last time I left Naruto to clean up, he somehow made it worse," Ino said, giving the boy a glare. "Anyways, thanks for all your help, Satsuki." "Any time," she replied with a smile. As the 2 girls left for the village, Naruto turned to the remaining 2. "Alright," he screamed towards the trees. "You can come out now." Following his statement, 3 Umbu appeared in the middle of the courtyard, startling the Uchiha. As they removed their plain masks they wore, as to not give away their true Umbu identity, it was revealed to be the siblings of the younger generation. This appearance caused the young Uchiha to look shocked, as they had no idea their siblings were Umbu. "Alright," Shursui spoke. "We are going to explain to you a lot of things, but it will be a long story. Naruto, do you have refreshments in there?" Shursui asked as the 2 confused Uchiha looked at him. "Of course, Uncle Shursui. Follow me," Naruto said calmly as the 2 flicked their glances toward Naruto. "Uncle?" Satsuki exclaimed. "I did say it was a long story," Shursui said nervously as he closed his eyes and covered the back of his head with his palm. Izumi had face-palmed at Naruto's nonchalant answer, while Itachi gave Shursui a slight smile. Shursui sat down in the compound and recounted the meeting that took place after lunch the day before, while Naruto took his new library material and smithing material to their respective rooms and began working on his forge outside again. Following the end of the story, the kids listening were stunned. While Sasuke returned to his brooding ways shortly, Satsuki was filled with a plethora of emotions. "I can't believe Naruto is a clan member, and nephew to Shursui no less. I know we think of him as an older brother, but now, he really does have a nephew, might as well be just a brother, they're so close in age. Why wasn't Naruto raised with the rest of the clan? How could the village treat him like that? How can Sasuke just shrug this off like it makes so much sense? I'm glad that Ino found him when she did. If she hadn't, I couldn't imagine his life up until now. I really owe her. I need to find Naruto and Dash. Before she could finish her thought, she was interrupted by her sister. We also came to give you a demonstration of the Sharingan, but honestly, I think it would be better if you experienced it yourself. Itachi nodded in agreement. Agreed, we should go. Itachi said. But Itachi, I thought we could finally train together. Sasuke exclaimed, breaking his previous stoic image. As Itachi was about to speak, he poked his brother in the head, causing him to recoil slightly. Maybe another time, he said. Following the exchange, the Uchiha trio walked out of the compound and vanished. As Satsuki walked out, Sasuke stopped her and said, I'm gonna wait outside, I guess. When you're ready, bring the dweeb and we'll get going. Before Satsuki could explode on him, Sasuke added, and give him my condolences. Sasuke walked out of the compound, leaving Satsuki a little shocked, but ultimately happy, as her basically brother showed real care for another. She made her way to the forge and could see Naruto scratching his head trying to solve a problem. You okay there? She asked. Perfect timing. I knew I was going to need to ask you before you left, but I didn't know when Shursui would finish. Naruto said, I need a favor. He added sheepishly, all right, what do you need? Satsuki replied confused. Could you use your fire style to light this forge? I'm going to begin forging my first blade, but I need a hot enough flame to light it. Naruto responded with a childlike optimism. Sure, I'll give it a try. Satsuki replied, trying to reassure Naruto. After some concentration and a few hand signs, Satsuki exclaimed, Katan, fireball jutsu, lighting the fire enough to keep the forge going. That wasn't too hard. Thanks, sis. You're the best, Naruto said without hesitation or warning, giving Satsuki a big hug, once again shocking the girl. Sis, he really does see us like his family now, Satsuki thought, as she returned the embrace of her long-lost kin. Naruto, I'm sorry that we didn't meet you sooner, and I'm sorry for your loss. So is Sasuke. I never knew much about Shursue's sister, but she would be so proud of you. She finished as she ended the hug to see the watering eyes of Naruto. Thank you, was all Naruto needed to say for Satsuki's eyes to begin watering as well. Chapter 04. As Itachi and the other two Uchiha made their way away from the compound, they stopped a few miles away to talk amongst themselves. Are you sure it was wise not to show them the normal extent of the Sharingan? Izumi asked. Wouldn't they be safer knowing? Unfortunately, while they may be safer, they wouldn't be better off, Itachi said. Us showing them the power would achieve little aside from influencing them to achieve it. Not only is it healthier to experience the awakening naturally, but it is better for a user to understand their own abilities for themselves. Itachi finished, gaining a skeptical look from Izumi whilst Shursui watched on. It is like training. If you help them too much, they lose the drive and work ethic to achieve more in the future, thus stunting their growth as a shinobi. If you want to coddle them, they will have a superiority complex because of their ability, when in reality there are plenty of techniques that can counter the base Sharingan. And supposing they figure this out, what do you think their next step would be? Itachi asked as Shursui continued to observe the two. I suppose, attempt to gain greater power within the Sharingan. Izumi answered, receiving a reaffirming nod from Itachi. Unlike you two, I have not unlocked this ability, but based in the drawbacks and awakening method required to gain the ability, it would be better off if they did not receive it, or at the very least understood the gravity of achieving such an ability. If we made the ability look appealing and simply told them how to achieve it, then that gravity would be lost. Itachi finished as Izumi nodded her head in hesitant agreement. I guess you're right. I still have my doubts though. I guess we should head back before anyone gets too suspicious. The clan is getting anxious, and we haven't been able to slow them down enough. We need to go to the council, Izumi said, causing Shursui to flinch. It is about time, Shursui began. Itachi, since this is your plan, it only fits that you're the head on this one. We need time to prepare all of the evidence, so we should be ready to meet with them about. Shursui did some math in his head and then flinched again. About September 1st. That's the first day of school, Itachi thought. Alright, we'll meet with the Hokage and the council that morning. Until then, lay low and prepare yourself. We have no idea how the council will handle this situation. After Itachi's orders, the three shinobi dispersed and headed towards the village. Several weeks later, Naruto walked down the street towards the academy building ready for anything. He wore a black undersuit and pants with a gray open jacket over top of it. On his forehead, he also wore a black bandana, whose ends were a fair bit longer than the average ninja headband, about shoulder length. Naruto decided that since his father's clan colors were blue and his mother's red, he wouldn't wear either at school. On his thigh was a pouch that held several basic kunai, shuriken, and seal ink. When Naruto reached the gate of the academy, Ino was waiting for him. You were almost late? What kept you? Ino said as she joined Naruto's walk towards their classroom. I actually stopped by the compound to grab my tool pouch just in case we needed it day one. He replied, patting his pouch. It's the first day, at most well introduce us, and maybe do a few lessons on the very basic ideas. Ino replied as Naruto shrugged. You can never be too careful. He replied as they made their way into the building. As the two made it to their room, everyone was waiting outside for their new teacher to let them in the room. Naruto noticed some familiar like Satsuki, Sasuke, and Sakura. He recognized Shikamaru as he was typically around when Shikaku visited the Yamanaka flower shop. Choji was Shikamaru's best friend, so he was recognizable. Then there was Kiba, and all he knew about him was his name and look. All the others he didn't recognize but could tell one boy was an adhering, and there was a Hyuga girl. The door suddenly swung open to a man with a scar on his nose that extended from cheek to cheek. Alright, my name is Irika-sensei. I will be your instructor for your time in the academy, the teacher said as he filed the children through the door. Now, everyone please take a seat while I take attendance. Of the 3 rows and columns, Naruto sat in the front central desk alongside Ino to his left, and Kiba sat down to his right. He didn't know him, but he didn't seem hostile yet. Satsuki, Sasuke, and the Hyuga girl sat down in the desk behind them. Sakura was noticeably upset with the 2 girls sandwiching her crush, but rather than cause a scene the first day, she instead chose to sit in the desk section beside Ino with 2 other unknown students. All right, Shino Aburame? Here, a stoic boy in the back said. Choji Akamichi? Here. So, this is where I learned to become a shinobi. I'm more ready than I'll ever be, but I can't wait for the end of the day. I finally get to learn about my parents. Naruto thought as the sensei called his name. A few moments earlier, Itachi watched as Naruto walked by him on his way to school. Him and Izumi were sat at a tea shop that they frequented waiting for Shursui so they could leave for the meeting. Itachi, Izumi said, regaining his attention. Today's the day, you can't be spacing out like that, she asked, concerned. I'm fine. Just a little tired is all. Following his remark, a woman a few years older than the couple came over with 2 cups of tea. The girl had light brown hair held together in 2 braids on either side of her head. Here's a cup of my famous tea to my 2 favorite customers, the woman said as Itachi and Izumi smiled at her. Thank you, Shinko, Itachi said, addressing one of his former teammates. It has been too long. Just as adorable and polite as always, Shinko said, ruffling Itachi's hair. You 2 really are a cute couple. I wish you'd come by more often. Unfortunately, we may not be back for a while. Izumi re-entered the conversation. Oh, I understand. A shinobi is always busy, Shinko replied. I've had my fair share of the shinobi world, she finished. After finishing her thought, Shinko's mood shifted quickly to be depressed. Shinko. Itachi began as Shinko brought her gaze up to meet Itachi. No, don't worry, Itachi. Just reflecting, that's all. Shinko said unconvincingly. You cannot blame yourself for what happened. The Fire Daimyo should have known better to request a genin team based of their track record alone. If it weren't for that ignorant man, then not only would he still be alive, but so would Tenma. As Itachi mentioned their fallen comrade's name, Shinko tried to keep up her brave smile, but she couldn't control the tears in her eyes. I know you're right, but I miss him, she said shakily. Anyway, I should get back to work, Shinko said as she made her way back to the kitchen. Itachi knew that she was going to break down, but he could do nothing. "Hey Itachi," Izumi said in a consoling manner. "It wasn't your fault either. You know Shinko doesn't see it that way either, but it is my fault," Itachi said, catching Izumi off guard. "If I had just requested for Yuki-sensei to not take the mission, or if I had just preformed as any normal genin should, then maybe." This time Itachi was cut off as Izumi brought him into a hug. A rare sight occurred as Itachi was visibly tearing up while in her embrace. After Izumi broke the hug, and Itachi composed himself, Shursui rounded the corner with a satchel and his umbu attire. "You guys aren't even dressed yet? Honestly, do I need to do everything?" he finished, not noticing the tear marks around Itachi's eyes. "Don't worry about it," Izumi said, releasing her henge, making sure nobody was around to witness the drop as Itachi followed suit. Each of the trio had a different mask representing a different animal. Itachi wore a weasel mask, Izumi a cat, and Shursui a raven. "All right, Raven, let's head out," Izumi spoke as the three promptly vanished, making their way towards the Hokage office. As Shursui followed Itachi into the council chambers, the mood was very tense. While normally going into a meeting with the Elder Council would be a natural occurrence, he could sense something was going to go wrong, just not how. Once the Umbu entered the chamber, the squad presented themselves to the Council of Five as they knelt and removed their masks simultaneously. "Council members," the Hokage began. "These 3 members of our Umbu came to me earlier to request an urgent meeting with you and you alone. Itachi, please indulge us." The Hokage finished with a calm demeanor and tone. "Hi Hokage-sama," Itachi answered. "We have reason to believe that the Uchiha clan is in the midst of planning a coup d'etat to overthrow you, along with the other council members," Itachi said stoically, causing a mix of reactions from the council. Koharu seemed shocked but skeptical. Next to her was Hamura, who seemed slightly panicked, but mainly concerned. The Hokage was also shocked, but was also in disbelief. Danzo looked neutral, as if he had expected this to happen eventually, and then there was Kagami. He was utterly shocked, dumbfounded, and worst of all, he looked betrayed. Shursui could tell that his father was staring holes through his head as Itachi continued. "Shursui, please hand the reports over to the council." Shursui did as instructed, handing the satchel's worth of plans, receipts for equipment, movement patterns within the Uchiha police force, and other shinobi teams, letters addressed and sealed by high-ranking Uchiha clansmen, including the head, Fugaku. One letter exposed that Kagami indeed was kept out of the loop. "This is..." Kagami began. "I cannot believe this. My own clan wouldn't keep this from me. Why would they even think about this? What game are you 3 playing at?" He finished with a tone of anger not typically seen from him anymore. Elder Kagami, Itachi began. "My father informed me that the reason he had not informed you was because he thought you had become too soft in age and would not understand his vision. Why was the council not informed of this immediately after you saw suspicions? It seems as if you had been observing this for months based on the dating on these documents," Hamura stated, clearly concerned. "If we came to you with no evidence, it would have been unlikely you would have believed us," Izumi supplemented. "Not only that, but we needed to know the scope of the operation, and aside from the young children, every Uchiha is involved, be it the shinobi or the elderly, even Itachi and Ai's parents." She spoke, holding in her emotions. "It is good you know where your loyalties lie. You are a true kunoichi," Koharu said to Izumi, attempting to reassure her. These words did not seem to mend the pain in Izumi's heart. "Shursui, how could you not have told me? Your own father? That our family was attempting to wipe out our leadership?" Kagami exploded. "Because Lord Elder," Shursui responded, breaking the man's heart hearing his son refer to him in that way. "If we had told you, you would most likely had told others, alerting the clan. Like you." Shursui paused. "Like you have done in the past. Not only was that our reason, but an additional reason Fugaku did not trust you." Kagami could feel an arrow pierce his heart as his boy spoke. Following Shursui's reasoning, he sat back in his chair, silently. "Lord Hokage, we need to deal with this now," Danzo chimed in. "If we do not act quickly and efficiently, we could be within a bloody civil war any day now." The Hokage hesitated as he thought over his options. "There is no need to take such drastic action." "I would disagree," Danzo continued, If left unchecked, this attack could cripple our entire village. I am inclined to believe that it is imminent based on these troop movements," he said as he pointed at a few documents. "There has to be some way we can negotiate," the Hokage continued. "This is not the time for words," Hamura interrupted. "It is clear that there is no changing their course of action now." "I am of a mind with Hamura," Koharu stated. "The Uchiha have been slighted, yes. But if their clan's history is anything to go off of, it is likely that this attack will happen if we do not act." The Hokage, realizing he was outnumbered in this decision, began to think. After a few more moments he began. "Koharu, Hamura, I need you to go and begin assigning additional guard shifts and running through our personal Umbu security protocol to make sure that in the event they attack before we can act, we will be prepared to counter." The two named elders bowed to their Hokage, leaving quickly as to make sure they were prepared. "Lord Hokage, I may have a plan, but it would be somewhat costly," Danzo stated. "I will not sacrifice the lives of our shinobi. That is what we need to avoid." Teich Hokage replied sternly. "Perhaps we need only risk a few elite shinobi," he answered, leaning his head toward the Umbu. What could he be insinuating? He doesn't mean, Shursui thought. Perhaps we could send in our highest skilled Umbu to deal with the clan in a more discreet fashion. This suggestion broke Kagami from his trance as he replied. "Are you insane? What you're suggesting is suicidal." Danzo finished. "Cruel? Brutal? What would you suggest?" "We allow them to do as they wish," Danzo punctuated with his fist, slamming it into the table. "We could make examples of the leaders, and those extremely committed to the cause, break their moral and then let the remainder of the clan grow bitter, angry, vengeful, have them come at us later even more powerful than before." Danzo moved his vision toward the Hokage from Kagami as he continued. "The only way to get rid of an infestation is to destroy the queen, and therefore the hive, but one must also leave no survivors to create a new danger." "Kagami," the elder spoke, "you have been an ally, a fellow council member, a teammate, and a friend for many years." However, as the Hokage spoke that last word, Kagami's eyes darkened. "As much as I find it distasteful, I am regrettably going to have to side with Danzo. We cannot allow this clan to jeopardize our entire village." "But Hiruzen, that is my family. I cannot allow this to happen." "Father!" Shursui stood up, shocking everyone in the room. "Are you blind? What do you think they intended to do to you?" he said, tears streaming down his eyes. "If we don't do this, we all die." Shursui spoke, showing Kagami his true intentions as to why he joined Itachi in this mission. "I know that if we do this, there is no turning back. Itachi is already committed to the cause. While it will hurt, he can do it. If Itachi goes through with this, Izumi will be right there with him to the end. Most likely, we are either going to die tonight or we will have to leave the village." "Hiruzen," Kagami said shakily, I am resigning from my position as a council elder. I request indefinite leave to travel the world outside the village." "I knew it. He finally understands what must be done. If he were to stay here, the village would not only despise him if we failed, but if we succeeded, he would be living in graveyard of his kin. No matter what happens, none of the four of us will be able to stay in Konoha after tonight." Shursui thought as the Hokage gave Kagami his answer. Hiruzen was shocked and hurt. However, he understood why his friend would not want to be in the village tonight, let alone the days that follow. "Very well. You are dismissed," Hiruzen said with a crack in his voice. As Kagami left the elder's chamber, Shursui wore a look of sadness on his face as a similarly expressed Hokage addressed Danzo. "Danzo, I leave the briefing to you," Hiruzen said as he made his leave from the room to catch up with Kagami. "All right, Weasel, Cat, Raven," Danzo said as the three put their masks back on awaiting orders. "Your mission is search and destroy. Leave no Uchiha alive." "Sir," Itachi spoke, "I request that we allow our younger siblings to live." "For what reason?" Danzo asked curiously. "If I allowed that, what's to stop them from coming back to destroy us? If we let them live, we can focus their hatred onto us, as a conduit, therefore creating loyal Konoha shinobi, without eradicating our entire clan. This way the Sharingan, and the clan survive. That is a good point, Danzo said. After a few moments of tension in the room, Danzo continued. Permission granted. Sasuke Uchiha and Satsuki Uchiha are to be spared. Danzo said, shocking the three. I don't know if I trust him, but what matters is the kids are safe for now. Since Naruto isn't an Uchiha in name, he shouldn't be a problem either. Shursui thought before they were given the order to prepare. As Naruto made his way towards the Hokage's office, he waved goodbye to Satsuki and Sasuke, the latter of which only came at Satsuki's request. As Naruto made his way into the office, he opened the door and greeted the Hokage. Hey old man, how's it going? Oh Naruto, what a pleasant surprise. What can I do for you? The older man replied in a caring tone. However, there was defiantly something on his mind. Naruto could tell. Well, you said that once I entered the academy, I would be able to learn of my heritage. Unfortunately, the Hokage began before he was interrupted quickly. Oh, what now? Naruto interrupted with a childlike annoyance. Patience, Naruto, we need to postpone this because something urgent came up just hours ago. I had full intentions to let you know today, however. Things just became complicated. The Hokage said with disappointment in himself. I've known the clans of my parents for weeks now. I just want to know their names. Naruto exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth before he said any more. How did you... Oh Kagami. The Hokage smiled to himself, however replacing it quickly with a frown. Very well, but you can tell absolutely nobody. Understood? Yes, sir, Naruto responded with a joyful tone. All right, your mother was Kushina Uchiha, master swordswoman, an expert in close-range combat, and one of the fiercest fighters in our village. Hiruzen paused to the sight of Naruto's expression of pure excitement. Your father was Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, 4th Hokage, and a seal master who defeated the Nine Tails. Naruto looked up stunned at the news. My father was Lord 4th? Naruto exclaimed. Yes, and that also means that your grandfather was my own master, Tobirama Senju, another master sealer, Kenjutsu expert, and water-style shinobi. Hiruzen finished, causing Naruto's mind to explode. While him and his wife are long gone, they were married in secret, and Minato was given his mother's name for reasons not too different to why you don't have your mother or father's name. Wow. I can't. Wow were all the words he could speak. Naruto, I need you to go straight home. Your grandfather will be waiting for you there. Whatever you do not go outside tonight. Something is going on, and since you now know of your parents, you now understand the possible danger you may face. Naruto looked up, now understanding the weight and burden or his newly revealed legacy. Can I really live up to these expectations? Naruto thought to himself. Without another word, Naruto nodded, gave the Hokage another fox-like smile, and ran off, back to his home as the sun went down. I can't wait to ask Kagami about my parents. After packing everything that he needed, Kagami made his way to his grandson's apartment, as that is the last thing the Hokage requested of him before he had left the Hokage tower. I guess he understands the need to allow me to say one last goodbye. Kagami arrived at Naruto's house just in time to see him at a full sprint, running down the dusk-lit path. Kagami put on a happy face as he embraced the boy. The Hokage just told me who my parents were. Really? Kagami replied with genuine shock. I thought that with everything going on he would have postponed this for sure. Please, tell me everything you know about my mom. I already know a lot about my dad, but what was he like outside the stories? Naruto asked, giving the old man a smile. Let's go inside. I have plenty of stories to tell you. Kagami replied as they made their way inside. All right, what all do you want to know? I mean, you were her dad. Tell me everything. Well, as a little girl, she was always energetic, skilled, pig-headed. Actually a lot like you. Kagami said, earning a glare from the boy. Kagami continued Kushina's childhood stories as well as recount the night that Naruto's parents first met, all the times Kushina, Makoto, and Hazuki teased his father throughout their academy days, the night Minato saved her from the hidden cloud, the various times they all sat down together at the dinner table, and then he got to that night. October 10th, the QB attack. While we don't know how it happened, we do know that your parents died. He paused as his eyes became watery. Protecting you. We found them in each other's arms no more than a few meters from you. I wish I could say more, but there isn't much else to say. Kagami finished attempting to get up to leave. Grandpa, Naruto questioned. Where are you going? Naruto asked, noticing the pack that Kagami was carrying. Well, as he stared into the boy's eyes, as thoughts passed through his brain. I could never leave him alone now. But what else could I do? If I stayed, things would just get worse for the both of us. You know what? Kagami turned to speak. I am leaving, and I will be gone for a while. I am going on a pilgrimage around the shinobi world, to see it all before my time comes. It's time I went around to see some of my old friends from my youth. I will be gone for a long time, but I will promise you one thing. He leaned in closer to ruffle the boy's hair. If I'm not back by your graduation day, I owe you all the Ichiraka ramen you can eat. Naruto looked sadly back up at Naruto. I finally have a family, and you're going to be gone for 6 years. Naruto, Kagami said calmly, you will always be with family. You have Sasuke, Satsuki, Ino, Shursui. Kagami hesitated at the mention of his son. And I will be back, Naruto, still sad, exclaimed. Without you, things could go right back to being terrible. What if everyone leaves me while you're gone? Listen, Naruto, good times make great memories to reflect on, but bad times, while not as pleasant, make good lessons. If what you expect comes to pass, then turn it into a lesson. Remember, if you ever need any advice, there are plenty of other old men around the village who can spout a proverb. Kagami finished ruffling Naruto's hair again, getting the boy to laugh. It's getting sundown, I should be off now. Stay home, Naruto. Get some rest, you have school in the morning. With that, Naruto hugged his grandfather goodbye and waved him off. As Naruto's apartment became out of view, Kagami put on a determined face. It's time I travel across the continent. It's time to visit some old friends. Naruto lay on his bed in deep thought following the exodus of his grandfather. Following their time together, he had many questions running through his mind. Questions that he intended to get answers for. Kyubi, I have some questions for you. Are you awake? I am now, brat. What do you want? The fox grumbled. All right, I have some questions that you are going to answer. Oh, is that so? What authority do you have demanding anything from me? The authority of my mother, Naruto thought, causing the Kyubi to remain silent. As the son of Kushina Uchiha, your previous host, you owe me an explanation of what happened that night. The night of her death. The Kyubi grumbled as he hesitantly began recounting the night from his perspective. The beast was clearly uncomfortable with discussing the topic, which was strange for a near all-powerful being. That night, after you were born, a man abducted you, and if Kushina had not released me, you would have died. The Kyubi paused for the information to sink in. He had planted explosive tags on your father, forcing him to teleport away for your safety, leaving you and his wife with him. He took the both of you to another remote location and further weakened her seal, as your birth had weakened it in the first place. As the beast paused again, it contemplated whether it wanted to say the next part of this story. I wanted to escape. While I respected her, that doesn't mean I enjoy captivity, so when I got the chance, I took it, the Kyubi said, shocking Naruto. So after you got out, you took revenge on the village because of your captivity? What does this have to do with my parents? You told me that you were under someone else's control. You said, listen brat, let me finish before you say anything else you don't understand. The Kyubi snapped. When I got out, this man, this monster, used his Kekkei Genkai to control my actions. What Kekkei Genkai? Who could possibly have dash? It was the Sharingan, the Kyubi interrupted, causing Naruto to freeze. The user, I had felt it before, but it was a masked man with power comparable to Madara Uchiha. Following the Kyubi's reveal, Naruto turned pale, as he knew through his studies before the academy that this Uchiha was powerful and supposed to be dead. But he should be dead. How? Naruto thought, trying to get more answers from the beast. The Kyubi irritated, how should I know? Following its outburst and a moment of silence had permeated the room, the Kyubi continued. It probably wasn't him, brat. Just someone like him, he said, causing Naruto to regain his attention. He put me under a genjutsu, causing me to run amok through your village. I can't remember much at all after being controlled by that man, but the one thing I do remember is at one point, his control wavered and I was able to take back some control. I saw Kushina standing below, Sharingan flared, trying to counteract the Jinjutsu, standing in front of her husband as he was preforming a seal on you. The problem was, she was slipping in her control. The QB paused again, before continuing. The last thing I remember about that night was what she said to me. She asked me to protect you for her, and after she said that, all I could see was my claw sticking through her, and your father before I was sealed inside you. After the QB's tale, Naruto sat silent, now understanding some of what had happened that night. His parents had sacrificed themselves to save him. The QB was silent, most likely not wanting to engage with the boy for a while. Naruto lay alone on his bed, replaying the events the QB said in his head. It wasn't much to go on, but it was still more information than he had before. He had to tell someone. But how would he explain it? Itachi was waiting at rendezvous point with his other two team members as they prepared themselves for what was about to happen. No words were said as they swiftly made their way to the outskirts of the compound from outside the village. When they arrived, Itachi looked down at the compound from his elevated position. He looked at the faces of every man, woman, and child he could see. He would never forget their faces, he made that promise to himself. Before the three elite Umbu descended upon their clan, Itachi gave his orders. Raven, your target is the police building. If you can take out their best shinobi first, then it will make the rest of the mission much simpler. Cat, your objective is house-to-house clearing. If you run into any trouble, retreat to Raven in the police building to combine your strengths. I will assault the core compound and cut the head off the snake. After that is done, I will join you for the rest of the clearing. Any questions? What if they show up? Cat asked with concern. I'm hoping they do. Itachi responded. If they do, we can give them the focus of their rage on us, rather than the village. Yokai. Izumi responded as she refocused on the mission. All right, execute, Itachi ordered as the Uchiha trio descended upon the compound. Satsuki and Sasuke were sitting outside at a tea shop that their siblings frequented often when the waitress brought them some tea. It's pretty late. Shouldn't you two be getting home? Don't worry, we'll leave after we finish our tea. Sasuke responded to the woman. That boy is so like his brother, but at the same time not at all. I can't put my finger on it. The waitress thought as she returned to the inner shop. So how do you think day one went? Satsuki asked, getting a mild shrug out of Sasuke. I can tell this is going to be a waste of time. Yeah, we might learn some basic jutsu, but really this is just that, the basics. Sasuke responded, not surprising Satsuki in the slightest. If you don't know the basics, how do you expect to build onto your skills? Satsuki asked. Mastering only the Uchiha style of combat can only get you so far. If you have a fallback set of basic skills, isn't that a good thing? Are you saying that this basic style of taijutsu is better than the interceptor fist? Sasuke retorted. No, what I'm saying is almost all Konoha taijutsu styles derive from the basic forms Lord Third implemented. If a clan style is the only thing a shinobi learns, they can always be countered by someone that knows other forms. Satsuki explained, earning a pout from Sasuke. Whatever, this is still a waste of time. Sasuke said as he quickly downed the rest of his tea. Come on, let's go home. He spat, agitated. Satsuki was slightly concerned. Sasuke hadn't acted this way before, and only started getting more irritable recently. Sasuke, are you all right? I'm fine. Don't worry about it. He replied as he began walking towards the compound. Satsuki left a tip on the table along with her half-drac cup of tea as she stood up to follow Sasuke home. Shursui was standing in the middle of the police station, but he was also standing by the door and by the windows. Shursui was everywhere, and beneath them were corpses. These bodies littered the entirety of the building, all of which with a single slash to a vital area. Shursui was efficient. His body flicker made these jobs easy work. While in general a simple and basic jutsu, when mastered to its fullest potential, it is very hard to counter. As Shursui's afterimages disappeared, he began making his way through the building. As he made his way to Fugaka's office in the building, a group of Uchiha shinobi attempted an ambush. With around 5 shinobi in front of him, Shursui decided that these were most likely the top lieutenants if they were defending the chief's office. "Stop! What are you doing?" one of the younger shinobi exclaimed. Without a word, Shursui revealed something that terrified the shinobi to their very core. As they looked into Shursui's eyes through his mask, his Sharingan pattern changed. Rather than the standard 3 tomo they all had, Shursui's eyes resembled a throwing star. A Mangekyo, one of the other middle-aged shinobi sputtered. "Quickly, take him out!" the eldest member shouted as his subordinates followed his order. To his shock, while all his men attempted to attack the man, they missed. He did not attempt to evade, nor did he attack. The more experienced man looked as each of his shinobi fell lifeless to the ground. What was that?" Shursui did not explain himself, but he rather calmly said, "Koto Amitsukami," causing the room to distort for a short moment. At first nothing seemed to happen, so the shinobi drew his blade. "Well, whatever it was, it won't work on me." As the man charged forward, he slashed downwards on the boy's body. He did not move. The shinobi could see the blood on his blade. Then moments later he felt a hot pain in his back. He looked down to see the umbu's blade piercing his back. After he looked back at his own blade, he no longer saw blood, nor was the boy in front of him anymore. The boy had gotten behind him and stabbed him through his abdomen. "How?" the man choked out as he fell to the ground dead. Shursui powered down his Mangekyo as he thought to himself, "If Fugaku is in his office, he surely knows that I will be coming soon. I was foolish to use my Mangekyo on them. I overestimated their abilities. I had always looked up to Lieutenant Daisuke. I suppose he deserved a better death." As Shursui made his way into the office, it was empty. Papers were burned or destroyed, and Fugaku was gone. It looked like the office had been ransacked. Either they knew they were coming and suspected the attack, or they were efficient in an emergency strategy that they had prepared for this exact scenario. "Damn it, I was too slow. At least I took out the biggest threat. I should rejoin the assault so we can get out of here quickly." Izumi ran through the streets, indiscriminately slashing any person she saw. This, however, did not mean she felt nothing. As Izumi continued her path around the compound, she ran into little resistance. Many of the active shinobi were already being taken care of by Shursui at this point. Most of the outer layer had been taken care of, meaning almost all the lower-level Uchiha clan members had been slain. Izumi stopped for a moment as she began walking toward the mid-sector, catching her breath. On her way there, she looked around at the destruction. The corpses littering the ground were clean. The marks on their bodies were efficient, the slashes designed to cause little to no pain. As she continued walking, a kunai came flying at the face of Izumi. While she dodged the kunai with minimal effort, she glanced in the direction of the attack. Standing there was an elderly man wearing the uniform of the previous era. Before the man could attack again, Izumi closed the distance with her advantage of youth, driving her blade directly into the heart of the elderly warrior. As the man fell of her sword, the fan of the Uchiha on his back stared Izumi back in the face. "Rest in peace," she thought as she looked down at a man she recognized. Kojiro Uchiha, an old war veteran. An old man who opened a weapons shop after his retirement from the active shinobi list. He was a friendly man, even if he were stuck in the ways of the past. Always was a war hawk. He had sold Izumi her first kunai, and had repaired the very sword he died to just a week ago. At least he died as a warrior. He would have wanted it this way, Izumi thought as she continued onto the mid-levels. Most of the mid-level was empty, filled with the homes of the shinobi police force and any other active shinobi of the clan. She double-checked the homes, moving swiftly from home to home, staying only long enough if there were some stragglers. When she got near the end of the sector, she ran into a problem. Stood in front of her were 20 or so Uchiha shinobi, none of whom were members of the force. Among them were either the young, genin age, maybe chunin, and some middle-aged shinobi on their way out, or those who chose to settle down. The level of these shinobi was no more than an entry-level jonin at most by the looks of them. Leading the pack was a middle-aged woman who looked like she could be trouble wielding a bow and arrow. "Mother!" The woman wore a pained look as she saw the umbu standing before her. While her face was covered, it was obvious she had figured out the identity of their assailant. A mother never forgets their daughter. Izumi, the woman began. What are you doing? These people, they're your family. The woman shouted, gaining no response from the Umbu. For the crime of treason, the Uchiha clan is to be destroyed in order to keep the peace amongst the village. Izumi responded in a neutral tone with a few stammers. You wouldn't understand. We Uchiha have been ostracized since the formation of this village. Even after all we had done, this may be, but this does not give the Uchiha the right to a military coup. We should have negotiated with the council, not planned a hostile takeover. Izumi replied with emotion leaking into her voice. We, you said we. The woman said to herself as she began to cry. Very well, Umbu. Izumi's mother stated venomously as she knocked her bow. You can certainly try. She followed, drawing her bow. Katon, Phoenix arrow, the woman roared as she loosed the now inflamed arrow. As the light of the arrow shined upon the district, Izumi stood her ground. The arrow grew closer to the Umbu, but before it met her, the flame had sputtered out. The Umbu grabbed the arrow inches from her face. As the arrow fell to the ground with a light tap, a crimson light shone through the holes of the Umbu mask. As her mother stared back in disbelief, the design of Izumi's eye was unique to the Tomo designs that stared back at her. While there was a mixture of 1, 2, maybe 3 Tomos, she had her Mangekyo. The pattern was like that of a flower. Surrounding the pupil were 6 petals shaped like raindrops, the sharp edge pointing outwards. In between the petals were rounded lines connecting them. What? But how? One of the younger Uchiha stuttered, visibly shaking after the display. That eye. One of the older Uchiha spoke. It must be a Mangekyo, the same kind of Sharingan the tablet describes. But that could only mean. The man's thoughts wandered off as he looked back into the eyes of the Umbu. This is the power of Hachiman. Izumi stated as her sword engulfed itself in an inferno on par with the power the arrow would have held. This is much more power than I would have expected coming from that jutsu. Izumi thought as she glanced down at her now flaming sword. However, she couldn't ponder long as a large group of Uchiha were now throwing a variety of ranged weapons, seeing as their normal fire style would be ineffective. As Izumi danced and weaved her way through the kunai and shuriken, she closed the distance. Her flaming sword made short work of the Uchiha remaining. She slaughtered the resistance group one by one, until the only one left standing was her mother, with a sword buried in her stomach, and Izumi standing in front of her. The battle was quick, painless, but her mother stayed for a few moments longer. So, all those years ago, after your father, the woman said weakly, looking directly into the horrified eyes of Izumi. All of these years I never knew. I'm proud of you, Izumi, she said as she dropped to the ground, dead. Goodbye, Hazuki. Izumi choked as she began to tear up. Goodbye, Mom, she finished, letting her tears run down her face. Itachi had snuck his way towards the home of the clan head, hoping to surprise the leader of the coup. Following his elimination of a dozen or so elite Uchiha shinobi guarding the inner compound, he could faintly hear a struggle as Izumi and Shursui began their assaults. He arrived at the steps of his home, or rather, his father's home, when he saw a handful more shinobi making their way to the lower levels, when one of the squads of 3 spotted him. Umbu, it's a good thing you're here. There seems to be a slice. Silence fell as the man's head rolled onto the floor. His comrades under his command hesitated. Sloppy, Itachi thought as he drove his blade through the chest of one of the other, much younger, shinobi. But before he could finish the squad off, the remaining kunoichi began weaving through signs. Keton, fire, was all she managed to make out before her neck was slashed quickly, leaving no more room for error. There shouldn't be any more guards. These 3 were the only ones I ever remembered patrolling the main home. Takeo, his son, and Kira were always reliable to be at their post. This means that someone inside had to have ordered them to aid in the battle. Someone is home. As Itachi opened the door to the manor, it was empty, as if nobody were home. As he made his way upstairs to his parents' room, he felt odd, as if something was about to go wrong. When he finally made his way to their room, he paused at the door. Either my mother is here alone, or my father came home on time. Itachi opened the door to see a peculiar sight. His father and mother were sitting in their regular attire, as if they were waiting for him. As I had expected, Fugaku stated in a hurt manner. Only my son would be capable enough to plan an attack this coordinated as to cripple the entire clan. Fugaku Uchiha, due to the insurmountable evidence provided to the council showing an attempted coup staged by the Uchiha clan, you have been sentenced to death. Itachi said solemnly. So, you have chosen the leaf. Fugaku said disappointed. I expected more out of you. More of me. Itachi questioned. Then defend your actions. What was the purpose of this attempt? What reason could justify this? The Uchiha have been ostracized since the founding of. That is not a compelling excuse, clan leader. This is the simple explanation you use to keep the lower Uchiha controlled. But you must have something that is better justification. You wish for me to justify my actions. Fugaku retorted. Explain yourself. How does the planning of a coup warrant the extermination of a clan? Itachi pulled a copy of some of the evidence shared to the Elder Council out of his thigh pouch as well as his mission briefing. Not only are you wrong on your expectations of the punishment, but this evidence would suggest an entire mobilization of the clan against the Leaf, no doubt hoping to gain full control. Itachi paused for a moment to allow his father to read the briefing. There will be surviving Uchiha members in Sasuke and Satsuki. Now I ask again, explain your actions. Itachi punctuated as he waited for his father to respond. My reasoning is quite shallow and selfish. Mikoto, who had been quiet this whole time, spoke. I would support my husband in whatever path he chooses for the clan. It is my duty as his wife to protect and support him. But the reason I was so open to this plan is because of what they did after Kushi died. She began to tear up. After the Kyuubi attack was stopped by her and Lord Forth, we expected her to be hailed as a hero. But, like the village always does, they saw us Uchiha as a threat based on the power our dojutsu holds. She stopped as it became hard for her to continue through her tears. Fugaku began to speak where Mikoto had left off. While they may have praised the actions of the Hokage's wife, not only did the Uchiha become more feared, but now, it's as if the council is actively trying to weaken us. First, they force us to relocate our compound to the outskirts. Then they even cut the funding of the police department because we are at peace. This essentially crippled the Uchiha. Not only that, but within the village, the stigma of our past still permeates throughout the streets. If we were able to take control, we would be able to create an environment in which the Uchiha could rejoin the village properly. If it weren't for that elder council and their decisions, we Uchiha would have never faced these injustices. It's all because of that man, Tobirama Senju. All of the council members are his former students, and he historically hated our clan. This is his revenge. So you decided the best way to mend these injustices was a forceful removal of power, in a manner akin to the Uchiha of old. Itachi said, aggravating his father. I am willing to be the villain, if it means the future can bring our clan back to the equal standing the other clans share. Fugaku stated strongly, causing Itachi to draw his blade. This is not the way this should be done, Itachi began. There are ways to go about gaining positions to better our clan, as you surely know the laws and structures of the village. Giving the people more reason to fear us is not sound reasoning, Itachi said with a tone of sadness that permeated the room. Itachi flickered himself behind his parents as he was shocked that they put up no resistance. He could no longer see their faces, but he could tell something was different. While we may disagree on philosophy, Fugaku began, I can tell you have the people's best interest in your heart, and I am sad that it has come to this. Itachi Mikoto jumped in following the end of her tears. Promise us one thing, take care of Sasuke. His father finished as Itachi hesitated. His thoughts were a jumble in his head as his mind raced. Itachi let out a loud and primal roar. I am proud of you, his father said as Itachi's blade sliced through the backs of his parents. While he closed his eyes, he let streams of tears rain down from them. He sat there for a moment in shock of what had transpired. It took him several moments to recompose himself. Itachi sat by his parents for what felt like years. Itachi finally returned back to his mission state. However, when he opened his eyes, his tomo were gone. The tears in his eyes were now diluted by blood. Replacing the tomo was a 3-line swirling pattern. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 05. As Izumi arrived at the main compound carrying her mother's body, she gently laid her down in the middle of the courtyard. As she did this, Shursui had arrived from the police station to her location without any additional information. The streets were deathly quiet as Itachi walked out of his home with his normally stoic composure being there, but more unstable than usual. Report, Itachi spoke, waiting for details. The police station is clear. No sign of Fugaku, and his office was destroyed. There was no evidence to recover. Shursui stated. The streets are also cleared, Izumi began, taking her eyes off her mother. The Uchiha clan has been wiped out. She finished with a slight stammer. Fugaku was not in the streets aiding in the defense either. Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha are dead, Itachi replied, looking back at the house. If there is nothing more for us, then it is time to meet Danzo at the rendezvous point for further instruction. Itachi Shursui asked, "What happened to your eye? It's bleeding. Don't tell me it's..." Following the open-ended question, Itachi flared his new Mangekyo, surprising Shursui and Izumi. After retracting it again, Shursui continued. "I am sorry," Itachi responded monotonal. "Let's get moving." As Shursui regained his composure. As the group turned to leave, standing before them were 2 children, Satsuki and Sasuke. Sasuke stood in shock as he saw not only his brother, but Satsuki's sister and Shursui, standing over the body of Satsuki's mother. Mom," Satsuki stammered as she gazed upon the corpse of Hazuki. As Satsuki began to cry, she sprinted towards her mother, meeting no resistance as she began cradling the dead woman in her arms. "Itachi, what happened?" Sasuke asked, hoping his brother would have answers. "Was there an attack? Where are Mom and Dad?" The only response Sasuke got was silence, a menacingly disturbing silence. As he glanced behind Itachi, he saw the door to his house wide open. Sasuke ran past the umbu and made his way to his parents' room. Dad, are you AL? He stopped as he found his parents lying dead on the floor. "Ita." He shouted as he turned around, but his brother was standing right behind him. "Itachi, what happened? Who did this? Are you..." Sasuke was once again cut off, as his brother's blade cut through his shoulder. "Stupid little brother," Itachi began. "I did it," he said, terrifying Sasuke to his core. A moment of shock rippled through Sasuke before he asked, But why?" Sasuke said, trying to hold back tears. "Why would you kill our parents?" "So I could test my abilities," he said as he flared his new Sharingan, angering the younger boy. How could you?" Sasuke roared as he pulled a kunai from his pouch and charged Itachi. Sasuke could feel the words slowing down. All he could see was his brother standing in front of him, and his kunai coming down on him. Sasuke was stuck in tunnel vision, his only goal being to stab his brother. This didn't last as Sasuke felt a blow to his neck as was knocked unconscious. Satsuki was crying, holding the body of her mother in her arms, when her sister, the person she trusted the most, kicked her away. "Raven, make your way to rendezvous. Well, clean up here." Izumi spoke. "Hi," the man responded as he vanished into the night. "What are you doing?" Satsuki said through her tears. "What happened to Mom?" "I killed her," Izumi stated firmly. Satsuki sat up at this statement. There was no remorse in her sister's voice. Nothing. This angered and saddened Satsuki as she stood up. "Why?" was all that came to her mind as she drew her own kunai. "Simple," Izumi began. "They were a threat," she finished, causing Satsuki's eyes to widen. "A threat to what? To who?" "You monster, she was our mother," Satsuki roared as she began to move forward. "She was a threat to my interests, as were the other Uchiha. You, however," Izumi paused, halting Satsuki in her tracks, "are much more important." Izumi replied, finding the word that represented her position the best. Satsuki couldn't speak. She was utterly dumbfounded that her own sister could do this. Not only kill her mother, but the rest of the clan. On her way to the compound, she saw so many people she knew, dead. Satsuki stared daggers into Izumi's eyes as her world slowed down. She could see Izumi twitch a bit, but she didn't care. She ran straight at her sister, kunai drawn. As she ran, she could see her sister standing there, motionless. When she reached her sister, she could see her sister moving, but slowly. The plunged her kunai forward towards her sister's stomach when she was stopped. Izumi had gripped her wrist fast enough to where she could not see. Now this is perfect, Izumi said in a triumphant tone, confusing Satsuki. Little sis is all grown up now, she said, angling the new kunai towards Satsuki. As Satsuki stared at her reflection in the kunai, her normally black eyes were scarlet. She was confused, concerned, but then she regained her thoughts as she knew now. The Sharingan, she said aloud. Exactly, Izumi said as she chopped the back of her sister's neck. As her consciousness faded, and she plummeted to the ground, Satsuki lay on the ground, next to her mother. As Sasuke regained his consciousness, he rustled himself awake in the middle of the courtyard. He had hoped tonight would have just been a dream, but that reality was shattered when he looked next to him to find Satsuki, lying unconscious on the body of her mother. To his other side were his own parents, dead. He couldn't move very much, but in front of him he could see two figures. Their speech was muffled, he couldn't understand it. Moments later, one of the figures disappeared, leaving only one. As Sasuke slowly regained his senses, he recognized the figure. The murderer himself, Itachi. "Oh, you're still awake," he stated as he began walking towards his brother. Sasuke tried to move, but he couldn't. "Listen well, brother." Itachi stopped as he closed his eyes. "Do not come back to me until you have the same eyes as me," he said, opening his eyes, revealing a Sharingan. "That's not a normal Sharingan. What is it?" Sasuke thought, trying to figure out what was happening. "Only with these eyes will you be a proper challenge for my abilities. Let your hatred for me guide you. It is the only way you will defeat me." Itachi spoke as he himself vanished. Sasuke fell back out of consciousness, as his brother's words would be burned into his mind forever. Itachi was traveling to the rendezvous point from the compound. As his feet landed, branch to branch, it was as if he were lighter than a feather. The branches did not move from the soft touch of Itachi's feet, and there was no sound to be heard by anyone. The calmness of the forest was overwhelming, as if nothing had happened that night. As Itachi landed in a clearing, he had a moment to himself, a moment to reflect. It is done, but was it worth it? Itachi thought as the calm breeze blew past him. What's the plan now? Shisui asked as he was suddenly in front of Itachi. We regroup with Danzo, Izumi said as she appeared behind Itachi. No, we meet my contact here, Itachi said, shocking Izumi. But you said, Izumi Shisui began, you knew this was a one-way trip. Did you think Danzo would allow us to live? There is no place for us in the village since there were witnesses. All we are now are loose ends, a voice stated in the darkness. As a masked Umbu with a pale white mask appeared from behind a tree, the trio went on guard. Following the masked Umbu were 6 more faceless elites surrounding the group. You stand guilty of the murder of the Uchiha clan. You are now sentenced to death, the Umbu said coldly. Oh, is that so? A voice boomed from the void. Who said that? Izumi questioned, looking around the Umbu. Oh, that was me. The voice responded as a figure spiraled into existence in front of them. Greetings, the man replied. He wore a yellow mask with a single eye hole and black markings. He had long black spiky hair and a matching long black robe. On his wrists were chains that a prisoner would wear, except the chain connecting them was a significant length longer. Itachi, I didn't realize we'd have guests. It wasn't the plan, but it's not unexpected, the Uchiha replied. Are these the two? The man questioned, pointing at Shisui and Izumi. They were accomplices to my assault on the compound. They would make a good addition to this organization you've been telling me about, Itachi said, causing Izumi and Shisui to look at him with a cautious eye. We shall see, I suppose, the man said, finishing his thought. Before he could speak again, a kunai passed through his body, which was then promptly caught by Itachi. Oh, I've noticed that there is an odd number. This simply won't do, the man said as he spiraled out of existence again. When he reappeared, it was behind the lead Umbu, quickly snapping his neck and reappearing in front of Itachi. As Shursui and Izumi stared at the motionless corpse of one of the Leaf's most elite shinobi, there was a clear sense of menace in the air. Since we have this fun scenario in front of us, Itachi, for your final task, I suppose you each get a 2-on-1 fight. I will judge these two for myself. The man punctuated his point by disappearing again. All right, you have your orders. Itachi replied stoically as if this were a normal occurrence. I suppose questions will have to wait until after we deal with them. Shursui retorted as the three split off into the forest to take their respective fights. As the masked man looked down at the battle from above, he was pleased. Not only did Itachi follow through with the massacre, but he managed to convince the two strongest Uchiha outside Fugaku to join him. And it appears he also managed to gain his Mangekyo. The man thought as Itachi activated the variability. Now let's see his abilities. Itachi stared down both of his opponents before either of them could react. Both shinobi stood there, motionless. Following this realization, the man thought to himself again. It seems he has a genjutsu technique in one of his eyes. For these elite warriors to be so affected by it, I can only imagine its power. Just as the man finished his thought, both Umbu lit up in an inferno of black flames. Interesting, his other ability seems to be the furthest extent of fire-style mastery. If I am correct, those flames should be impossible to put out. The man's theory was tested as the two Umbu snapped out of their genjutsu. Panicked, one of them put themselves in a water prison jutsu, while the other Umbu could only burn to death. The one who had tried to escape into his prison faltered, as his prison splashed away, leaving a charred corpse. It seems I don't have to worry about his abilities. Now how about the girl? As he flicked his head towards her battle, one Umbu already lay dead and the girl's blade, seemingly on fire, dissipated into being a normal blade again. Quick work, but still slower than Itachi. To be fair, Itachi didn't even have to try because of his new powers. Perhaps hers are just simply different. The remaining Umbu attempting to end Izumi flashed through a mass of hand seals as she prepared an attack. Raitun, lightning bolt jutsu, the Umbu exclaimed as she shot a high-energy bolt of lightning straight at Izumi. She isn't dodging, not moving her blade as an attempt to block either. The masked man thought as the bolt made its way to Izumi. Without needing even a moment to weave any signs, the lightning bolt simply disappeared into the night. What? That's not possible, the Umbu exclaimed as Izumi stood unfazed. Lightning release, huh? Izumi taunted. Unlucky for you. This is my favorite, she said with a confident grin. Hachiman, she exclaimed as her blade erupted in sparks. While the negation of jutsu is very useful, if that's the most she can offer offensively, I don't know if she would be worth. The man's thoughts were cut off as the Umbu opened a scroll containing what looked to be hundreds of kunai launching into Izumi's direction. Izumi was still not fazed as when the kunai barrage finished, she was still standing there unharmed. That's impossible, Izumi finished, bored. The Umbu recoiled in shock, followed by a panicked flurry of kunai. With each throw, Izumi seemed to get closer and closer until a blade was protruding through her chest. Interesting, she was clearly faster than she was before, so she absorbs the attack into her Sharingan and seemingly amplifies not only her weapon, but her body with the nature equivalent to the power the jutsu absorbed was. That seems to be a perfect counter to any type of attacker if there is no limit to the power of attacks she can absorb. Clearly, lightning makes her faster than any natural human could move along with the destructive power that the attack had. Lucky for me, I could see every dodge with my Sharingan, but to that Umbu it probably felt like she was a ghost. The man thought as he moved his head in the direction of the final member. Unfortunately for him, the Umbu were already lying dead on the ground, impaled by each other's blades, while the Uchiha was waiting on his comrades to finish up. Damn, the fact that he finished so quickly is impressive, but I couldn't get a good idea of his ability. The fact that he could get those Umbu to turn on one another suggests some form of genjutsu or outward manipulation. This could be very interesting indeed, and potentially very dangerous. I will keep an eye on him, but for now I may as well congratulate them for passing. Shursui was waiting back at the clearing for his teammates when the masked man reappeared in front of him. All right, they've been dealt with. Now we can wait for. He paused for a moment as he saw Itachi making his way out of the trees. Once he got to the group, Izumi seemingly appeared out of nowhere behind them. Lightning, huh? I feel bad for the umbu she faced, Shursui thought as he began to speak again. Assuming we all finished off our opponents, I believe an explanation and some introductions are in order? He finished as he looked at Itachi, who was standing beside the masked man. Firstly, an explanation. Itachi and I made each other's acquaintance by chance as I was on mission for an employer to take care of the fire daimyo. Unfortunately, things got messy, the man said, causing Itachi to flinch a little. However, the organization I represent requested me to scout out potential members in the Leaf. That is when I remembered the talent of the boy. He came to me outside of town as he recognized my mask and nearly killed me. Once I explained about the death of his teammate being strictly business, and I had no intention to cause anyone further harm, I revealed that the man paused to reveal his own Sharingan, was an Uchiha. He paused again as to give the shinobi some time to contemplate this revelation. After I told him about the organization, he said that it may be a potential backup plan without much explanation. Then just today he summoned me to inform me that I should wait here for you, and if you were back by dawn, to inform you of the proposition I gave him. Izumi stood with an information overload when she remembered something from that morning. Itachi, is that why you were reflecting on Tenma all of the sudden at the shop? Is that why you tried to convince Shinko that it was the daimyo's fault, not your assailant? Izumi asked, trying to understand. Yes, we had discussed the topic at length before today, Itachi explained. However, in terms of the rest of the explanation, this man had offered to aid in the assault after I told him our orders. Before you ask, I told him because I understood the likely aftermath that has come to pass. I requested he let us handle it for 2 reasons. So he could evaluate you too, and so we would be the ones who did the deed. He explained as Izumi stood shocked. But if he could have helped, why should we have had to? So that we could understand the gravity of this decision. Itachi said, slapping Izumi with the same line he used a few weeks ago. She finally understood. That still doesn't tell us who you are, Shursui said, breaking the silence. Of course, where are my manners? The man said, my name is Madara Uchiha. The forest fell as quiet as it were before the battle began as a mixture of disbelief and fear flowed through the bodies of Izumi, Shursui, and even Itachi. But I thought you, Izumi stammered, died? No, that is not the case. Madara paused for a moment, however that is long story for another day. Seeing as I told you my name is, see it as fair that you gave me yours. Madara replied, causing Izumi to flinch as her lightning chakra faded. Very well. My name is Shursui Uchiha. And this, he said gesturing to Izumi, is Izumi Uchiha. I am the son of Kagami Uchiha, Jonin level, and an Umbu, former Black Ops member. He stopped, glancing over at a still shocked Izumi. When Izumi finally snapped out of her stupor, she replied, I'm Izumi Uchiha, daughter of Hazuki Uchiha and, well, never mind, but I am Jonin level and a former Black Ops member. She finished, getting a stoic response from Madara. All right, considering you all passed my little test, and considering it seems that you no longer are welcome at the Leaf, Madara said, looking towards the direction of Konoha. I would like to propose to you two an option. Itachi here has already agreed for himself, but I would like to ask you each personally. Both shinobi were concerned, but with a quiet nod of agreement between them, Shursui spoke. We will hear you out due to the trust we put in Itachi, but that does not mean we will accept. Very good, but for now it would be best if you called me by another name. While I am not officially a part of the group, my alter ego is a servant of them. In fact, hey re, why I am here now. While I pull the strings from the shadows, most do not know my identity. Then what should we call you? Shursui began. For now, call me Toby. Naruto awoke to a loud pounding on his door. As he woke up, he made his way to the door in a delirious state. As the knocking continued, he yelled at the door, I'm coming. I'm coming, very lazily. When he finally opened the door, the only thing his unadjusted eyes saw a purple blob standing at the door. We are gonna be late, you moron. A voice screamed as a fist collided with the top of his head. As he shook himself awake, his eyes were met with a very pissed-off Ino. "You're lucky I came back to check on you. It's only the second day, Naruto," she yelled as Naruto was standing in front of her trying to nurse his now bruised head. "Calm down, I'll be ready in 5. Wait for me," Naruto replied as he began to run frantically around the room. "Fine, but when Satsuki and Sasuke get here I'm leaving like yesterday," she replied as Naruto was hastily brushing his teeth. Rinsing out his mouth, he replied, "They haven't come by yet?" "No, but they should be here by the time you're done," Ino replied, still angry. "All right, I'm going to shower, then we can head out," Naruto replied as he walked back into his bathroom. 10 minutes later, as Naruto walked back to his front door, Ino began again. "Took your sweet time, didn't you? Hey, just because I might be late doesn't mean I'm gonna rush," Naruto said as he stepped outside. "They aren't here yet?" he replied, confused. Ino looked a little worried as she replied in a still angry tone. "No, but unlike you, this is unusual. Maybe we should go check on them. They could be sleeping still, right?" "Unlikely, but if we're gonna be late, we may as well have more than just me and you to explain. Let's go get them," she finished as the two made their way to the Uchiha compound. While the two walked, they began to chat about mildly. "What do you think about our teacher?" Ino asked to a relaxed Naruto. "He seems like a good guy. Don't know about his strength though. That coming from a genin who knows 2 jutsu? Fair enough. He is a chunin for a reason," Naruto shrugged. "He feels more like a normal teacher than a shinobi instructor. That's his job, you know. He only teaches us the basics. He must have become a teacher for some reason, right? He does seem to legitimately care for all of us," Naruto said. "I mean, frankly, he seems like he is to kind of be a shinobi. That's why he was chosen to be a teacher." "I mean, that may be the case, but..." Ino stopped in her tracks as Naruto kept walking while staring at the sky. As he noticed Ino had stopped, he looked back to see what was wrong. "Ino? What's up?" Naruto asked as he looked at a shocked Ino. She shakily raised a finger behind him, as if pointing at something. "What could possibly?" Naruto froze as he saw the corpses of 2 Uchiha guards at the gate. Without another word, Naruto sprinted into the compound. "Naruto!" Ino yelled as she attempted to shake off her daze and start running after him. They have to be okay, he thought frantically. They would most likely be near their homes, they have to be. As Naruto made his way through the corpse-ridden streets, he was crying. And not only that, all he could do was scream. "Sasuke!" He began. "Satsuki," he continued. He made his way directly to the innermost compound where he saw it. Sasuke and Satsuki were lying on a pile of corpses. No, 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 no. Naruto frantically yelled as he ran to his friends. As he felt for a pulse, he could feel something. "They're still alive." As Naruto was attempting to wake up his friends, Ino arrived onto the scene. "Naruto, are they?" She stopped. Ino was speechless and frozen as she saw the thought to be corpses. Suddenly Naruto screamed back at her. "Go get someone, anyone." Ino simply nodded her head and ran back to the entrance. "It's going to be all right," he said to the unconscious pair. He heaved Sasuke onto his back and picked Satsuki up bridal style. "Don't worry, your old friend Naruto is going to get you to the entrance." Before he began moving, a thought jumped into Naruto's mind. "Grandpa told me not to go out, is he?" He looked at the now empty office. "Did Uncle Shursui get out with him?" He paused. "I can't worry about that right now. I have to get out with them." Naruto began to make his way to the gate as fast as he could. As he made his way past the bodies again, he didn't care, they were already gone. But the people he really cared about, the ones that still had a chance to live, he was going to save them. When Naruto arrived back at the gate, his body ached. His fast-paced jog had turned into a slow walk as he carried the two past the entrance. Naruto was weakly walking through the city as people slowly awakened and were making their way outside. Naruto could see in front of him that Ino was running back to him, with some shinobi and even an umbu. As Naruto realized that they were safe, he promptly collapsed onto the ground. The last thing he heard before passing out was Ino yelling his name. "Are you sure it's them?" Hiruzen said in a startled tone as Kakashi informed him that the Uchihas and Naruto were in the hospital. "What happened?" "Yes, it's them. We don't know the details yet, but Kakashi lowered his head. The entire Uchiha clan was wiped out in a single night. Hiruzen was not stunned, but he did not have to act when tears began to flow down his face. Silence rested itself in the Hokage office as Hiruzen said, "Bring me to them, they may know what happened." "Hi, this way, Lord Third," Kakashi said as he reapplied his mask. "I wish it never came to this. If I would have pushed harder against the council, Kagami would still be here. The Uchiha could have been reasoned with. I wouldn't have to lie to my loyal shinobi, and these kids would still have a family." Hiruzen thought as they made their way to the hospital. As the two made their way into the room housing the survivors, the young Yamanaka girl was sitting at the bedsides in between the two Uchiha, and Naruto seemingly had regained consciousness as he was sitting up on his bed staring at the two. "What is their condition?" Hiruzen turned to the doctor to ask while Kakashi moved to guard the entrance. The question caught the attention of Naruto and Ino. "Gigi!" Naruto exclaimed as Ino returned to her comatose friends. Before another word was uttered, there was a pounding at the door. "Ino, it's Sakura. Please let me in." Before Ino could get up, the Hokage complied with the request as Sakura ran to Sasuke's side almost immediately. "When you guys weren't at school, we were all worried." A few minutes after class began, a shinobi came in and handed Irika-sensei a document. After that, he just canceled class. When I asked him about it, all he could say was that you four were in the hospital right now. Sakura finished her story. The medic Nin then began with her synopsis, ignoring the pink-haired girl. "They should wake up soon. However, the boy has a laceration at his shoulder that is being treated, and it seems the girl received a nasty blow to her ribs. Right now, after they wake up, it should be a few days before they are cleared." The doctor continued, "The silver-haired one just needs some rest." He overexerted himself out carrying the two out of the compound by himself. Sakura wore an astonished face as she glanced back at the boy that seemingly saved Sasuke. While she seemed to be thankful, she turned back to Sasuke before Hiruzen could inquire further. "Thank you, doctor. You have my permission to leave now." "Thank you for your hard work," Hiruzen replied. "Of course, sir." The medic Nin bowed as she exited the room. "All right, now when these two wake up, I need the three of you to be calm and don't be too loud. They must have had a rough." "Sasuke!" Sakura shouted as the boy's eyes began to flutter open. Where am I?" the boy questioned. "You are in the hospital. I need you to rest for a while. I have some bad news, but we will discuss it after Satsuki wakes up." Hiruzen replied, "I already have all of the official information, but these two could tell me what happened down there." Soon after the thought, Satsuki began to awaken from her coma as well. "Satsuki!" Naruto exclaimed as he painfully made his way slowly to her bedside. "Naru, what happened?" She began slowly. Suddenly her eyes snapped open. "Where is Izumi?" she yelled as she sat up. She quickly fell back down onto her bed holding her ribs. "Here," Naruto said as he and Ino slowly propped her up with the medical bed and several pillows. Sakura then followed suit with Sasuke. "Where is she?" was the next thing that came out of Satsuki's mouth. "She hasn't reported back to Elder Danzo, and neither have Itachi and Shursui," Hiruzen replied. "Right now we have no idea." The 5 students in the room all stared at the Hokage in shock. Hearing the name of the 3 traitors, Sasuke seemingly regained the memories of that night. "Those monsters!" he shouted as tears began to stream down his face. "Ino, Sakura, it would be best if you waited in the waiting room for a moment." Hiruzen began as the looks of shock and disappointment appeared on their faces. "You're not injured, and what's about to be said is not going to be pretty. I will let you know when we are finished on the way out. If they want to relay the information to you, that is their choice." As the two left the room, upset Hiruzen turned to Naruto. "Naruto, based on what the Umbu reports on the event state, his lack of attendance, and his body not being identified, Shursui, along with Itachi and Izumi Hiruzen hesitated, are most likely responsible for this." Hiruzen ended, throwing a lot at an astonished Naruto. "There is no way I believe Uncle Shursui was a part of this attack. He would never. I saw him with my own eyes," Satsuki said through her tears. "I thought the same about Iz." She choked, not being able to finish her sentence. He was there when we saw Itachi and Izumi. Sasuke continued angrily. If he was on their side, based on what I witnessed Itachi do, he's nothing more than a murderer. Sasuke said with a hint of venom. I can't believe it, Naruto said as he looked to the Hokage, who gave him a solemn face. Naruto, we need to get stronger. Strong enough to kill these monsters so that we can avenge our clan. Sasuke asserted, catching the gaze of not only Naruto, but Satsuki as well. Without another word, a shocked Naruto sat on his bed, contemplating for what felt like a year. After a few minutes of this, he finally made his way out of the room, leaving the three alone to discuss the details of that night. As Ino was consoling a distraught Sakura in the waiting room, she felt a body sit in the seat next to her. When she turned to yell at the insensitive jerk for not reading the room, she was greeted by the dumbstruck face of Naruto, an unmoving expression sitting right next to her. Naruto? She questioned, getting no response. The mention of the name had Sakura look towards the boy with a glare. This face quickly faded as she noticed he had not flinched, or probably even noticed her. Naruto? What are you doing out here? She snapped, again gaining no answer. Ino moved her hand to his shoulder and gripped it, shaking Naruto a bit, hoping to break his focus on seemingly nothing. Naruto, what happened in there? She asked, again receiving silence. A flustered Sakura rose from her seat and stood in front of the boy. He still did not move. Sakura brought her hand across the boy's face, finally causing some reaction out of him as he moved his own hand to where the slap had made contact. What happened in there? Sakura screamed, startling Ino, but not Naruto. The boy kept his solemn expression. Before Sakura could do it again, she noticed something else. Naruto began to cry. Oh shit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Sakura responded in an uncharacteristic form of compassion towards Naruto. Naruto, Ino said calmly as the boy looked towards her. What did they tell you in there? She continued quietly. Naruto gave no response with his voice. He simply let his tears fall. He did not cry, or at least it wasn't loud or ugly, but he wept. As Ino moved in to hug the boy, his tears continued to fall. Ino, Sakura. Naruto finally spoke, as both girls looked back to him. Itachi, Izumi, Uncle Shursui. They murdered all of them. He finished, choking up. That's all he could say. He could no longer suppress his tears as his previously controlled stream turned into a raging rapid of emotion. Ino knew that there were no words that could comfort the boy in that moment. The only thing she could do was give him a shoulder to cry on. As she did, she was surprised by a small sliver of hope that she had been waiting on for years, as Sakura, too, began to comfort the boy. Unlike her, she wore a similar expression of shock that Naruto walked towards them with, as if hearing that news sent her brain into shock. Ino smiled at her friend, as while she may not know it, she is becoming more accepting of the boy she used to call monster. As the group sat in the waiting room for what felt like hours, Ino lifted her head as she saw Naruto had cried himself to sleep. She quickly took a few tissues from a nearby box to wipe his eyes and nose to clean him up a bit. Ino nudged Sakura to get her attention as she snapped out of her own state of shock. The two girls now sat either side of Naruto, waiting in silence. Eventually, the Hokage emerged from the end of the hallway where the Uchiha had been recuperating, signaling to the girls that they could return. Ino quietly nudged Naruto, who slowly began to regain consciousness as the Hokage arrived in the waiting area. All of the information I need has been acquired. I will send some shinobi to inform your parents of where you are so they do not worry. If you wish to return to the room now, you should have no more issues until visiting hours are over. The Hokage said with a caring and thoughtful tone. Thank you, Lord. Third, Ino said as she guided Naruto out from his chair, with the help of Sakura. The three made their way back towards the room through the plain white walls of the hospital. The rest of their walk was quiet as they returned to see Sasuke with the pained face of anger, and Satsuki in immense emotional pain. Based on the reactions of her three friends, Ino didn't know if she even wanted to know what happened last night. The next day, you called for me, Lord Hokage? Danzo said as he entered the Hokage's office. Yes, I have been looking through the reports from last night, them along with the testimony of the eyewitnesses in the kids, I am very concerned about something," the Hokage stated as Danzo made his way closer to the desk. "Based on your written brief for the 3 Uchiha, it would seem that Itachi suggested the rendezvous location. Is that not correct?" "That is correct," Danzo replied. "While odd, I now understand why he did. The men I sent to meet up with them were found near the location dead. It would seem that they had always intended on fleeing the village," Danzo replied, causing the Hokage to stare daggers at him. "Danzo, you and I both know that you did not merely order your Umbu to rendezvous with the squad. I want you to explain your actions." The Hokage paused, gaining no response. The boy Sasuke stated that his brother acted in a manner of hatred and lust for power. "This is unusual for this group. I would consider it a fluke if Satsuki had not said the same about her sister." "What happened?" he finished with a firm and absolute tone. Danzo sighed. During the briefing, the 3 requested that Sasuke and Satsuki be spared so that, which I expected and suspected. However, it would have been nice to have been briefed. No? Hiruzen stated firmly. "I believe you left the briefing to me?" Danzo replied stoically as the Hokage motioned for him to continue. Defeated. Anyways, the reasoning they gave was to not only grant the clan a surviving lineage, but also to make said lineage loyal to the leaf by moving their natural hatred towards their siblings. This is also why Naruto was left alive. However, since he was not there, he learned through second-hand knowledge. Danzo paused for the Hokage to absorb the information. "That may explain the events during the assault, but what does this have to do with your order to eliminate them?" the Hokage questioned. "Tell me, what would keeping them here and alive accomplish? You and I both know that they would not have been allowed back, especially leaving the kids alive as witnesses," Danzo questioned. He was met with silence as the Hokage thought over the possibilities. Danzo began speaking again while the Hokage was still pondering. "Well, the way I see it, it was a win-win scenario in which if I did not get my way, we still would benefit. If my men would have succeeded, then 3 powerful shinobi that were forced to flee would have been brought to justice, and the kids could have their closure after some grief without any potential incidents. The issue with this outcome would most likely be a stunt in their growth as shinobi by not having something to work towards. However, based on the reality of the aftermath, it is far more likely that their plan to be conduits of hatred will be far more potent, thus making stronger shinobi of the 3 survivors. The issue I saw with their conclusion was that it leaves more room for not only their power to grow to uncontrollable levels, but they also pose the threat of revealing our involvement, thus losing the trust of the citizens. Therefore, logically, I believe I took the proper course of action." Danzo finished methodically, leaving the Hokage in shock. "While I do not agree with your sentiment of a win-win scenario, nor do I think it was wise to sacrifice 3 of our top talents, I do see the logic in your words. There would have been no way for those 3 to return to their duties unless the kids never stumbled upon them," the Hokage finished. "Perhaps a wise idea would be to allow me to train the 3, given their already above-average talent, along with the trauma of the massacre. It would be a good idea to give them Umbu-level training from an early age, and a new environment to train away from the other children," Danzo suggested to an angered Hokage. "That is still not on the table," the Hokage spoke. "These are children. They need to grow in a natural environment, not a controlled one. If one day they become skilled enough to join the Umbu, then that would be their decision. While you are one of my most trusted advisors, and a good devil's advocate, this I cannot abide." "Very well, Hiruzen. Was that all?" Danzo replied while the Hokage settled down. "I suppose. But for future reference, I want the details of every Umbu assignment before they are dispatched. Am I clear?" "Yes, Lord Hokage," Danzo said as he turned to leave the office of a conflicted and stressed man. On his way back to his own office in the Umbu headquarters, Danzo began to think about the events that had transpired. Those 3 are going to be a hassle in the future. For now, they will stay quiet about our roles, but once their younger counterparts inevitably defeat them and accomplish their goals, it is highly likely that at least one of them would tell them the secret of that meeting. And if that happens, it is also likely that the target of the Uchiha rage will be directed back at the leaf again. This matter will require much more care and planning now, considering the apparent betrayal that they perceived by my Umbu. There is so much more to do, but that's what I get for underestimating the Uchiha. Chapter 06. 6 years after the Uchiha clan massacre, Naruto was standing alone in a clearing. It was an overcast day that day. The wind was chilly and fast. He would need to compensate for that. The 15-year-old boy was wearing his shinobi gear. Unlike his school outfit, which was much more civilian-like, he wore his underclothes with a silver, sleeveless vest, similar to what an umbu would wear, the only difference being the material was more similar armor than it was a flak jacket. The material was hard, but flexible. On his back was a straight sword, ninjato, with a black wrapping and a once again silver grip. Naruto wore a face of concentration as he scanned the trees. Naruto felt a single rain drop hit his nose, as the clouds above grew darker. It looks like I'll have a slight advantage, Naruto thought as the rain began to fall. Around the boy, the only noise he heard was the rain. Now where are they? He paused as there was a slight rustle in the trees nearby. There, Naruto thought as he quickly launched a kunai with an explosive tag wrapped around the handle in the direction of the noise. Boom! The explosion rocked the forest as two figures jumped out of the way of the explosion. It's about time you made a mistake, Naruto said to no response. Now let's go, he roared as he drew his blade and dashed toward the two figures. Both shinobi were wearing an all-black ninja suit with their own ninjato. Naruto quickly moved to the closer nin, as they attempted to engage Naruto in sword combat. This would be a mistake as every strike the nin attempted was quickly blocked and redirected in a way she couldn't recover. As the blades were clashing back and forth, it was clear that the nin was outmatched. Before long Naruto had disarmed the first nin. As the sword stuck into the ground a good distance away, the voice of the other nin could be heard over the heavy rain. Ketan, fireball jutsu, followed by a stream of fire headed towards Naruto and his foe. As the first nin disengaged, Naruto decided to use a more direct approach to the fireball. He quickly stuck his sword in the ground in front of him, weaving hand seals to counter the fireball. Suetun, water wall jutsu, Naruto exclaimed as the rain around Naruto was manipulated, causing a barrier to be placed between him and the fireball. The fireball slowly dissipated onto the wall, creating a thick steam. The two nin regrouped as they could not see Naruto in the steamed area. Suddenly through the steam, a stream of concentrated lightning shot from Naruto struck the fire nin. The shinobi fell to the ground, taken out of the fight. They didn't do much, not with their chakra nature and the current environment that was to be expected. Lacking their sword, the remaining nin readied for hand-to-hand combat. As the steam dissipated, Naruto was standing there with his sword stuck in the ground, holding his own taijutsu stance. Naruto acted first as he began dashing quick toward the nin. The nin, however, had other plans. As soon as Naruto reached his target, they exchanged in hand-to-hand. The attacker's taijutsu was basic and no match for the flowing fist Naruto practiced. Suddenly, while Naruto was pressing the nin, she suddenly basted herself upwards and flipped over the boy. Wait, what was that? Naruto thought as the shinobi flipped above him, landing a kick to the back of his head. This blow caused Naruto to stumble forward, staggering from the shock. Thinking she had the upper hand, the masked fighter charged at Naruto's back, only to be stopped in her tracks as he turned around and gripped her wrist, revealing the Sharingan. While it's been fun, it's time to end this, Naruto spoke as he assaulted the nervous nin. The difference in ability was far superior at this point. Every attack the nin threw was either dodged or redirected, followed by a lightning-fast jab. Naruto could see every attack before it happened. That, on top of his already superior taijutsu, decided the battle. Naruto ended the bout of fists quickly as he managed a low sweeping kick that flowed seamlessly from his previous pressure point jab to the shinobi's arm. Following the sweep, Naruto got the attacking shinobi on the ground in a submission hold. After moments of struggle, the enemy nin tapped on Naruto's arm. Yield, the feminine voice stated. Naruto released his hold, allowing the kunoichi up from the hold. That wasn't bad, Naruto said as the masked figure removed her mask to reveal Ino. Since when were you able to use wind release? He asked as Ino held her left arm. I wanted to keep it a surprise, but a few weeks. I still haven't been able to use it in combat very well. Ino responded as the two walked over to the other nin, who was now sitting up. If you could use that wind blast in a more precise or controlled manner, it could become a really devastating counter to the Sharingan. Naruto said as they met up with the now unmasked Satsuki. Really? How so? Ino questioned. Well, Satsuki began. If I'm guessing what Naruto's getting at, what he was going to say most likely involves your speed of attack being high enough that even if we see it, we can't react quick enough to actually do anything about it. Exactly, Naruto said, pointing towards Satsuki. When you boosted yourself over me, I couldn't react to that attack because of the sudden movement. Maybe if you were still in view I could have, but it was fairly disorienting. As Naruto finished his thought, Ino contemplated what he had suggested. I guess when I thought to do it, I had a similar thought process, but eventually that eye of yours is going to get better, and then what will I do? Ino replied as she walked over to grab her sword. I guess just keep refining the style, implement more elements, Satsuki suggested as Naruto helped her up. By the way, I know this was just a practice fight, but you didn't have to go that easy on me. Satsuki responded, catching Naruto off guard as he stumbled for an answer. I mean, I did handicap you a bit. I had you equipped with more basic equipment when you're better with that bow of yours. Not to mention we have exams tomorrow, so I can't use full power. Naruto sputtered, hoping his excuses would land. Fair enough. But why have us use basic equipment anyway? Satsuki questioned as Ino rejoined the group. Well, for two reasons. It benefits me because it lets me get some practice fighting a more common style of combat, and since Ino is still more proficient in the style, it also would give me different levels of combat. Regardless, you didn't use your weapon or your taijutsu at all, so I got both ninjutsu defense and physical training. To your benefits, Ino gets training against a stronger opponent with her practice skill set, while you practice your fallback combat styles if a shinobi closes the distance. Naruto explained in a surprisingly professional manner. Irika-sensei told you to do it, didn't he? Ino said as Naruto's sweat dropped. Well, you see, Naruto began as he laughed and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, Irika told me to. He finished defeated as he slumped forward while the two girls began to laugh as well. Well, I better head back to your compound and grab my stuff. I gotta back home before Sasuke trains himself to death. They'll see you guys at school tomorrow, Satsuki said as she began to bounce tree to tree in the direction of the NAMIKAZE compound. Good luck, she yelled back when she was out of eyesight, while the two remaining shinobi stood there in the rain. A thought occurred to Ino. Hey Naruto, I have a question, she said, gaining the boy's attention. So I've been training with the basic Kenjutsu scrolls, and I was wondering, could I try out one of the scrolls back at the compound? Or at least look one over a little, but I don't have a problem with it. The only issue is I haven't been able to open the others yet. While I've begun to see some signs of the fire nature, it isn't strong enough to activate the elemental seal, and because it's tied to my bloodline, I don't know if it will work for you, Naruto said, disappointed at himself. Oh, don't worry about it. Let's just head back to the compound. I'm probably going to stay the night tonight to get some last-minute readings done from your library. That thing is actually really useful, Ino said, causing Naruto's mood to become more upbeat. I was thinking the same thing. I really need to study up for the written exam. I never understood why we needed to know chakra theory if it has nothing to do with practical use. Naruto replied, getting an affirmative chuckle out of Ino. All right, let's start heading back, Ino said through her chuckles, as the two made their way back towards the compound. As Irika walked into the classroom the morning of the graduation exams, he was sad. Many of his students would soon leave him to begin their careers as shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. As he opened the door, he greeted the class. Good morning, students. I hope you prepared yourself because today you take your final exams. Irika stopped as he gazed around the room, taking a quick attendance. It seems like everyone is here. That's surprising considering Naruto is typically late. He really is taking today seriously. Irika-sensei, what do you mean by exams plural? A concerned Sakura exclaimed. Well, Sakura, there are several parts of your exam. Not only do you have to pass the written test, but there is also a ninjutsu test in which you will be asked to perform a jutsu individually from the entire set of jutsu you were taught. Then you will choose a ninjutsu, fusion jutsu, or medical ninjutsu to show to the examiners. The section following that will be a test on any weapon of your choice, each discipline having their own grading system. Then finally there will be a taijutsu test at the end that will pit you against one of your classmates. You need to pass at minimum 3 of the exams to graduate. Hold on a minute, you never told us that. Kiba shrieked from the front as he stood up and slammed his hand on the desk, followed by an affirmative bark by Akamaru. That is true, however. These are basic skills that all shinobi must learn. Having limited information is also common in the ninja world, so me not telling you about what the exam entails realistically reflects that scenario. I am confident nevertheless that all of you have the capability to pass, Irika said, causing Kiba to sit down defeated, as his sensei's words of encouragement took hold. Are there any more questions? Irika began as he grabbed a stack of papers off his desk. A lone hand in the front row raised. Are we gonna get this started or what? Naruto asked with his signature fox-like grin. That Naruto, always ready to charge right into things. Irika smiled as he handed Naruto the first exam. Of course, but the better question is. Irika paused as he put on a more menacing face than usual. Are you prepared? Sakura was sitting in the classroom as students were called one at a time towards the ninjutsu exam room. She was very nervous. She knew that she wouldn't have to worry about the written exam. Frankly, if she didn't have the top score, she would be very disappointed. While Irika had one of his class aides grade the exams, him, along with Mizuki-sensei, oversaw the next portion. Sakura Haruno, a shinobi called as she opened the door to grab the next student. Sakura cringed before she stood up and walked towards the shinobi. As the two walked out and subsequently entered the next door room, he did not follow her inside. Sitting at a desk in front of her were Irika and Mizuki. All right, Sakura, Mizuki said as he flipped through his clipboard. Please demonstrate the basic clone jutsu. He finished with a somewhat eerie smile. She didn't know why, but she always felt a little uneasy around Mizuki-sensei. Hi, Sakura said as she began. Sakura made the ram seal, followed by the snake and then the tiger. Bunshin no jutsu, Sakura exclaimed as an exact copy formed right next to her. Very good, Sakura, you pass. Irika made a check on his clipboard. Now what jutsu will you be performing for your individual choice? Irika questioned. Sakura looked back nervously at the instructors. Well, for the last 2 years I've been studying the basics of medical ninjutsu. But how exactly are you going to test it? Sakura asked quizzically as Irika stood up and walked directly in front of her. Irika knelt and asked with a smile. Are you certain that this is the type of jutsu you wish to pursue? Yes, sensei, Sakura said affirmatively. All right then, he said as he made a quick deep cut on the palm of his hand. Show me what you have learned. A whiplashed Sakura froze for a moment as she had not expected the medical test to be this real. The blood flowing out of her sensei's hand was startling. Snapping back into the situation, she quickly grabbed a small roll of gauze from her thigh pouch and quickly wrapped the bloody wound. She then quickly and efficiently began applying both small amounts of pressure and a chakra flow into the wound. Sakura was shaking, and she knew she was afraid, but her body seemed on autopilot for a moment. After moments of a green glowing aura around Irika's hand, she slowly pulled away. All right then, let's see how you did, Irika stated as he began unwrapping his gauze. Why was that test so intense, Irika-sensei? Sakura questioned as she trembled a bit now that the test was over. Well, in the medical field, there is only one practical way to perform your medical duties, and that is under stress. If I had laid a small animal with a cut in front of you to practice on, yes, it would have demonstrated the technique, but it wouldn't be as practical as using a human subject. While it wasn't a lethal injury, it was an injury that could have led to a bad outcome, he said as he finished removing his bandage, showing her his completely healed hand. Not only did you shake out of your daze quickly, but you also worked through the stress and finished the job quickly and effectively. You have passed exam 3, Irika exclaimed as Sakura's eyes lit up. As Sakura was leaving the room, Hinata, the Hyuga girl, passed her on the way to her exam. I'm home free. Not only did I just complete both jutsu portions, but I guarantee I passed the exam. Hopefully, I can still pass the other 2 exams, but at this point it really doesn't matter. I've barely touched a weapon outside a kunai, and my taijutsu is just as good as every other citizen family student. So long as I don't get paired with a clan-style user, I should be fine there. Sakura thought as she pranced back into the classroom. As Ino walked out of the ninjutsu exam, she made her way back to the main classroom. After doing her clone jutsu, she chose to do her basic fireball jutsu, as it seemed like a simple enough jutsu to perform. She was informed that she had passed the ninjutsu portion of the exam. As she sat back down next to Naruto, he was slightly more upset than he was before she left. "Hey Naruto, what's up? We have a break before the next exam, so why are you so tense?" Ino teased as he looked to his side. "They posted the scores for the written exam." He replied in a mumble, "You didn't pass. But you studied all night." Ino yelled at him. As Naruto recoiled from the sudden change in tone, he explained, "No, I passed, but..." Naruto said as he pointed towards the standings. "That bastard scored higher than I did." Ino walked up to the score sheet to see where she and Naruto stood. Class written exam standings. 1. Sakura Haruno 98%. 2. Ino Yamanaka 95%. 3. Satsuki Uchiha 91%. 4. Sasuke Uchiha 89%. 5. Naruto Uzumaki 88%. 6. Shikamaru Nara 86%. 7. Hinata Hyuga 84%. 8. Shino Aburame 84%. 9. Choji Akamichi 81%. 10. Kiba Inazuka 78%. There were more names, but the only ones that really mattered were the top 10. Ino walked back over to her desk, but before she sat down, she questioned, "So you're mad did worse than Sasuke?" Ino said in a teasing manner that made Naruto pout. "Of course I am. He always thinks he's so cool." Naruto began as Sasuke just sat brooding next to a window. "I remember when we talked more, but it doesn't seem he does." Naruto mumbled under his breath. Ino cut him off before he could keep going. "Calm down, you passed, that's what matters. In fact, most of our friends passed. Even Kiba passed," Ino said, pointing towards the boy. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Kiba retorted. Ino turned to Kiba as she responded, "If I was being honest, the only difference I would have predicted is you being lower down and Shikamaru being number 1. Although to be fair, I didn't take his laziness into account," she said as she sent a glare towards a daydreaming Shikamaru. "And it also seems that we all passed the ninjutsu section of the exams as well. Honestly, we've all but passed." "All right, class, settle down," Irika said as he walked in with Mizuki, attempting to rein in the group. "It's time we moved on to the weapons portion of the exam." He was then greeted by Satsuki's raised hand. "So are we using our own weapons? Or do we have a set selection?" Satsuki questioned. "Well, if you have brought your own weapon, then you may use it. But if you have been relying on the training weapons, then we will provide them." "Don't worry, Satsuki. You can use your bow," Irika said with a smile, causing the girl to withdraw her hand relieved. "Now, if there are no more questions, let's head outside to the training areas." As Satsuki made her way to the archery range alone, she felt anxious. She didn't have her classmates watching her, but since she is the only one who chose the bow, she would be graded differently to every other student. Most people just chose kunai because it was the weapon we all learned together, but then you have special cases like Naruto and Ino who chose to learn kenjutsu. And of course herself. Satsuki Uchiha? A female Chunin instructor she barely recognized asked. The instructor had messy curly hair and bulky glasses. "Hi," Satsuki responded as she walked towards the shooting area, bow in hand. "I am Suzume Sensei," the instructor said, introducing herself. "For your examination, there are 3 sets of targets, along with a final set of moving targets. Each prior set will include you firing only 3 shots into the target. There is one 20 meters away, 40 meters away, and 60 meters away. Each target has a dot within the bullseye, followed by 8 other rings. The dot is worth 10, and each ring decreases by 1 following the dot. Following the 3 target sections, 3 clones of myself will be created 100 meters away, and you will be shooting at a moving target. You may use 6 arrows along with any other specialized arrows, or arrow jutsu you have learned. Each round has a possibility of 30 points with a maximum of 120 points. The passing grade is a minimum score of 90. During the last round, all you must do is incapacitate or disperse the clones before they reach you, or you run out of arrows. Are there any questions? The instructor rattled off as Satsuki paid insanely close attention. No, sensei. I am ready to begin. Satsuki responded firmly. Very well, your 15 arrows are sitting on the table in front of you. You may begin when ready and take as much time as required. We will then stop until you are ready for the final portion. Satsuki stood and observed the target ahead of her as she thought of all the calculations in her mind. Wind speed about 5 miles per hour to my east will need to compensate for the further targets significantly. These arrows are slightly lower quality than what I'm used to, but this could happen in the field if I run into another bow user, or if I need to make more on the fly. I need to score at least 25 points on each target to have a consistent passing grade, so it would be better if I did not miss early on trying to feel out the target. Satsuki began her exam as she closed her eyes and slowly knocked her bow. Her first shot was simple, there was no need to waste excess time. As she loosed her first arrow, it flexed its way around the bow, flying towards the first target. It wasn't far, so Satsuki was confident. Her first shot struck slightly to the right of the dot. 9 points, solid start, but I was overconfident, underestimated the wind. Satsuki quickly compensated for her mistake as she rapidly shot her next 2 arrows, both hitting within the small dot. 29 points, Suzume stated, as she walked to remove the arrows and target, revealing a straight path to the 40m target. Satsuki waited for her instructor to give all clear as she knocked another arrow. Satsuki noticeably took a slightly longer time on her next shot. As the arrow struck the target, it was low and slightly to the right. 7 points, I need to adjust slightly, she thought as she loosed her next arrow. This one was better, but still a little low, scoring another 9. Now locked in, Satsuki's third arrow sank into the bullseye with another minor adjustment. 26 points. Very good, Satsuki, Suzume said with a slight smile, going out to move the target once more. Satsuki's form had slowed yet again, as she focused on the target now at 60m. As she got all clear, she loosed her first arrow. This time, however, she had overcompensated a fair amount to the northwestern portion of the target. 6 points. Not ideal but manageable, she thought, knocking another arrow. This one had looked to be dead on, however a gust of wind knocked the arrow off target, as it soared to the very edge of the target, scoring 2 points. Damn it, Satsuki said quietly as she began knocking another arrow. I'll have to take this shot very slowly. I cannot afford another blunder right now, she thought as she slowly and fluidly went through the motions. As she slowly drew her bow back, her eyes closed, she let the arrow loose. Bullseye as the arrow slammed into the target. 10 points. All right, 18 points. If that gust hadn't thrown off your second arrow, that round would have been enough to pass you. As of right now, you are at a total of 73 points. All you need to do is stop 2 clones. You have 6 attempts, so don't be discouraged if you miss this round. Suzume stated following the last round. Bunshin no Jutsu, Suzume exclaimed as 3 clones appeared, and then ran 100m away. After the clones reached their destination, Suzume asked, "Are you ready?" "Hi," was the short answer she received as Satsuki's bow was already knocked. "All right then. Begin," Suzume shouted, signaling the clones to start their assault. The clones didn't make it 10m before center clone was struck between the eyes. Suzume looked back to Satsuki and saw them. Satsuki had activated her Sharingan. Now that she's noticed my Sharingan, she'll probably try to make more evasive movements. Too bad I won't let her, Satsuki thought as she knocked her next arrow. Satsuki waited and waited as the 2 remaining clones began closing the distance in sporadic movement patterns. Suzume looked at Satsuki slightly confused. "Don't worry." She began to draw her bow back when the clones were around 40m out. She said she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Phoenix Arrow Jutsu," she exclaimed as she released her grip on the bow string, sending an inferno as blistering speed toward the clones, who for a slight movement went into the area in which the arrow could hit them both. As the arrow struck between the 2 clones, an explosion ensued. As the smoke cleared, both clones had been dispersed. "What was that? I've never seen that type of jutsu," Suzume exclaimed. As Satsuki turned to face the instructor, she began explaining. "This is my mother's bow," Satsuki exclaimed, holding the bow out for the instructor to grab. "If you notice on part of the string I grip, there is a very intricate seal." As Suzume grabbed the bow to investigate the seal, she looked back at Satsuki intrigued. "If I channel my chakra into the seal, it acts as the hand seals needed to preform the normal Phoenix Fire Jutsu. As I haven't learned the seals myself, the attack is very taxing, and I can only preform it once or twice before I need to regain my chakra." "So is this the only jutsu arrow you can do?" Suzume questioned. "I don't see any other seals aside from that Phoenix Fire arrow." "Not exactly," she said, pulling out a handful of seal papers from her pouch. "Normally I can use more basic jutsu wrapped on individual arrows, but I only have a fire nature so far, meaning that you could expect basic fire jutsu to be preformed but with a higher range. While I can use other elements because I'm not naturally gifted in them, they cost more chakra and aren't as potent. Just like any other jutsu." "So you're saying your strongest attack is connected to your bow string, and you have a limited supply of seal papers for your arrows. It also seems that they have a slightly lower power output due to the distance traveled. This is interesting indeed," Suzume stated as she handed the bow back. "Regardless, you scored a 103 to 120, you pass. Meet the rest of your class back at the taijutsu practice area for your final exam." "Thank you, Suzume-sensei," Satsuki said as she politely bowed before running back towards her class. As Sakura landed in the dirt with a thud, Ino walked over to help up her friend. "Sorry about that. I should have gone easier on you," she teased, getting a glare from Sakura, who accepted her hand up. "Thanks, Ino," she replied as she dusted herself off. "I'm lucky I passed the kunai course. Otherwise, I would have to spend another year here," she said, glaring back at Ino. "Come on, the next group is about to go. Don't take it personally," Ino said as they both walked outside the ring. "All right, Ino has passed the taijutsu exam. Next up is Naruto versus Sasuke," Irika stated as the two walked into the ring facing off, as they assumed their seal of confrontation positions. "Are both fighters ready?" Irika asked as both combatants nodded with no words. "This is going to be a really interesting fight," Ino thought as she stood on the sidelines with Sakura as Satsuki. "My money is on Naruto, but that Sasuke has been training very hard. Assume your positions," Irika stated, causing Sasuke to drop into his interceptor stance. He had his right hand in front of his face with his pointer in ring finger extended upwards, while his left hand rested in a fist by his waist. His feet were firmly planted onto the ground, knees bent, with his right foot forward. Naruto did not move for a moment before he mirrored the stance. "Let's make this interesting, Sasuke. How about you can't use your Sharingan?" Naruto said with a baiting tone to a stone-faced Sasuke. Sasuke's face initially twitched with a hint of anger. However, he gave a challenging smile as he said, "Sure. I don't need it for the likes of you anyways," causing Naruto's smile to grow bigger. "Now this will get really interesting," Ino thought as the fight was about to begin. Naruto is unable to use the Sharingan regardless, so if Sasuke ends up in a corner, she finished as she had a slightly worried flash of emotion show on her face. "Begin." The two boys wasted no time charging at one another. The initial chain of blows was perfectly mirrored. It was the basic opening of the stance to test out your opponent in the form. As the pair's fists directly connected, the crowd was exited. Sasuke took the first unique maneuver as he went for a sweep that was dodged by Naruto. This was expected, however. Sasuke's predictions were more acute than Naruto's as he has had more practice without the Sharingan. He quickly followed with a spin of his hand. Facing the ground, he then drove his foot directly into Naruto's gut. While many in the crowd rooted for Sasuke on principle of him being a known Uchiha, along with Naruto's state being less than desirable, Naruto still had his supporters like Ino, and surprisingly Hinata. That was a pretty nasty shot, but also really impressive, Ino thought as Naruto recovered from the kick. "I didn't think I'd be able to beat you with this form. You really are good at your predictions, Sasuke," Naruto said with a smile that angered the Uchiha. Sasuke then charged to finish of Naruto. As Sasuke went to throw a flurry of pressure point punches, Naruto seemingly disappeared behind him. "I guess I should change up my technique," he said, holding a new stance. Naruto's hands were both in a similar position, but with his right palm was facing towards Sasuke and his left facing himself, with the right slightly further forward than the other. This form was similar to the gentle fist, but not exact. Rather than being grounded, he stood up straighter, and his knees only had a slight bend. The way Naruto just weaved out and around Sasuke's punches was so fluid. He really was going easy on us. Ino thought angrily, "It's over." Satsuki stated vaguely as she realized just how easy it was for Naruto to get away from Sasuke. "Of course it is. I've never even seen that stance. Sasuke's got this." Kiba grumbled. "You're wrong," Ino said with a smile. "It's over for Sasuke." "What do you mean?" Sakura questioned. "Sasuke is the best taijutsu specialist in the class. On top of that, Naruto just admitted he couldn't match his interceptor fist. Heck, he shouldn't even know it. He just copied Sasuke." "That is true," Satsuki re-entered into the conversation. "But I've fought against that form with the same taijutsu style as Sasuke, and even with my Sharingan I didn't stand a chance." She finished, causing the group to fall quiet. "I'll believe it when I see it," Sakura yelled. "Alright, 5 Ryo on Naruto," Ino said, causing Sakura to jump back a bit. "Deal." Kiba finished before Sakura had the chance. As the two shook on their bet, a stoic voice cut through the air. "That was unwise." Shino spoke as Kiba looked back at the quiet boy. "We'll see. Kick his ass, Sasuke." Kiba growled as the boys were still staring each other down. Sasuke broke the stare down as he began his charge, while Naruto stood his ground. Sasuke threw a devastating punch, that is, if it would have landed. It would have probably broken one of Naruto's ribs. Unfortunately for Sasuke, Naruto directed Sasuke's punch across his body, rolling around it, delivering an elbow to Sasuke's side. As both boys faced each other again, Sasuke threw a flurry of strikes, all of which were redirected by Naruto. Sasuke continued his assault, leaving little room for Naruto to effectively counter. After a few seconds of this, seeing that his attacks aren't getting him anywhere, Sasuke decided to switch up his attack. He quickly switched on his Sharingan, which allowed him to break through Naruto's defenses for a moment, long enough to land 3 solid blows on his torso. As Naruto stumbled back a bit, Sasuke reformed his fighting stance. "I have been training for this day for too long. I'll be damned if I let you beat me," Sasuke said with a voice of conviction. "Well, seeing as you used your Sharingan, I may as well go all out too," Naruto said with a smile as he rushed Sasuke. Sasuke was not prepared for the sudden shift in Naruto style as he was now on the defensive. He was blocking Naruto's attacks, but every now and again one slipped through. Naruto was faster now. This was evident as soon as Sasuke received a lightning-fast jab to the stomach. Sasuke attempted to attack Naruto, but it was the same story as before. Even with his Sharingan, he could only manage a blow if he traded one with Naruto. The stalemate of blows went on for minutes as the boys punched, kicked, and dodged their way through the bout. Both boys were looking bad. Sasuke had been able to shut down a decent chunk of Naruto's pressure points, causing him to be slower and limper. Naruto, on the other hand, had hit several of Sasuke's vital areas, causing him to be weaker and overall in worse shape. "Naruto! Sasuke!" The two boys screamed as they charged each other, fists raised. Both boys made contact, however, Sasuke was the one to fall. Naruto was able to just barely redirect Sasuke's punch to a less vital area, his stomach, while he had punched Sasuke directly in the face. "That's the match. The winner is Naruto," Irika said as Sasuke lay on the ground defeated. "This concludes the exams. Meet here tomorrow to receive your results," Irika said, dismissing the class and moving to check on Sasuke. Naruto walked over to Sasuke and helped him up. "If I wasn't able to redirect that blow, you would have knocked me out cold," he said with a smile. Sasuke was not happy. As he shrugged Naruto off him, he began to leave the academy, leaving the crowd behind stunned, Kiba forking over Ino's winnings. Mizuki was gliding through the forest with what appeared to be the forbidden scroll tied to his back, along with 2 giant shuriken. As he made his way through the woods, he began to think, well, this plan could have gone much smoother. If that Kyuubi brat hadn't been so talented, he would have been the perfect pawn for me to use. No matter, I need to get this to Lord Orochimaru before they realize the scroll is gone. As Mizuki continued his pace, he was suddenly struck from behind, causing him to fall face first into the ground. Who the hell did? He stopped as Naruto was standing above him. What are you doing with that? The brat asked, forcing Mizuki to assume his cover personality. Oh, it's only you, Naruto. You see, I've been assigned a mission to take this scroll to a classified location. Mizuki said with a fake smile. Why did you strike me? I would be inclined to believe you. I mean, if that weren't the forbidden scroll that should never leave the village. Mizuki flinched, causing Naruto to look at him smugly. Wait, it is. I was just saying that because you looked suspicious, Naruto said as he began to laugh, causing Mizuki's facade to break. You brat. I'll end you, he exclaimed as he threw a giant shuriken from his back. This action was so quick that it nearly hit Naruto. Unfortunately for Mizuki, he wouldn't get a second chance. Naruto quickly drew his blade, and then weaved through a multitude of hand signs, blade in hand. Raiton, lightning blade! Exclaimed Naruto as he quickly sliced Mizuki through the gut. Sheathing his weapon, he began to talk to Mizuki, as he fell to his knees, clutching his gut. The funny thing is, the only reason I found you is because when you were leaving you passed my compound. That's just unlucky for you, isn't it? As Naruto grabbed the scroll from Mizuki's back, he saw the boy open the scroll and begin to read. Reading from that scroll is forbidden for a reason, Mizuki exclaimed with an evil smile. You'll only end up getting yourself killed, you QB brat, he said as he began laughing in an insane manner. That may be so, but unlucky for you, I actually have permission from my grandfather, Naruto explained as he redrew his sword. I mean, he is the one who put them in the scroll to begin with. Mizuki looked back at Naruto horrified. What? That's not true, it's not possible. Lord Second was the one who forbid. He paused as Naruto began to smile. Unfortunately for you, now that you know this information, I cannot allow you to spread it, Naruto said as his smile faded. Don't worry, I'm not going to read from it. I only saw one jutsu regardless, and so long as I inform the Hokage of everything, I will be fine. I actually respect the village's laws, but when I return it, I will request to look at it. We'll see what I can learn then, Naruto said as he raised his blade. Naruto and Oo. Mizuki's screams were cut off by the sound of Naruto's blade cutting through Mizuki once again, finishing the traitor. Chapter 07. As the students sat in their old classroom waiting for Irika, it was oddly silent. Normally the room would be full of chatter, but today was different. As the class sat in silence, the door opened. Both Irika and Naruto entered the room. As Naruto quietly took his seat, Irika began to speak. As many of you have probably heard, Mizuki is dead. Irika paused as the silence remained. You should also understand that he was a traitor. He had betrayed the trust of the village by stealing the sacred forbidden scroll, attempting to deliver it to those who would seek our destruction. Normally such events would cause some time off school. However, this is the last day of this year. Irika finished, gaining a slight murmur from the crowd. Those who I call have been deemed not yet prepared, and thus will repeat an additional year, focusing on the aspects of the final exams they had failed or performed below average in. If you are called, you are dismissed until next year, otherwise you will remain. There was a slight shift in mood from a solemn tone to a more nervous one. As Irika began to list off more names than Naruto would like to hear, he knew it would be better if they took an extra year. After Irika finished his list, only 10 students remained. Ino, Sasuke, Satsuki, Sakura, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Choji, Shikamaru, and myself. That's all that passed? Now what happens? All right, as of now, the 10 of you are genin. After I leave this classroom, your jonin instructors will arrive to introduce themselves. Until then, you are to wait in this room and relax. You have earned the chance after all of the hard work you guys have put in, Irika stated as he began to leave the room. Before he could, however, a hand raised. Irika-sensei, there are 10 of us, how many jonin should be coming by? And how large will our teams be? You told us that we are typically put in groups of 3, and if there were those that passed but we had an awkward number, then the 1 or 2 lowest scoring students would not be passed. Is this a special case? Sakura asked, confused. I am glad you reminded me of that. Frankly, I forgot. Irika said, causing the rest of the class's sweat to drop, Naruto included. There will be 3 Jonin sensei introducing themselves to their teams. However, one of you has been selected for a more specialized training. A specialist nin will be coming to teach one of you to be involved in one of the various specialized branches of our shinobi forces. Your assignments will be the 2 of you providing support to the various teams that will be formed today. Irika finished as the students began looking around the room wondering who was getting their specialized training. All right, I will be leaving now. Good luck. Irika finished as he left the room to the students. 10 minutes later, Kiba was sitting by Naruto as the room was still silent. I never thought there would be so many people who failed, Kiba said, sparking a small conversation with the class. You'd think we all did well in the exams, I guess not. I agree. It's shocking that so many people were so unprepared for these exams. Naruto began catching the eyes of many in the classroom, aside from Sasuke. What do you mean? None of us knew what the exams included before we came in. Choji yelled. It was unfair. Of course, most of the students weren't ready. You don't get it, Choji, Naruto said in a monotone voice. I didn't quite understand it until last night either. But now, I think it's for the best they decided to hide the exam. Really thinking about it, those kids really weren't ready. As Naruto finished, he was noticeably shaken. And Naruto? Are you all right? Hinata asked, causing Naruto to turn back towards her. Yeah, I should be fine. I just did something last night that I thought would be fine, but I don't know how you guys will feel. Naruto finished, piquing the interest of Sasuke. What happened last night? Shikamaru asked quizzically. I thought you told me you were just going to relax at the compound? Ino said, causing a few heads to turn her way. Compound? Shino asked. Crap, Ino thought as she flinched a bit. It's fine, Ino. I was planning on telling everyone today. He consoled as he turned to face his class. Since a few of us were young, we discovered a compound outside the village that belonged to an old clan. We've been using it for training, Naruto said rather plainly, which, while blunt, properly explained Ino's slip. If anyone here ever needs a place to train, you're welcome to the compound and its equipment. Just come to me first so you don't get ejected, Naruto stated, causing a few of the recruits to become nervously intrigued. Anyways, about last night, Naruto started to begin before someone entered the room. She was tall, long brown hair formed into a ponytail like Ino's, only longer, dark eyes, and 2 red marks on her cheeks that were identical to the ones Kiba had. She wore the standard issue shinobi uniform and was followed by 3 identical gray dogs. Sis, Kiba exclaimed before getting smacked in the head by the woman. Recovering from her attack, the woman began to speak. My name is Hana Inazuka. I am here to meet with my new pupil, she said as she looked down at her clipboard. Sakura Haruno, you have been selected to join the ranks of the medical corps. Please follow me to the hospital where we can talk to one another about ourselves and discuss what will be expected of you, Hana stated as the class grew silent. Hi! Sakura exclaimed affirmatively, although slightly nervously, as she followed the woman out of the classroom. After the 2 left the room, Kiba broke through the silence. This is surprising. She's a vet, but she chose to be a sensei to Sakura. I don't get it, he exclaimed as he brought his hands to his head wound. You do know that everyone in the medical corps knows medical ninjutsu for humans, too, right? She can most likely do both, Ino retorted, causing some face of thought on Kiba's face. I mean, yeah, but still Kiba was cut off by Shikamaru. I'm much more interested in what Naruto was about to tell us, Shikamaru began. Or rather explain why he killed Mizuki-sensei. He finished as shock took the room by force. Wow, you must be really lazy to be able to figure that out, but still score lower than me on the exam, Naruto said, smiling as the class's attention then focused solely on him. Wait, is that true? Satsuki said, concerned. Well, yeah, he stole the forbidden scroll, and at the time, I was the only one close enough to stop him since he passed the compound, Naruto stated, causing ripples in the classroom. But Choji began before he was interrupted. Good job. Sasuke stated from his corner of the room. How could you say that? Choji yelled. He just killed one of our instructors. Have you forgotten the part where he was a traitor and we're trained shinobi whose job it is to kill? Sasuke retorted, both shutting the boy up and causing most of the other students, Naruto included, to become uncomfortable with how blunt he was. I agree, Shikamaru stated lazily. We all knew what we were signing up for, so this shouldn't be a surprise. I don't know. Hinata fizzled out, not being able to complete her thought. I would have done the same. Kiba responded as Akamaru gave a low bark that signified his agreement. If I were there, yeah, probably me too, Ino said, causing Choji to gasp. You too, Ino? Choji, I understand your feelings, but the others are right. This was the right thing to do, Satsuki said, trying to console the boy. I know you're right, but I didn't expect, Mizuki-sensei. None of us did, Satsuki said to a now quiet Choji. This ended their conversation as the students just sat in silence, awaiting their Jonin-sensei to arrive. Following a few moments of silence, another two people entered the room, causing the kids to face towards the front. There was a brown-haired, bearded man smoking a cigarette with the basic uniform, the only difference being a sash that was placed below the jacket. The other was a woman with similar dark hair to Satsuki, albeit wilder than the girls. She had unique red eyes that nobody had seen before and wore a white outfit with a single red sleeve on her right arm. Hello, I am Asuma Sarutobi. When we call your names, please stand up. He started, causing the students to pay attention. I am the instructor assigned to Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akamichi. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, the woman began. I am to be the sensei of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. As the students began to stand up, Ino was noticeably upset, which Asuma noticeably picked up on. All right, meet me at the training fields in 30 minutes. Don't be late. We will use training field 3 along with the other squads, Asuma said as he left, causing his new team to follow him out. The same goes for my team. Meet at training field 3 where we will get to know one another. Kurenai responded as she left as well. The members of her team also left the room, but Hinata seemed much more quiet than usual, seemingly disappointed. All that was left in the room was Naruto, Sasuke, and Satsuki. Well, that's just perfect, Sasuke said, annoyed as the trio waited for their Jonin to arrive. It felt like hours had gone by as Naruto waited with Sasuke and Satsuki for their new sensei to arrive. The room had been silent for the most part. That was until Satsuki began to speak. So it looks like we'll all be on the same team, she said, trying to sound excited. Isn't this great? The room stayed quiet for a moment in an awkward silence before one of the boys responded. Not really, Sasuke retorted as he stayed in his own corner while Naruto and Satsuki sat only a desk away. Why not? I mean, we're all Uchiha, right? This will be good for us, Satsuki said, trying to stay positive. No, we're not. Sasuke continued, gaining a glare from Satsuki and a confused look from Naruto. Naruto is no Uchiha. What are you talking about? Naruto questioned as he flared his Sharingan. I'm pretty confident that I am, Naruto stated, not quite understanding Sasuke's implication. Sasuke, you? Satsuki was cut off. He never lived with us, he didn't come to us, he didn't acknowledge us. He only met with us because his uncle and grandfather told him to, both of which are traitors, and after the massacre he decided that my plan to attempt to avenge our families and clan was stupid and reckless. Considering his own family, that's not surprising, Sasuke finished calmly, if not with a hint of anger and venom in his tone. Don't you forget that your brother and my sister were a part of those traitors. And we don't know if Kagami was a traitor or not, Satsuki exclaimed. Maybe, but the fact that Kagami knew about the attack is enough for me, Sasuke said as he glared at Naruto, who had given him that bit of information after they had left the hospital. At least you understand why I have the need to do this personally, Satsuki. Yeah, I want to serve them justice as much as you, but it doesn't make Naruto any less Uchiha that he wants to do it differently, Satsuki responded, gesturing to the boy. You want to know why I didn't join you? Naruto stated, gaining Satsuki's attention, but not fazing Sasuke. It's because the Hokage, the one man who I saw as my only family before I met my blood relations, told me the day I discovered my Sharingan, that he wanted to protect me. His reasoning didn't matter to me. He was the only one aside from the Yamanakas who didn't despise me, and he even got me my own apartment so I didn't sleep on the streets. Naruto spoke as Satsuki was noticeably upset with herself, and Sasuke indifferent. I hated not being able to tell anyone, but I did it out of the respect I had for him not only as my leader, but as a grandfather. He was the first, but he isn't the only. Him, Irika-sensei, Kagami, Shursui, all of them said that it was for my own protection. Now that I know, I understand why. Before that, as you can tell, I didn't exactly follow his rules completely either. I got around them. That compound was only open to those who knew my secret. It was a safe haven. Naruto stated as Sasuke's glare hardened. And what about these traitors? You just want to forget about them. Let the system deal with them. They're too dangerous. And let's not forget they killed both mine and Satsuki's parents along with the rest of our clan. No, I have not forgotten. They deserve justice. But this, he said, gesturing to Sasuke, this is revenge. And revenge is not justice. So what if it is revenge? What matters is that they are brought to justice, not how. Sasuke finished, turning away from the two. Sasuke, we are on the same team here. While we don't agree on the how, at least we can agree on the result. Naruto began. Can I trust you to have my back in a fight? Can I trust that when we face them, it will be together? He asked. Sasuke did not turn, nor did he respond. He just remained silent. You can, for now, he said, gaining a smile from the boy and a relieved expression from the girl. As the two calmed down after their respective rants, suddenly the door opened, revealing a man in a basic uniform, silver white hair, a black mask, and his forehead protector covering one of his eyes. He scanned the room, looking at his pupils. He could tell that he was looking at the aftermath of a heated argument. I can already tell, he started, gaining the attention of the three genin. You three are going to be a headache. He finished, gaining a shocked expression from each of the students. Meet on the roof in 5 minutes, he stated as he calmly exited the room, causing the irritated students to make their way to the roof. As Kakashi waited in a hiding spot overlooking the roof, he thought to himself, this is interesting to say the least. I suppose that I am the only Jonin qualified to train these three, seeing as I'm the only one who possesses a Sharingan myself. I expected Naruto in my squad, but the other two, I guess I expected at least one of them to be in a different one for diversity reasons. As the Uchiha genin made their way to the roof, they sat there waiting for the Jonin to arrive. I mean, they wouldn't do well in the tracking unit, I suppose. Kurenai definitely has the proper shinobi for that job. The Ino-Shikacho formation also wasn't bound to change anytime soon, so I guess I really should have expected this. Since we are most likely going to be the main combat team, it seems that Hana and her new student will be with us the most often of the three teams, so I'm also going to have to deal with that headache. Kakashi shivered at the thought. Based on his time as Naruto's protector, he knew how Sakura could be around his squad. Kakashi continued to survey his team and could tell that there would be problems, but he couldn't exactly fix them without talking to the three. He began to make his way down to the genin, appearing in front of them while they weren't paying attention. Yo! Kakashi said as the three genin looked back towards where their teacher just appeared from. Geez, you think you'd give us a little warning? Naruto exclaimed, shaking his fist at Kakashi. Now that wouldn't really be very shinobi-like of me, would it? Kakashi stated in a weirdly upbeat tone. Anyways, introduce yourselves, Kakashi said, gaining confusion from the three. Don't you have our files? You already know our names. Sasuke concluded, waiting for Kakashi's response. Yes, but tell me about yourself. Likes, dislikes, dreams. Kakashi finished, expecting the very response he requested. Maybe you should tell us first? We don't even know what to call you. Satsuki responded. Yes, of course. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I don't feel like telling you guys my likes and dislikes, Kakashi stated, plainly getting shocked reactions from his students. Alright then, I guess. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen and my bonsai tree. I don't dislike much, and my goal is to surpass the Hokage. Naruto exclaimed, getting excited. The Hokage? Since when you decided that? Satsuki questioned, seeing as he had never expressed this goal before to her. Well, ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be the Hokage. What kid doesn't? But aside from that, I have other reasons. Let's just say that I want to make my parents proud, Naruto said with a giant toothy grin. I guess that means the two Uchiha don't know who his parents are. That's surprising. They should be able to put two and two together considering they knew his family. No, that's not right, they definitely know. I can see it on Satsuki's face. It's more likely that he doesn't think I know. That's probably for the best right now, Kakashi thought as he began again. Alright, next. My name is Satsuki Uchiha. I like hot tea from Shinko's shop. I dislike seafood. And my dream is to become a strong kunoichi, Satsuki reported as Kakashi shifted his focus to Sasuke. Next. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I will not sum up my goals as a dream but as an ambition. To restore my clan and kill a certain man, Sasuke stated, just as Kakashi had expected. Alright, that's enough for introductions, Kakashi said, confusing the three. Meet me tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. at Training Field 3 for a survival exercise, Kakashi said as he began to walk off. Oh, and don't eat breakfast or you'll puke, he finished menacingly, sufficiently startling the three genin. I don't expect there to be too much trouble with teamwork between Naruto and the girl, nor Sasuke and Satsuki, but the two boys, I guess we'll see. As Naruto and his teammates sat by a tree waiting for their sensei, who was once again late, there was little talk. None of them seemed tired, maybe a little groggy but nothing to major. As they were all sitting there, Sasuke's stomach growled loudly. You didn't eat? Naruto questioned. No, Kakashi told us not to, he replied, annoyed. I told you to eat something before bed, but you decided that just rice would be fine for dinner, Satsuki stated, causing Sasuke to pout a bit. I mean, I only had a food pill, nothing that would make me puke, Naruto replied. That wasn't a bad idea, actually, Satsuki said after some thought. Might as well get used to them, I suppose. And there isn't a whole lot to puke up. Hey Sasuke, Naruto said, rifling through his bag, causing Sasuke to turn to him. Take this, it's my last one, but I can always get more, he stated, grabbing out a small food pill. It's not a lot, but it should give you some energy, he finished, tossing it to Sasuke, who expertly caught it. After eating it, he remained silent for a while. Thanks, no problem, Naruto said with a smile, aggravating the Uchiha. As the three sat there for a few more minutes, Kakashi could be seen making his way toward the training site. As he arrived at his students, he wasn't greeted in the most positive manner. You're late, Sasuke roared as she showed her more intense side, causing the boys to flinch. I apologize, I got lost, Kakashi replied with an eye smile. Lost on the path of life, he finished, causing all his students to look at him with skeptical faces. Regardless, it's time to begin your exam. Exam? We already passed those. I thought this was just an exercise in survival, Naruto questioned. You are correct, however. Each Jonin sensei performs a test with their squads to personally determine whether they believe their squads to be ready, Kakashi said concerning his team. If you fail, you will be sent back to the academy, he ended menacingly, startling the kids. What? You can't do that, Naruto and Satsuki yelled in unison. Actually, I can. So if there are no questions, allow me to explain the test, Kakashi stated as the genin sat back nervously. Kakashi pulled out a set of bells tied together on a string. You will have until noon to take these bells from me. Each person who gets a bell will immediately pass. The other will not. A look of terror was plastered onto the faces of the three. If you do not come at me with the intent to kill, you will not succeed. Are there any questions? Why only 2 bells? That seems like the opposite of what a team is all about if one person can't make it regardless, Satsuki questioned, knowing that she was disadvantaged seeing as she is a ranged shinobi. Because that way I can properly test you full abilities without needing to worry about you holding back, Kakashi exclaimed as he pulled a book out of his pouch. Alright, are you ready? He asked, not giving the group any time to process what he had just said. Begin. As the word left his lips, He was blitzed by the silver-haired boy. As he opened his book, he had dodged every single strike Naruto sent at him. As he expected, Satsuki disappeared into the trees with her bow. She's going to be interesting to judge, isn't she? Unfortunately for her, I know exactly where she is. Surprising Kakashi, Sasuke joined in Naruto's attack, causing him to try a little harder to dodge. There was no indication that Sasuke would be this reckless. What could be causing him to behave similarly to Naruto? I won't let you beat me again. I can't afford to go back to the academy now, Sasuke thought as he began to charge at Kakashi, seeing Naruto's frontal assault. As he attempted to use his interceptor fist, Naruto was doing the same. He can't use his own form because Kakashi isn't attacking. I have the advantage, Sasuke thought as he began to press Kakashi further. Suddenly Kakashi himself disappeared, causing the two boys to punch each other in the face. You two aren't very good at fighting together, are you? You seem to be competing, Kakashi said from a tree branch above the two. Perhaps it would be wise to try something else. An arrow suddenly flew through the air towards Kakashi. The Jonin simply caught the arrow between his fingers and continued to speak. That goes for you too, Satsuki. I've known about your location this entire time. As he said this, a branch on the opposite side of the clearing fell down to the ground, Satsuki spilling onto the ground screaming as she fell. The branch had a clean cut caused by a kunai most likely. How did you get over here so quick? I didn't even notice you, she yelled from across the plain. Why would I tell you that? Kakashi responded. He's just taunting us, Sasuke thought as he decided that now was the time. Sasuke quickly threw a kunai so fast and so precise it stuck itself into Kakashi's chest. Sasuke quickly jumped up to the branch to grab the bells. However, as soon as he grabbed the bells, they poofed into smoke as Kakashi was replaced by a log with an explosive tag attached to it. The tag exploded, causing Sasuke to fly backwards towards the ground. I got him, Naruto exclaimed as he caught Sasuke, causing the two to fall backwards onto the ground. While the two were incapacitated on the ground, Satsuki made her way to the group. We have to regroup, she exclaimed as she reached the two. We need to make a plan. Why did you two just charge in? She scolded. Later. Let's retreat for now, Naruto exclaimed as he stood up, reaching a hand out to Sasuke. Sasuke reluctantly grabbed the hand, seeing as they were lacking in time. Fine, let's go, he stated as the three began to make their way through the forest. Satsuki led the two through the forest and to a spot she had found when she scouted out the area before the sensei arrived to begin the test. She led the boys to a secluded area that was covered by leaves that seemed to fall due to the various training groups that had stomped on the branches above. All right, we're here, Satsuki stated as she stopped under the forest bed. What's so special about here? Naruto questioned as he began examining the area. As he was about to take a few steps forward, Satsuki stopped him. Stop, she quietly shouted as she held the boy back. I got here earlier than you two to scout out the training area for potential hiding spots. Since Kakashi was late, I decided to use a clone to make this, Satsuki stated as she moves what was a leaf carpet above a hole created by what looked to be an earth-style jutsu. It'll be cramped, but everyone get down, Satsuki stated as she hopped down into the hole. I guess this'll work, Sasuke said as he followed her down. All right, give me a second, Naruto stated as he formed a cross with his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he exclaimed as a clone was left above. After Naruto dropped down into the hole, his clone covered them up properly, and then dispersed. Kage Bunshin? Satsuki questioned. It's a clone jutsu that I accidentally learned from the Forbidden Scroll, Naruto explained nervously. I don't know much about it, but it seems better than the normal one. All right, this is a discussion for later, Sasuke started as he began to talk. What the hell was that performance, Naruto? We could have had those bells if you would have tried to actually attack him, Sasuke angrily whispered. You're not out of this either, Sasuke, Satsuki mirrored as she grabbed both of their ears. You two both changed in with no plan. Hey, let me explain, Naruto exclaimed as Satsuki let go of their ears. Quickly, Satsuki pressed, causing Naruto to speed through an explanation. I expected the two of you to retreat into the forest to observe him, so I decided to attack him with the interceptor fist to test his reaction time without showing him my trump card. The issue was when Sasuke attacked as well. Now he knows Sasuke's ability, and he knows we don't work particularly well together. On the other hand, I found out that based on his performance against Sasuke's style, mine won't do too much better. You saw that right? Naruto asked Satsuki, who nodded. Alright, while I wish you would have brought that up while we were waiting for Kakashi, at least we have some info. I guess I didn't think about it, Naruto said with a nervous smile while Sasuke continued to stare at Sasuke. What about you, Sasuke? She asked, sternly awaiting an explanation. I thought we would all leave, but when he went attacked, I thought that it would be more beneficial for one of us to watch while we attacked. Sasuke said, not mentioning his ulterior motives. Alright then. What can we come up with then? Satsuki began. I didn't see a break in his form with my Sharingan, but I could tell that you were pressuring him. At least you do when he's reading. She finished nervously. Then that means we strike quickly, and don't give him time to put that book away. Meaning, Naruto, you need to use the flowing fist, and I the interceptor with my Sharingan. Sasuke stated as Naruto began thinking. I forgot you haven't shown him you've unlocked it yet. I have an idea. The problem is I know that my taijutsu style isn't suited for this because he isn't attacking enough, but I can use my kenjutsu to properly attack him because I've implemented some disciplines of the interceptor fist into the form, and it would force him to use another weapon to defend. Naruto stated as Satsuki continued. I can move through the trees taking shots at him from various angles to keep him on his toes. Satsuki stated, turning to Sasuke. Since Naruto will be using kenjutsu, you should stay further back and assault him with kunai and jutsu to trip him up, since those are your strongest areas. Then if you see any openings, help Naruto in close quarters. Satsuki exclaimed as Sasuke still seemed skeptical. You guys are forgetting one problem. Sasuke began. There are still only 2 bells. Simple, Naruto stated as the others looked towards him. Since Sasuke and I are on the ground, whichever one of us gets the bells, we'll give the other one to Satsuki, so she doesn't have to reveal her position. I don't. Satsuki began before she was cut off. Sounds like a plan, Sasuke said with a grin. Hold on a second, what about? Alright, let's get started, Naruto said as he began to open the canopy, with Sasuke, leaving Satsuki speechless. Those idiots are going to get themselves killed one of these days with that attitude towards each other, Satsuki thought as she exited the hole. It's been quite a while, perhaps I'm being too lenient with them. Maybe I should just start reading in the open to bait them out. They have less than an hour left, so they're either searching, prepping, or waiting. Let's find out, Kakashi thought as he began walking around near the clearing, pulling out his book. A few moments went by without any interruptions as he made his way through the forest, coming into a separate, smaller clearing. He was only a few paragraphs away from the end of his current chapter and was about to finish, that is until an explosive tipped arrow landed about a meter away from him. So close, boom. The explosion shook the forest as a substitution was left smoldering in the wake of the explosion. As Kakashi stood near the center of the clearing, he scoured the trees. Based on where the shot came from, Satsuki should be behind me. That means it's likely the boys will come from either side. This is about a 20m radius clearing from the tree line to me, so Satsuki won't have much trouble at all with her aim. They picked their battleground well. Katan, Fireball Jutsu, Suetun, Water Bullet Jutsu. As the jutsu were exclaimed from opposing sides of Kakashi, they were angled to sandwich the shinobi in the middle. The jutsu themselves were dodged by the jonin, however the aim wasn't to hit the man, but rather each other. As a cloud of steam emerged from the collision, Kakashi was slightly impressed. If they are willing to blind me, it's likely that at least Satsuki and one of the boys has their Sharingan. Naruto probably won't use his because he doesn't know I know. This will be interesting indeed. As Kakashi finished his thought, he narrowly dodged a blade that was aimed at his neck. I see you've drawn your weapon. Good, Kakashi exclaimed as he drew a kunai to deflect the blade. As he saw the glint of the blade again, he also noticed several other glints coming behind it. As Kakashi blocked the blade first, he then disposed of the now known shuriken that were heading his way. He was not prepared, however, for the blade to use the momentum of his deflection to continue his swing even stronger than before. As Kakashi blocked the strike to stop its momentum, rather than deflecting it again, an arrow passed by him harmlessly. Either she can't see me, or she wasn't aiming for me, Kakashi thought as he was still blade locked with Naruto. As the two broke, Naruto leapt back a few meters as the steam cleared. At this point in the bout, the steam had all but disappeared. Satsuki was somewhere in the forest, most likely at a different location from her last shot. Kakashi was standing in the middle of the clearing with both boys standing in front of him, Naruto in the front. Between them was an arrow that had the bells wrapped around them. Clever, but now you have to claim them, Kakashi stated as he put his book away. He quickly threw his kunai at Sasuke, knowing Naruto would move to block. As the boys were dealing with the kunai, Kakashi had an opening. Doton Earth Wall, Kakashi exclaimed as he separated the boys from the bells. Kakashi was about to run for the bells as two arrows whizzed by his head, blowing up the wall. Well, that's going to be useful in the future. Naruto charged through the rubble going for the bells, but he was met there by Kakashi, who drew two more kunai. As the two locked kunai and sword, Naruto shouted, "Sasuke now!" As he said this, Sasuke made a dash for the bells. Kakashi attempted to break off and intercept, but Naruto had other plans. As soon as Kakashi broke off the blade lock, Naruto made a peculiar hand seal. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," the boy exclaimed, as around a dozen clones appeared, surrounding Kakashi. "Kage Bunshin? Where did he learn this jutsu? A problem for later, for now But by then Sasuke had already grabbed the bells. "Get the other bell to Satsuki," Naruto exclaimed as he clones began to dogpile onto Kakashi. "So you plan to sacrifice your own spot for those two? There is no more need for the test." As Kakashi exploded out of the dogpile, sending the clones and Naruto flying, he shouted, "The exercise has ended." "Naruto, you didn't," Satsuki began. "Nah, the plan wouldn't have worked if I got the bells. I just said that in the hole so you guys would agree," Naruto said as he nervously rubbed the back of his head while Sasuke and Satsuki stood there surprised, and Sasuke seemingly angered that the bell was essentially given to him. "Students," Kakashi exclaimed, getting the attention of the genin. "Congratulations, Sasuke and Satsuki. You have passed the exercise parameters. I guess I'll see you guys next. Naruto, you and your new official teammates have passed the test," Kakashi said with one of his eye smiles. "You are all now officially genin." "What?" Naruto exclaimed in shock. "But you said that only two passed?" "Yes, that is true. Do you think you know why you all passed?" "I mean, not really. Based on what you told us, this should be against the rules." "I'm not complaining. I just don't get it," Naruto stated, confused. "Is it because he sacrificed himself?" Satsuki questioned. "Doubt it." "No, but let me show you something. Follow me," Kakashi said as he leads his team just outside the training area, and to a stone with a variety of names carved into it. "The names inscribed on this rock are heroes of the leaf. My closest friends are written on this stone. And my best friend, whose name is on this rock, taught me something. Those who break the rules are scum. But those who would abandon their friends are worse than scum." "Kakashi-sensei," Satsuki began. "This is the memorial stone," she said, causing a moment of realization in Naruto. "You mean your friend?" Naruto began. "Yes, he died as a hero of the leaf. The purpose of this test was not only to test your skill, but your teamwork and commitment to one another. Not only was your plan great, but your execution and actions reflected these values. The test is designed to divide a team. It is impossible for any of you alone to beat me. Together you stand a chance. The test is designed to strain your teamwork, and you passed," Kakashi stated as the three shinobi looked toward their master. "Starting tomorrow, we meet her throughout the week, and we take missions when we can. Weekends are light conditioning, and missions if necessary. That's not too much for you, is it?" Kakashi questioned as the trio registered the outcome of their exercise, the lesson their sensei had just given them, and their new work schedule. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," Satsuki said with a bow. "It won't be that hard," Sasuke said with a confident and prideful grin. This training will be nothing. Believe it. Naruto exclaimed, pumping his fist forward. Well, that's good. Since I seem to have a unique group, I may as well start the focus on what we all have in common. Kakashi began. I was selected as your instructor because you all have an ability only I am able to properly teach you, he stated as he moved his forehead protector, revealing a Sharingan. As the three shared a collective moment of enormous shock. Where did you get that? Sasuke roared at Kakashi. A parting gift from an old friend. Kakashi answered solemnly, causing Sasuke to retract his anger as Kakashi began again. Naruto, I know you have it as well. Don't worry. I was appointed by the Hokage himself. So you're saying? Naruto began, causing Kakashi to cringe slightly. You're saying I could have went all out in that exercise? Naruto yelled, giving Kakashi a glare. As Kakashi's sweat dropped, Satsuki punched Naruto in the back of the head. Calm down. We passed, that's what matters. As Kakashi watched on, he decided that they've had enough of each other for one day. Alright, you guys are good for the day. Be prepared for a big day of training tomorrow, Kakashi stated as he waved off his team. As the three made their way back to their homes, Kakashi made his way back to his own home. They're still rough around the edges, but they are all very promising. This is for you, Minato-sensei. I will not fail you.